Lemon capellini is just about the fastest weeknight pasta meal you can make. And one of the reasons is because the capellini is so thin, it cooks in 2 to 3 minutes. So I've got 1 pound of capellini. I'm gonna put it in a big pot of boiling salted water. And the amazing thing is, the sauce doesn't take much longer to make. It's lemons and butter. So the first thing I need is a 1/2 pound of butter. I know, it's a lot of butter, but after a bad day at work, it's always good. 2 lemons. I need the zest and the juice. So I just want to get the very, very thin yellow part of the lemon. And remember, you always want to zest them before you juice them. I'm going to do a second lemon. This pasta is really versatile. You can either serve it with a little shrimp or chicken, or if you've had a really bad day at the office, you can just have it all by itself. It's a lot of lemon zest, but you really want a lot of flavor. Lemon zest right into the butter. And then the juice of both lemons. I love my little juicer. It's so fast. You definitely want to use fresh lemon juice. I'm not a big fan of anything but fresh lemon juice. It always has that like awful metallic flavor. Even if you juice lemons in advance, like a day or two and leave it in the fridge, it just doesn't taste the same. Okay, this goes right into the pan with the butter and the lemon zest. 1 teaspoon of salt. 1 teaspoon of pepper. Just swirl it around. I think the pasta's done. And this is the key to the whole thing. Instead of draining the water, what I'm gonna do is take the pasta and put it right into the sauce. And then it's gonna cook in the sauce for just about a minute or 2, and it's gonna absorb all the butter and the lemon. But don't throw out the pasta water, because actually, if the sauce gets a little too thick, you can always take a little of the pasta water, which has some starch in it, and thin it out a little bit. Toss it all together so all the lemon and the butter and the zest and all the seasonings get all mixed in. Well, it's a weeknight, and it's just about dinner time. So I just want to make sure this is really good. So I'm going to do 1 serving like this. And I think it needs a little lemon zest on top. Now, I would say weeknight dinner doesn't get any easier than this, or more delicious. I'm making penne arrabbiata. Arrabbiata sauce is really kind of a classic Italian pasta sauce made with tomatoes. Mine has an unbelievable amount of garlic in it, which I'm gonna cook very slowly in olive oil. It's gonna be really sweet and delicious. So nobody wants to peel 24 cloves of garlic. So what I do is I blanch them in a pot of boiling water just for about 15 seconds. And then you'll see the skins just slip right off, just like that. Okay, so that's a cup. So I've got 2/3 of a cup of olive oil that I've got warmed. I'm gonna put the garlic in and just cook it for about 10 minutes, just until the outside is like just barely browned and the inside's really tender. So I've got 2 28-ounce cans of San Marzano tomatoes. I think San Marzano are the best quality canned tomatoes. And I've got whole tomatoes. I'm gonna put them in the food processor and just chop them up. I'm just putting them in the food processor so I can control the consistency of the tomatoes. And I'm draining them because I don't want the sauce to be watery. Nobody wants watery sauce. Okay, you can make Bloody Marys out of the rest. Okay, get them in, good. And then I'm just gonna chop them up. Just like that. You don't want a puree, you just want them roughly chopped. Okay, I'm gonna take the garlic and put it right into the tomatoes. And then I'm gonna chop that up and then cook it all together. This recipe actually is inspired by Missy Robbins, who has the most incredible pasta restaurant in New York called Missy. It's in Brooklyn. And she makes her arrabbiata sauce with 24 cloves of garlic. And it's so good. And then I'm just gonna chop that up so you get bits of garlic in the sauce. And then this whole thing goes right back into the oil. Try and do it without getting it all over yourself. So this is going back on the stove. Turn on the heat. And I'm going to take 2 teaspoons of fennel seeds. You can do it in a mortar and pestle, but I think this is actually better to grind them yourself. What I do is just chop them up. And they're going to bounce all over the place, but it's really worth it. And I think what you do is you get a lot of the oils out of the fennel seeds. Just give it a rough chop like that. They're going to get tenderized when the sauce cooks. Okay, right into the sauce. Right there. 1 teaspoon of hot red pepper flakes. Okay, next is 1/3 cup of red wine. Yum. Tablespoon of salt. Make sure it's really well seasoned. Teaspoon of pepper. I'm always looking for how flavors complement each other, how the tomatoes make the red wine taste better, how the red wine makes the fennel taste better. This is going to do exactly that. The garlic flavors everything. So I'm just going to bring it to a boil and then lower the heat and let it simmer for 30 minutes. I'm almost done with the arrabbiata sauce. I'm just going to add some fresh basil to it. Gives it a nice, fresh, kind of peppery flavor. Okay, about 1/4 cup right into the sauce. So I've got a big pot of boiling water, salt, and 1 pound of penne, and I'm cooking it to about 2 minutes less than it requires for al dente. And that's because I'm going to cook it in the sauce. Okay, pasta should be done, or at least 2 minutes less than done, and I'm just going to, with a wire strainer, just put it right into the pasta sauce. And that way, all of the pasta sauce gets absorbed into the pasta, and it really flavors it. Very often what we do is we serve pasta, and then we put the sauce on top, and it just kind of sits on the top. But this way, it cooks into it. And a little bit of the starch from the pasta really thickens the sauce. So the 2 elements really work together. And I'm going to save the pasta water if I need a little extra water. So that's all the pasta. Just give it a big stir. And I'm going to cook this for about 2 minutes. And you know what? It does need a little water. So I have a ladle. It's always surprising to me. Missy taught me how much water to put into a sauce, which is incredibly surprising. You think you're going to water it down, and in fact, it does just the opposite. I'm just going to cook this all together. Oh, man overboard. It's going to cook together for 2 minutes. The pasta will be perfectly cooked, and the sauce will be just really silken and delicious. You can really smell the garlic. But it's like soft, not sharp. In the meantime, while that cooks, I'm going to julienne a little more basil for garnish. I love pastas because you can make the sauce in advance. Just cook the pasta, cook it together, and you've got a fabulous dinner. Big salad. I'm a happy camper. Okay, so clear the decks. You need a big bowl. And the pasta should be done. Oh, this looks gorgeous. And you can really tell that the tomato sauce has gotten into the pasta. Who wouldn't want to have this for dinner? A little fresh basil on top. Some Parmesan cheese, because of course you can never have too much Parmesan. A fork. This is the kind of dinner anybody in the family would love. It's just not your ordinary tomato sauce. This is pasta arrabbiata with 24 cloves of garlic. And it tastes so good. This is actually one of my favorite dishes. It's pasta with white truffle butter. I sliced all of these cremini mushrooms. I'm just going to saute them in a little bit of butter, a little bit of oil, until they're really sort of golden brown. This is a great dish for the holidays because you make huge amounts of it. I'm just going to let them cook slowly so they get really nice and tender and browned. Okay, that's the mushrooms. So that's going to cook away. Next thing I want to do is make the sauce. The sauce is really easy. It's heavy cream, about a cup of heavy cream. I'm just going to heat it up. And I think I'm going to do some salt and pepper in it too. I use kosher salt and fresh cracked pepper and 2 pots of this white truffle butter. I'm going to turn off the heat and just melt the truffle butter in it. Just let it melt in. You're not going to believe how fast this dish is. And it's great for the holidays. You make large batches of it. It's good with chicken, you know, as a side dish. It's great. on its own with a salad, which is exactly what we're going to be doing. Okay, that's just going to melt right into that. I've got a large pot of boiling water, lots of salt, really important. I'm just going to dump the pasta in. So this is fresh fettuccine. It's going to cook in like 2 minutes. Fantastic. One more pasta. That's a lot of pasta. Okay, the mushrooms are cooking away. It's like a one-man song and dance band over here. I think the pasta's done. Just going to drain it. Whoa, that's a big pot of pasta. So I'm going to put the pasta right into the cream sauce, and then it really absorbs the flavors. Okay, fresh chives. I think they're really good on this pasta. Ooh, that smells great. So just toss it in with tongs. I can really smell the truffles in the butter and the cream. I mean, how good does this look? Wow. I'm going to add the cooked mushrooms, all these cremini mushrooms with a little butter. And then the last thing is fresh Parmesan cheese. I mean, for a whole dinner, that was pretty fast, wasn't it? Lots of Parmesan cheese right on top. I'm just gonna toss it in with the tongs. Sprinkling of chives on the top, a little Parmesan cheese. And I would say dinner is served. Very polite and waiting for you.
It smells so good.
So it's pasta with white truffle butter. And Jeffrey made the pasta.
I made the pasta. I never thought I could do it.
No one did.
No.
Was it hard?
It was really hard, let me tell you. I got up, the sun was just rising. I worked all day long.
You look exhausted.
But it shows, right?
It's really
Does
good.
it show?
We're the beneficiaries.
Is it really good?
Yes.
I'm not feeling the appreciation.
Jeremy, how long do you cook fresh pasta?
Well, you cook it until it's done.
Take over on it. You better be cooking.
Okay, so 2 tablespoons of freshly minced parsley. I need about a half a cup of grated Parmesan cheese. I think it's unusual in meatballs, but I think it gives it lots of flavor. One egg. All these ingredients are designed to either flavor it or hold it together. So I'm just going to beat it a little bit. Pour it on top. Now some seasoning. 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. 2 teaspoons of salt. 1/2 teaspoon of pepper. And here's the surprising part, warm water. 3/4 cup. I actually learned this trick from Rayo's, that famous Italian restaurant in New York. And it keeps the meatballs so moist you wouldn't believe it. Okay, clean hands, cook's best tool. And you want to do this really lightly. You don't want to sort of compact it. You want to fluff it up and still mix them together. Oh, this smells so good. So this is going to make about 16 really good-sized meatballs, which is perfect for my guests. So I've got a 1/4 inch of oil. It's half olive oil and half vegetable oil. I'm just going to saute these and just keep turning them so they brown evenly on all sides. I'm doing them in 2 batches, so I don't want to overcrowd them so they brown nicely. So the second batch of meatballs are done. I'll just cook them 10 minutes until they're nice and browned, and then I'm going to finish cooking them in tomato sauce. Okay, I'm just going to pour off all the oil that I used for cooking the meatballs. So I'm going to use the same pan. It's got all that great flavor from the meatballs. A little bit of fresh olive oil. 1 cup of onions. It's 1 or 2 onions, depending on how big they are.
And they're going to cook for 10 minutes until they're really tender and flavorful. And now I need some wine for the sauce. Okay, 1½ teaspoons of garlic. I do the garlic at the end because it burns really quickly. You can smell the garlic immediately. It's wonderful. Okay, half a cup of red wine. Deglaze the pan. Get all those really crusty bits from the meatballs. It really flavors the sauce. And cleans the pan too. 128-ounce can of crushed tomatoes. Okay, that smells great. About a tablespoon of parsley. 1½ teaspoons of salt. 1½ teaspoons of pepper. So I'm going to cook that together for a minute. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is take the meatballs and just put them right back into the sauce, and they're going to cook for about 25 to 30 minutes. Okay, just put them all in. Yikes. Tomato sauce and meatballs. Oh. Big bunch of basil, right in the middle. Big spoons. Can't wait to see their faces. I'm making linguine with shrimp scampi. It's a great summer dish. I add oil to the pasta pot so that the pasta doesn't stick together, and salt for flavor. Okay, that's going to cook for 7 to 10 minutes according to the directions on the package. Okay, that's 3 tablespoons of olive oil and about 3 tablespoons of butter. I do the olive oil because it has a high burning temperature, and the butter because it has lots of flavor. I know this looks like a lot, but it's the sauce for the entire dish. And about 1½ tablespoons of garlic. With garlic, you really don't want to cook it too long, so just about a minute. There's nothing worse than the flavor of burnt garlic. So 1 minute while I get everything else ready. So the first thing is shrimp. And what I buy is peeled and deveined shrimp from the fish store. If you can't buy it, you can always peel and devein it yourself. I'm going to add a pound of shrimp and just cook it for a very short time, like 3 to 5 minutes. And all that flavor of the garlic is going to get into the shrimp. So first thing I'm going to do is salt and pepper the shrimp. I want it to have lots of flavor because when you add the pasta, the sauce has to flavor the pasta also. So it's going to be really strongly flavored. Just turn the shrimp so they cook evenly on both sides. It smells so good, all that garlic and butter and oil. How bad can that be? So just drain the water from it, and then it's going to go right into that pan with the shrimp and the garlic and butter and oil. It's going to absorb all that great flavor. Okay, just like that. 2 spoons. Just toss it all together. This is actually a great way to make any pasta. Italians do it. Even when you're making pasta with tomato sauce, as you cook the pasta and the sauce together for the last few minutes, and it really absorbs the flavor. Okay, and then the last ingredients are lemon zest, lemon juice, I like a little bit of heat, so just a sprinkling of red pepper flakes. Okay, just toss that together, and then I have 2 more things to put in. Parsley. Okay, right on top. And then because I want you to know, you can't really see the lemon, but I want you to know it's lemon, what I do is a few thin slices of lemon. People aren't going to eat them, but they'll see that it's lemon. So I'm going to add a few slices of lemon to the whole thing before I finish its tossing. This is really a great summer lunch. I'm making vanilla cream cheese pound cake. So I'm starting with 3/4 pound of butter. Next is the cream cheese. I need 8 ounces and 2½ cups of sugar. I'm just going to turn on the mixer and cream them together.
Do it slowly to start until it gets combined, and then you can do it faster. I'm just gonna get this all creamed together so it's light and fluffy and really well combined. Then I'll turn the mixer to low, add 6 eggs, one at a time, scraping down the bowl whenever necessary. Okay, that's a lot of batter. So I need 1 tablespoon of vanilla extract. I'm gonna turn it on low when I put it in so it mixes in. And then, because too much vanilla is never enough, I'm gonna put in vanilla bean. So this is a dried vanilla bean. I'm gonna slice it down the middle and scrape the seeds out. And that just goes right in. I'm just gonna scrape down the bowl, just to make sure it's all really well mixed, and then I'm gonna add the flour. Okay, so on low speed, I've got a combination of 3 cups of cake flour and 1 teaspoon of salt. I'm just gonna put it in really slowly. Now, because there's so much in here, all of the flour didn't get mixed in, so I'm gonna do it by hand. Okay, let me show you the pans. I have regular loaf pans, and I've brushed them with oil, or you can spray them with baking spray, and then sprinkle them with demerara or turbinado sugar, which is that rough, raw sugar. So I've got 2 pans. I'm gonna try and divide this batter evenly among the 2 pans. I'm gonna smooth out the top and then into the oven. They bake at 325 degrees for about an hour. I'll test the cakes by inserting a toothpick in the middle. If it comes out clean, they're done. I'll let them cool in the pans for 30 minutes, then take them out of the pans to cool completely on a baking rack. And here they are. I wish you could smell the vanilla, it's incredible. It's got such a rich texture, really fine, and lots of vanilla. When I was testing my fresh apple spice cake, I wanted to be really sure that every ingredient earned its place in the recipe. So I'm starting with raisins, 1 cup of raisins. And instead of regular raisins, I'm using golden raisins. I think they're a little sweeter and they're gonna look great in the cake. I'm adding 1/2 cup of dark rum, and I use dark rum instead of regular white rum because it's got sort of like a caramelly flavor, and it'll be great with the apples. I'm gonna pour it over the raisins. Now what I'm gonna do to make them all taste better, I'm gonna microwave them so the raisins plump up and the rum gets into the raisins. 60 seconds. Okay, let's make the cake. So the cake starts with 1 cup of sugar, granulated sugar, and 1 cup of dark brown sugar. 3 eggs, extra large eggs, and instead of butter, I'm using oil because it keeps it really moist. 3/4 of a cup of vegetable oil. We want some kind of flavorless oil for this. Okay, 2 teaspoons of vanilla. So of course I love vanilla. And 2 teaspoons of freshly grated orange zest. Just think of all these, raisins are ready. Just think how all these flavors are so delicious together with apple. Okay, then turn this on and beat it for about 3 minutes until it's light and fluffy. Okay, next the dry ingredients. So I've got a bowl and a sifter. I always like to do the dry ingredients in a sifter. 2.5 cups of all-purpose flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, really good cinnamon. Okay, 1/2 teaspoon of ground nutmeg, 1/2 teaspoon of ground ginger. Next is cloves. Cloves are really strong, so I'm just gonna do 1/8 teaspoon, just a little bit, and 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Okay, so that's the flour and the spices. I'm just gonna sift them all together. I'm just gonna turn this to low and just very slowly add the dry ingredients to the wet ingredients. Now I'm just gonna give it a big stir with a spatula just to make sure it's really well mixed from the bottom and the sides. The smell of the raisins and the rum is fantastic. So I'm just gonna drain the raisins. Next I have some pecans that I've toasted. It's 1 cup of pecans, chopped. I just toasted them for about 5 to 10 minutes, 350 degrees, just to crisp them up and bring out the flavor. I want everything to taste as good as it can possibly be. And then 1.5 pounds of Granny Smith apples that have been peeled, cored, and 1/4-inch diced. So I'm just gonna fold these together. And this pan, I've greased it, I've put parchment paper in, and then greased and floured the pan. I wanna make sure it comes out of the pan. I'm just gonna pour the whole batter in. Look how good this looks. Isn't that crazy? I'm gonna bake the cake at 350 degrees for 35 minutes. When the time's up, I'll take it out let it cool in the pan. Then I'll flip it out onto my hand, carefully remove the parchment paper, place it on a board, and cut it in big squares. I'll show you what I do. So I'm gonna take a piece of the cake, put it on a big plate, a little more dramatic. Some vanilla ice cream. I actually took it out of the freezer, put it into the fridge for about 30 minutes so it's nice and softened. And a drizzle of caramel sauce on the cake and the plate. Very restaurant style, but so easy to do. And I would say that's a dessert that everybody is gonna be very happy to try, including me. I may have to try it just to make sure it's good. No, that's my kind of dessert. It's not easy to make an entire meal from local ingredients. I think it's really important. Not only do you get much better ingredients because they're ripened on the vine, but you support local businesses, and that's important to do. So I thought I'd really challenge myself and see if I could make an entire meal based on local ingredients. So I've made the appetizer, and now I'm making dessert. It's a fresh peach cake, and it uses local peaches and local eggs, and I'll show you where they're from. The eggs come from Amber Waves Farm, which is run by two adorable girls, Katie Baldwin and Amanda Merrow. They met as farm apprentices and started the farm a year ago. And it's so cool because it's a nonprofit, community-supported agriculture, and it's also an education project. Can you believe they have 54 free-range egg-laying hens and 1 rooster? That's a busy rooster. And are growing more than 100 varieties of fruit, vegetables, and flowers, all on just 2 acres. The peaches are from Amagansett Farmers Market, which is run by my friend Eli Zabar. He works so hard to support the produce and the products of local farmers and artisans. This is the peaches all ready to go, and now I'm gonna make the batter. So I've already beaten 1/4 pound of butter, room temperature, and a cup of sugar, and now I'm just gonna add the eggs. And these eggs are from the local farm. Aren't they just amazing? Look how gorgeous that beautiful egg is. So I need 2 eggs. Always crack them into a bowl. Oh, look how gorgeous that is. Dark yellow. Wonder what this one is. Look at that. You can tell when an egg is really fresh, the yolk really stands up. So I'm going to put it into the batter one at a time. I'm going to let it mix in completely. We'll get all the egg. Just make sure that's nicely mixed in. Next is a cup of sour cream, which is 8 ounces. It's the whole container. Just put it right in. Make sure it's nice and rich and delicious. Turn it down a little bit. 1 teaspoon of good vanilla. Yeah. Okay, next the dry ingredients. 2 cups of flour. Remember, with baking, it's really important to measure correctly. No point in making something if it's not going to come out right. So just lighten the flour and then just carefully level it off with your finger. Perfect. 1 teaspoon of baking powder. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. And just 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Just sift it all together. I don't know, there's nothing like the smell of warm peach cake in the house. It makes everybody happy. Okay, with the mixer on low, just gonna slowly add it to the batter on very low speed. Perfect. Okay, that's the batter. Now I'm gonna make layers of peaches, cinnamon sugar, and batter. This is gonna be good. So first I need the cinnamon sugar. 1/2 cup of sugar and 1 teaspoon of cinnamon. I love peaches and cinnamon, a great combination. Just stir them together. Smells so good. So I've got a 9-inch pan that I've greased and floured, and it's just gonna be layers, I'll show you. So I'm gonna pour 1/2 the batter on the bottom of the pan. It's a very thick batter, which is good. It'll look thin. You'll be surprised how much this cake is going to rise. Because remember, we put a teaspoon of baking powder and a teaspoon of baking soda in it. Okay, next, I'm going to do 1/2 the peaches and 2/3 of the cinnamon sugar. So just line the peaches up right on top of the batter. I mean, how good does this look? It's a really simple cake, but it's got so much flavor. Okay, and then 2/3 of the cinnamon sugar, just right on top of the peaches. And next, the rest of the batter right on top. And just spread this out with a knife. Just cover the peaches. Thin layer. Just want to make sure they're all covered. Now I'm going to cover it with the last layer of peaches. I'm going to do 3 rows of 6. Okay, perfect. And then the rest of the cinnamon sugar. And then the last thing is I put some pecans on top, about a 1/2 cup, just rough chop, and just sprinkle them on the top. Oops. Gorgeous. Okay, into the oven, 350 degrees for 45 to 55 minutes until a cake tester comes out clean. This is going to be so delicious. So I did it. 3-course meal using Long Island ingredients from land and sea. Now I have to take a picture for my article. I know I have a reputation for starting every recipe with a pound of butter, but this one's actually a lemon cake that's made with yogurt and vegetable oil, so it's even good for you, and it's delicious. So I'm going to start with the dry ingredients. 1½ cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, and a 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Just sift those together. Okay, I need 1 cup of yogurt. I use whole milk yogurt. I think it gives a good flavor. Okay, 1 cup of sugar. You can make it without butter, but not without sugar. Okay, 3 extra large eggs. I always use room temperature eggs when I'm baking. Really makes the cakes lighter. 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla extract. Two teaspoons of lemon zest. That's actually about the zest of 1 lemon. Just right into the bowl. This is what gives it all its flavor. I actually think the zest has more flavor than the juice, so whenever I make something with lemon, I always put the zest in. Smells good already. And then later I'm going to use the juice and make a syrup, a lemon syrup for it. That's about 2 teaspoons. Okay, I'm just going to whisk it all together. Okay, I'm just going to take the dry ingredients, whisk them in. I'm just going to toss them with my hand, make sure they're well mixed, and just slowly whisk them in. The next thing I need is a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. It's a flavorless oil. Just stir it in. I've greased and floured a loaf pan. Just pour this right in. That was a pretty easy cake, wasn't it? So the lemon yogurt cake is out of the oven, and while it cools, I'm going to make a lemon syrup. Just pour over it, make it even better. So I need 1/3 cup of lemon juice. I'm just going to heat it up with 1/3 cup of sugar. I'm just going to let that come to a boil until it becomes just very clear. Okay, this is perfect. Sugar's dissolved. And I'm just going to spoon it right over the cake. And then what it does is it just soaks right into the cake, keeps it really moist, and has lots of great lemon flavor. There are so many things I like about mocha chocolate icebox cake. It's going to be hard to choose just 3. But let me see if I can do it. The first one is that you make it the night before and it just sits in the refrigerator, no cooking at all. Second one is that it involves chocolate chip cookies. That's always a good thing. And the third thing is it involves mocha whipped cream. That's always good. Let's go make some. This cake is based on that classic icebox cake that has like chocolate wafers and whipped cream. I think we can do better than that. So I'm going to start with heavy cream and make a mocha whipped cream and I'm going to layer it with chocolate chip cookies. How good does that sound? So I've got 2 cups of cold, heavy cream, and then I'm going to add mascarpone, which is going to give it lots of body. So I need 12 ounces of mascarpone. It's kind of like an Italian cream cheese. So each of these is 8 ounces. I'm going to put them right in. It's like rich and delicious, and it's going to stabilize the whipped cream. So 1.5 of these is 12 ounces. Put that right in. Great. Okay, and then you got to make it a little sweet, right? So we've got 1/2 cup of sugar, 1/4 cup of Kahlua, which is coffee liqueur. This makes it a really grown-up icebox cake. Next thing is cocoa powder. It's unsweetened cocoa powder. This isn't cocoa, like the mix. This is the real deal. 2 tablespoons. 1. This is really good cocoa powder. 2. Next is espresso powder. I've already added coffee liqueur, but I'm going to add espresso powder and just give it a little more flavor. So this isn't espresso grinds. This is instant espresso powder. 1 teaspoon and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. So all those layers of flavor are going to be great. Vanilla, coffee, chocolate. Okay, now this is the key. You want to turn it on really slowly, otherwise you're going to be wearing it. Just turn on very slowly, get it started until it's all mixed, and then I'm going to whip it like whipped cream. I actually got the idea of this recipe from a friend who's a caterer. I said, what's the easiest dessert that you make for your customers that they love? And he said, icebox cake. And I thought, okay, I tried it. I thought it was okay, but I didn't think it was great. I thought, I think I can make that even better. Okay, then just turn it up a little bit, slowly, until it's whipped cream. It's kind of become a classic Barefoot Contessa recipe. And I love it because you make it one day, you put it in the refrigerator for a couple of hours or even overnight, and you just serve it the next day. No cooking, so easy. Okay, it's done. Wait till you see what this looks like. It's so good. How decadent does that look? Okay, so I've got the mocha whipped cream. That's all ready. I'm going to clear the decks a little bit so I can work here. I'm the messiest cook you know. Okay, so this is how you assemble the whole thing. So I've got a springform pan. It's 8 inches, and it has to be really high, like 2.5 to 3 inches high, because you want this to be tall. And you want it a springform so you can eventually take the sides off without having to take the cake out. Okay, first layer, chocolate chip cookies. And just put them right in the bottom. And actually, you want to break them to fill in the little spaces. They're all going to get smushed with the cream, so it doesn't matter that they've been broken. You just want to sort of fill the bottom of the pan. I'm using my friend Kathleen King's cookies. They're called Tate's cookies. And they're called Tate's because her father was a potato farmer. And they used to call him Tate. Okay, that's 1 layer done. Next, mocha whipped cream. I'm probably going to do about 5 layers. So I'm going to do a layer of mocha whipped cream right on top. And then I use an offset spatula and just smooth it out. And you want to go right to the edge of the pan. Okay, so that's 1 layer. And now I'm going to put more cookies on top. Just want to make sure the cookies are all in 1 layer each time. You don't want them piled up on top of each other. The best part of this recipe is that there are those little bits of cookies left over, so the cook gets some. Okay, another layer of mocha whipped cream. You can really use any kind of chocolate chip cookies, but you want something that's like really thin and crisp so it absorbs the liquid from the cream. And that way it kind of pulls together. It's kind of like tiramisu, you know, with the Italian lady fingers and the rum mascarpone, and it becomes something that you can actually cut. Okay, more cookies. My favorite expression, more cookies. You know what I always say? You can be miserable before you eat a cookie, and you can be miserable afterwards, but you can never be miserable while you're eating a cookie. Okay. More whipped cream. I'm just going to fill this whole thing up. Actually, sometimes I just bring the whole cake to the table and everybody help themselves. There's something so like childlike and decadent about it. I catered a big party once, and I put a whole cake on each table. and everybody served it family style. It was fun. Okay, more cookies. More whipped cream. When I'm doing a dinner party, I'm always looking for things that I can make ahead, so I don't have to cook everything the same day, and this is perfect for that. You can make it in the morning and leave it in the fridge, but even better, you can put it in the fridge overnight. Okay, one more layer of cookies, one more layer of cream. Oh, too bad there are cookies left over. What are we gonna do with them? Can't imagine. Fill in the little spaces, and then one final layer of mocha whipped cream right on top. This is really, it's so great because you can really taste everything in it. The coffee, the chocolate, the Kahlua, the mascarpone, and just spread it all out. If you think you can't bake, this isn't really baking. So it's a perfect dessert for somebody who thinks they can't bake. You can't really mess it up. Actually, I did mess it up one time. I forgot to put the Kahlua in. I had to go out and buy more cookies and more cream and start all over again. But you can't mess it up. Okay, this is gonna go into the fridge now. It's gonna sit overnight. It's gonna be so good. But happily, I have one that's already done. Let me show you. This one's all set. It's been in there overnight. And wait till you see it when it comes out. So this is why I have a springform pan. I want to get it out from the sides with a small knife. Just run it around the edge of the pan. Okay, this looks like it's set beautifully. Mocha whipped cream and cookies. Now, how did I think of that? Oh, whoa. Try not to get your fingers in it first. Okay, there we go, loose. And just take the springform pan off the outside. This is why you could never get it out of the pan otherwise. Okay, just like that. And I usually kind of smooth the top because getting it out of the pan, you make a little bit of a mess. Isn't this just amazing? All the cookies and cream. I kind of smooth the outside a little bit just to give it a nice finish. And the edge. Okay, now cake plate. I like it very flat cake plate. Just shows the cake best. And just leave it on the base, otherwise you'll never get it off. Put it right on top. And then a little decoration. I always do some kind of chocolate. If you do hard chocolate, like dark chocolate, it's really hard to shave it in curls. But if you use milk chocolate, it's easier. So just like that. Just put curls of chocolate on the top so everybody knows it's chocolate. Like you wouldn't know it was chocolate. Just right on the top. It's always just nice to have a little decoration. If you only have bittersweet chocolate, you can put it in the microwave for about 15 seconds to soften it, and then you can make nice curls. How's that? Does that look good? Now, does that look like somebody's birthday cake? I'd say that's really special. So I'm going to show you when you cut a piece out of it, what it looks like. And I'm not doing this because I want to taste it. Or maybe I am. Oh, it's just so good. Okay, now I need a plate and a fork. I'm just gonna take this out. Oh, it's coming out. Look at that. How outrageous is that? I might have to try it. It's so good. The cookies and the mascarpone, you can really taste that little bit of Kahlua. This is so good. And that's a cake that could make grown men weep. I need 2 1/4 sticks of butter. I need 3 cups of sugar. And while they're creaming, I'm gonna get the rest of the ingredients together. Okay, the butter and sugar are really well creamed. They're light and fluffy. Gets really a light yellow color. I'm just gonna scrape down the bowl to make sure it's not sticking to the bottom. Okay. And then with a mixer on low, I'm going to add the eggs one at a time. Just make sure they get really well incorporated. It's going to make a huge cake, but everybody's going to get some to take home. Next, the zest of 1 lemon. It's a white cake, but this little bit of lemon really gives it lots of flavor. 1½ teaspoons of good vanilla. And 1 cup of sour cream. This is what keeps it really moist. It's an 8-ounce container. This already smells good. Okay, now for the dry ingredients. First thing you need is 3 cups of flour. Any all-purpose flour. I use unbleached flour, whatever you have. Cornstarch, 1/3 cup. This basically approximates cake flour. Makes it nice and light. A teaspoon of baking soda and a teaspoon of salt. Just sift that all together. Okay, on very low speed, I'm just going to add the dry ingredients to the wet ones and mix it just until it's blended. So this is a half sheet pan. It's 12 by 18 and about 1¼ inches deep. You can get them in any cookware stores. Just pour the batter in. And you won't believe the decorations I found for them. Nice and smooth. Into the oven, 25 to 30 minutes, 350 degrees, and it's going to be a knockout cake. So I'm going to do a chocolate icing for my white cake. First thing I need is 24 ounces of semi-sweet chocolate chips. Already smells good. 1½ cups of heavy cream. And just let the chocolate melt over double boiler, simmering water. But I don't want it to get too hot, because otherwise the chocolate will separate. Not pretty. I use chocolate chips, but if you want to use bars of chocolate, that's fine too. Just semi-sweet chocolate. And actually, the more you stir it, the shinier it gets. Makes a really nice frosting. Okay, so off the heat, I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of corn syrup. It actually keeps the frosting spreadable. 1½ teaspoons of vanilla. I'm actually going to take it off the double boiler so it cools down pretty fast, because I'm going to have to let it cool a little bit before I add the butter to make the buttercream. Ooh, that's a lot of chocolate, but it's a lot of cake too. Half a stick of room temperature butter. I'm just going to beat this together until it's light and fluffy and it's nice buttercream. Okay, that should do it. Nice and thick. Ah, oh, it's gorgeous. Okay, now I'm just going to spread it on the cake. Okay, just spread it out evenly. Perfect. I always have to make sure the icing's good.
I will. Can I taste it first?
Really?
Oh, Ina.
This is really delicious.
So tonight we're having a birthday celebration, and of course, you have to have birthday cake. Everybody loves carrot cake for birthday cake, but I thought I'm gonna really turn up the volume. Instead of just plain cream cheese frosting, I'm gonna add mascarpone to it. And in the carrot cake itself, I'm putting in crystallized ginger to give it great heat. It's gonna be a really fabulous carrot cake. Okay, so I have a pound of carrots. Now the batter. I need 2 cups of sugar. One and 1/3 cups of vegetable oil. 3 eggs. I use extra large eggs for everything. And room temperature eggs are really important, so they mix into the batter well. That goes in. And 1 teaspoon of pure vanilla extract. Okay, I'm just gonna mix this for 2 minutes until the batter is light yellow in color and quite thick. Okay, now the dry ingredients. So it's just 2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon, 2 teaspoons of baking soda, and 1.5 teaspoons of kosher salt. And then they just get sifted together, just to be sure there aren't any lumps. Okay, now I'm going to put the dry ingredients into the wet ingredients. Just turn this on low and just very slowly mix them in. If you put them in too fast, the flour can get all clumped together. Nobody wants clumped flour in their cake. This actually smells good already. The cinnamon and vanilla, 2 of my favorite flavors. Okay, now for the good stuff. So I'm going to mix together the pound of carrots that I grated. Carrot cake's really easy to make, and I love it. Cup of chopped walnuts. Cup of raisins. If you love raisins, you can add more. And then 1/4 cup of crystallized ginger. It's also in the frosting, but it's nice if it's in the cake too. Crystallized ginger is really hot and sweet at the same time. And I just thought with carrots and raisins and walnuts, I thought it'd be just great in it. I think Jane's gonna love this cake. Okay, that should be about 1/4 cup. If you like it hotter, you can always add more. Then I'm just gonna add about 1 tablespoon of flour, and that's just gonna keep it from sinking to the bottom of the cake. You don't want all the carrots and raisins in the bottom. You want them sort of suspended in the cake batter. Okay, all mixed together. Now it's time to put it into the batter. Just clean the beater off. There's a lot of batter on the beater. And just to make sure it's really well mixed, I always scrape the bottom of the bowl. Okay, now I'm gonna add all these ingredients. It's like more carrots than there is batter, which is why it's such a good carrot cake. And just fold it in with a spatula until it's really well mixed. Oh my goodness, does this look good? Okay, I've greased and floured 2 9-inch pans. And I actually lined them also with parchment paper, because as I've often said, there's no point in making a cake if you can't get it out of the pan. I'm just gonna pour this into the 2 pans. You wanna divide the batter evenly so the cakes cook exactly the same amount of time. It's all one cake at the end, but I wanna be able to frost the middle. So it looks like there's a little more in this one, so I'm just gonna transfer it. If you wanna be exact, you can always use a little scale. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for 10 minutes, then I'm gonna lower the temperature to 350 and bake them for 30 to 35 minutes until the toothpick comes out clean. The cakes have cooled, and I've made the frosting. Let me show you how I make it. First, 12 ounces of room temperature mascarpone with 4 ounces of room temperature cream cheese, 2 cups of sifted confectioner's sugar, 2 tablespoons of heavy cream, half a teaspoon of pure vanilla extract, and I just beat it for about a minute until it's light and fluffy. Then 1/3 cup of minced crystallized ginger, not the kind in syrup, but the dry kind, just like in the batter, and 1/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, and just beat it for about 30 seconds. This cake is a little different. What I've done is, instead of frosting the whole thing, which sometimes kind of makes a mess, I'm gonna frost the middle and the top, and then you can really see the carrot cake through the whole thing. And it certainly is easier. Because I want everybody to know that there's ginger in it, I have a little extra crystallized ginger to just sprinkle on the top. If I have one go-to chocolate cake, this is it. It's chocolate ganache cake, and it starts with 1/4 pound of unsalted butter, and it has to be room temperature. 1 cup of sugar. This cake is amazing because you can make it in almost any size, and it's completely foolproof. I'm just gonna cream these together until the butter's light and fluffy and the sugar is mixed in. So first what I've done is I've buttered an 8-inch round pan, and it's got a nice high 2-inch side. And then the question is, how do you get a square piece of parchment paper into a round pan? So take the piece of paper and do it in half, and then fold it in half again. Fold it in half again, just as many times as you can, just like that. And then you put the tip right where the middle of the pan is and cut off inside the pan like that. And if it's too big, you can just refold it and recut it. And now what I want to do is butter the paper and the pan and flour the whole thing. So I just used the paper the butter came out of. Easy as can be. little bit of flour, and just flour the whole pan, the sides and everything. Just make sure you get the whole thing. The butter and sugar is perfectly mixed. It's kind of light and fluffy, and the butter is pale yellow. So now the next thing I want to add is 4 eggs. I'm going to do it on low speed. And I add 1 egg at a time, just until it's incorporated. The next ingredient in this cake is the secret ingredient, chocolate syrup. It's a whole 16-ounce can. I'm just going to pour it right in. Next is a tablespoon of vanilla. It's a lot of vanilla for an 8-inch cake, but it really makes it taste great. Okay, and the last ingredient is flour. I'm going to turn it on low. 1 cup of all-purpose flour. And at this point, I don't want to overmix it, so I'm just going to put it in slowly. If you dump it in, you'll end up with lumps. But if you put it in slowly with the mixer on low speed, you'll end up with a delicious cake every time. Just until it's mixed in. I love the smell of this. Okay, I think this is perfectly mixed. Okay, I want to make sure there are no lumps, no flour. Perfect. I'm just going to pour it right into the pan. This cake isn't going to rise very much, so don't worry about it filling the pan. It doesn't have any leavening in it. I'm going to bake this cake 325 degrees for about 40 to 45 minutes, just until a cake tester comes out clean. And in the meantime, I've actually made not 1, but 2 cakes. I'll bet you're wondering why. I'm going to tell you in a second. And I've made chocolate ganache to pour all over the cakes. Look how gorgeous it is. It's so rich and wonderful. Let me tell you how I made it. I poured a cup of heavy cream into a bowl, set over a pan of simmering water. I added a pound of semi-sweet chocolate chips, 2 teaspoons of instant coffee granules to bring out the flavor of the chocolate, and stirred it occasionally while it melted together. In fact, the more you stir it, the shinier it gets. Now you're going to find out the reason why I made 2 cakes. Lottie Hoyk, who does social media with me, we did a video recently for Instagram of how to do a chevron pattern on a chocolate cake.
You made it look very easy, so I'm nervous.
It was so much fun. So I'm turning the tables on Lottie, and I'm going to teach her how to do the chevron pattern. So I combined 1 3/4 cups of confectioner sugar and about 3 tablespoons of water. You want to adjust it a little bit just so you get a really thick pouring consistency. Okay, so now you take a little knife and you use the back of the knife, not the cutting edge, the back, and you slide it right across, kind of lightly. 1 more. Yay! I did it! First thing I want to make for Antonia and Donna is a sour cream coffee cake. It's a really moist sour cream cake with a streusel in the middle. I'm going to start with 1 1/2 sticks of butter, 1 1/2 cups of sugar, and I'm going to cream that together until it's light and fluffy. And then I'm going to start on the dry ingredients. Okay, so the first ingredient is cake flour. Cake flour I found is a little lighter and fluffier, so that's what I use. 2 1/2 cups of cake flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, makes it nice and fluffy, 1/2 teaspoon of baking soda, 1/2 teaspoon of salt. Sip that together. I'm going to add 3 eggs, some good vanilla, really important in this. 1 1/2 teaspoons. And 1 1/4 cups of sour cream. This is what makes it really moist. 1 and got it all over the mixer too. Okay, now I'm going to turn it on low, lowest speed, and just slowly add all the dry ingredients, just with your hand. And beat it just until they're really mixed. Now for the streusel, the good part. So I'm going to just combine it in a bowl, 1/4 cup of light brown sugar, 1/2 cup of flour. This is the crumbly part of and the flavorful part. 1 1/2 teaspoons of ground cinnamon, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and 3 tablespoons of butter, which I'm going to just crumble into the streusel. Clean hands, best tools. Sour cream. I don't know how traditional walnuts are for a streusel cake, but I'm going to add some because I think it turns up the flavor. So about 3/4 of a cup of chopped walnuts. You can just buy them already chopped. But if you don't like walnuts, just leave them out. It's still delicious. And just crumble all of that together. Okay, now I'm going to put the cake together. But I've buttered and floured this. What I'm going to do is put half the batter in the bottom. I'm going to take 3/4 of the streusel and just spread it evenly on the top of the batter. So there's going to be streusel in the middle of this cake as well as on the top. I'm going to take the rest of the batter, put it on top. Just sort of place it on top, and then I'll smooth it out later. And then more streusel on top. And it's amazing how much this gets really moist and light. So into the oven, 350 degrees for 50 to 60 minutes, and we're gonna have a really good cake. So my philosophy is too much is never enough. So I'm gonna add a maple drizzle to this to make it even better, and it's really easy. A half a cup of confectioner sugar. And 2 tablespoons of maple syrup. I really like good maple syrup. Not the stuff that says syrup-like or syrup-flavored, or it's really maple syrup. Okay, that's perfect. Even better. Just want it to drizzle down the side a little bit. This is actually not about being perfect. It's about being a little messy. I thought I'd surprise Michael and Jim with a cake for their anniversary party. So it's 1 3/4 cup of flour. I'm gonna sift all the dry ingredients together. 2 cups of sugar. I'm gonna sift them right into the bowl, mixing bowl. And since it's a chocolate cake with chocolate buttercream, it's got 3/4 cup of cocoa powder, dark chocolate cocoa powder. It smells so good. It's so chocolatey. Okay, 1 teaspoon of baking powder, 2 teaspoons of baking soda, helps it rise. 1 teaspoon of salt. I'm just going to sift all these together. So the method of this cake is to sift all the dry ingredients together in a cloud of chocolate. And then I'm going to slowly mix the wet ingredients into it. Okay, that's the dry ingredients. I'm just going to mix them on the mixer until they're combined. Okay, now for the wet ingredients. The first thing is a cup of buttermilk. I always shake it because it does settle. Make sure it's well mixed. So I'm going to do it in a measuring cup. That'll be easier to pour into the cake batter. So I need 1 cup of buttermilk, half a cup of vegetable oil, 2 eggs. Just beat the eggs a little bit. Right into the wet ingredients. I use extra large eggs. 1 teaspoon of good vanilla, really important when you're doing chocolate. Okay, I'm just going to combine these. And then with the mixer on low, I'm just going to put it into the dry mixture. And then I have a secret ingredient. Or I should say Michael's grandmother had a secret ingredient. This recipe calls for a cup of hot brewed coffee. And I always think coffee is really important for chocolate. It makes it taste really chocolatey, and that's exactly what this does. Right into the mixture. I've got 2 8-inch cake pans. I lined them with parchment paper, butter and flour. Pressure's on. It has to be good because Michael knows exactly what it is. He actually served this cake to me once at dinner, and I just begged him for the recipe. I didn't have to beg very hard. I'll make sure they're pretty equal size. Okay, into the oven, 350 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes, and then we're going to cover it with the easiest, most delicious buttercream you've ever seen. So I'll chop up 6 ounces of really good semi-sweet chocolate. I'm just going to melt the chocolate in a bowl that I've set over simmering water. In the meantime, I'm going to start the rest of the buttercream. So I need 2 sticks of butter, half a pound, at room temperature. I'm just going to beat that on medium speed. Okay, the next thing I need is 1 extra large egg yolk and a teaspoon of good vanilla extract. Okay, I think the chocolate's going to be ready by now. Let's see. Take this off the heat and just let the chocolate cool while I turn the cakes out. Just add it to the butter and vanilla. So I've got 2 teaspoons of hot water. I'm just going to put in a tablespoon of instant coffee powder, which is a very intense coffee. Just melt this together and pour it into the buttercream. And I'm just going to whip it for a minute. Make sure it's really well blended. I'm going to turn it on low and add all this gorgeous chocolate. The chocolate's actually cooled now a little bit. You don't want to pour hot chocolate into butter, otherwise the whole thing will melt. You can really smell the chocolate and the coffee together. A little hint of vanilla. And that's Michael's grandmother's chocolate buttercream. Icing a cake, just go over it very gently. Start from the top and work your way down the sides. Okay, so now I've got buttercream on all sides of the cake. I'm just going to go up and down the sides. And good news about an old-fashioned cake is it's supposed to be a little messy. And then I'm just going to smooth the top, just sort of big swirls. I can't wait for dessert. I love assembled salads. It's a whole meal in one dish. And one of my favorites is a roasted chicken Cobb salad. And it starts with bacon. How bad could that be, right? So I've cooked the bacon 350 degrees on this sheet pan, so all the fat drains off, which is great. I cooked it for about 20 to 25 minutes, so I'm gonna let that cool. In the meantime, I've got all these other ingredients. The first one's Stilton, which is English blue cheese. And I'll show you how I like to cut this up. I just cut off the rind. A lot of people like to crumble Stilton into a salad, but I think it just makes everything look messy. So what I like to do is, as much as possible, cube it. So I'm just gonna prep all the ingredients, and then just before serving, put it all together. See, like big pieces are much better. I've cut up Hass avocados, big dice, because when I do an assembled salad, I want everything to be really clear. And I mix it with a little lemon juice, just to keep it bright green. Okay, that's perfect. I've got arugula that I washed and spun dry. It's got that really nice peppery flavor. I'll be really good in this. And I've got cherry tomatoes. And actually, I always cut the cherry tomatoes through the stem. I just think that looks nicest when you cut it open. Okay, next thing's the chicken. I roasted 2 chicken breasts. I slathered them with olive oil, salt, and pepper, and just roasted them 350 degrees for about 35 to 40 minutes, just until they're done. And then it's really important to let them rest. All the juices get back into the meat. A long time ago, I tested boiling chicken for chicken salad as opposed to roasting, and the roasting was so much better. So just take off the skin. Now I'm going to take my knife and just run it right between the meat and the bones in a big piece, but it doesn't all have to come off at once. And then just pull it apart. I don't like lots of little pieces, so make big chunks. Or you can shred it. Sometimes shredding is nice because it really absorbs the vinaigrette well. Okay, that's the chicken. So the bacon's cool now. I can cut it in big pieces. Big pieces. It's nice and crisp. Okay, that's the bacon. Now I'm gonna make the vinaigrette. So that's 1/4 cup of lemon juice. I'm gonna add 5 tablespoons of olive oil. Okay, and then Dijon mustard, what it does is emulsify it and flavor it at the same time. So 1½ tablespoons. It's gonna have lots of flavor. Some salt, about 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 1/2 teaspoon of pepper, and just whisk it all together. First, I'll start with the diced chicken, then the tomatoes, lots of salt, pepper, enough dressing to just moisten it, and I'll toss it all together. Next, the avocados, diced bacon, Stilton, the arugula on top, a little more dressing, a gentle toss, and it's done. So I've got cooked lobster meat, which I actually have the seafood shop cook for me. I mean, you can cook your own, but that's like a whole big thing with big pots of water. And it's really worth it having them do it. So I'm just gonna cut it up in large pieces, just kind of slice it. You should be able to buy cooked lobster meat pretty much anywhere. Okay, next I'm gonna make the dressing. It's my secret sauce. It's basically Thousand Island dressing. So I've got mayonnaise. And when I was in France, one of my favorite restaurants was called Frenchie's To Go. The owner, Gregory Marchand, made some kind of a sandwich for us. It had the most delicious sauce. And I said to him, Gregory, what is this? And he said, Ina, it's Thousand Island dressing. And I thought, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Just seemed much more fancy when it was in France. So mayonnaise and ketchup and a little bit of relish, salt and pepper. I mean, everybody knows how to make this, right? And you can just find all the ingredients in your pantry and your fridge. But it's just great with lobster. Okay, so that's the sauce. Time to assemble the sandwiches. So I toasted the bread in the oven, actually at 400 degrees, 10 minutes, so much easier than standing by the toaster and waiting for those things to pop up. And it's nice and crisp, and it's perfect for the sandwich. So just do a little sauce on the bread. If you toast it, the sauce doesn't soak into the bread, so it's better. Leaf of bib lettuce, just a really tender lettuce, right on top. Some avocado. What I did was peel these, slice them, and I tossed them in lemon juice to keep them from turning brown. One of the things I love about these sandwiches is I really do love that high-low thing, you know, like truffle mac and cheese or caviar on baked potatoes. I think lobster BLTs is definitely in that category. Some tomato. This is great for a summer lunch. So next is bacon. I actually roasted it in the oven, which is easier to do for a large amount. Then the lobster. This is enough for 4 sandwiches. And then a little more sauce right on top. And that is the lobster BLT. Now I'm gonna go make 3 more. Ta-da! That's 4 lobster BLTs. I'd say that's classic food updated, and I think one of these has my name on it. It is lunchtime sometime, right? That looks so good. I'm starting with good tuna, and it's Italian tuna packed in olive oil. I just find it has really good flavor. I need 14 ounces. One of the nice things about the sandwich is everything tastes better if you make it a little ahead of time. I've already made the hummus, and now I'm making the tuna salad. I'm just gonna drain the tuna. I want a little bit of the oil, but not all of it. Okay, into a big bowl to mix it all together. I'm just gonna flake it a little bit. Now I'm just gonna add some really good ingredients. They're sort of classic tuna ingredients, but with the volume turned up. So the first thing is 1/4 cup of chopped celery. Then I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons of chopped onion. This is just a yellow onion. 2 tablespoons of chopped cornichon. It's got that sort of nice vinegary thing going. Instead of pickles, I think cornichon are really nice. So just big rough chop. This is not like a fancy French dish that needs a perfect chop. And now, because I also like the sour part of it, a little bit of lemon, 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. I'm just gonna do it through the strainer so we don't get seeds in it. There's something about fish and lemon that goes together. Why not in tuna salad? Okay, now I need a few things to make it moist. So I'm gonna use 2 tablespoons of the oil that the tuna came in, because that's got great flavor, but I don't want all of it. 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise, just enough to bind it. One teaspoon of mustard. I use Dijon mustard. Half a teaspoon of salt. Make sure it has great flavor. 1/4 teaspoon of pepper. Just gonna mix that all together. Now the secret to really good tuna is the flavors really develop if you let them sit for a little while in the fridge. They sort of blend together. Okay, into the fridge. Like tuna, the hummus actually is much better when it sits in the fridge for a while. Flavor's really developed. You can buy hummus, but it's so much better when you make it yourself. Drain 2 cups of canned chickpeas and reserve the liquid. Then put the chickpeas into the bowl of a food processor fitted with a steel blade and add 2 tablespoons of the reserved liquid. Add 1/3 cup of tahini, which is a paste made from ground sesame seeds. It's delicious and nutty. Add 4 cloves of minced garlic and 6 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. That's going to be about 3 lemons. Now for a real kick, 8 dashes of Tabasco sauce, or as much as you can stand, and 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. Process the hummus until it's moist and thick and coarsely pureed. And that's it. Okay, a couple of hours in the fridge, and I'm ready to make sandwiches. I love all the big, bold flavors of the things from the farm. Of course, you can buy arugula at the grocery store. You need about 8 ounces for the salad. I actually love composed salads like this because you can really throw anything in that you like. I always go into the pantry and go, that would be good in this. That's how this salad came about. So the arugula, I just cut it in pieces. 1/2 cup of dried cranberries. Just toss them all in. And I've toasted some walnuts. It's about 1/2 cup of toasted walnuts. I toast them because when they're crisp, they really have that sort of walnut flavor. Just a big rough chop right on top. I'm gonna assemble all the pieces and then make a vinaigrette. Next, an apple. Granny Smith apple from my farm box. I'm just gonna peel it and chop it. Granny Smith apple's great because it's really tart, but if you have another apple, you can use really any apple you like. Just get a big chop. I don't like things too finely diced. I really want to just know they're there. Look how gorgeous that is. Okay, next is blue cheese. I'm going to use Roquefort because I love it. I need about 6 ounces of crumbled blue cheese. Roquefort is French sheep's milk cheese. So just give it a chop and then crumble it a little bit. What a great combination is it? Sweet and piquant and peppery. It's got everything going for it in this salad. So for the vinaigrette, I want a really fresh flavor. So because of the apples in the salad, I'm going to use apple cider vinegar, about 3 tablespoons. Okay, then I need 2½ teaspoons of Dijon mustard. I want this to have lots of flavor. 2 tablespoons of maple syrup, about a teaspoon of grated orange zest. And if you do it right into the bowl, you get all of the oils into the salad dressing. Okay, and then orange juice. Okay, I'm just gonna approximate. This is the kind of salad dressing you just want to taste and make sure it's right. Fantastic. Okay, lots of salt and pepper. Vinaigrette has to be really highly seasoned. Because remember, it's just going to coat the lettuce. Give it a whisk, and then 2/3 cup of olive oil. The mustard actually acts as an emulsifier, so if you pour it in really slowly, it'll emulsify the dressing. Okay, that should do it. Just taste it, make sure it's right. It's great. Really taste the maple syrup. You can taste the mustard and the apple and orange. Just pour it right over. Just enough to moisten it, but not soak it. Give it a big toss, and then I have one more thing to put in. Something salty and crunchy. A little bacon that I roasted at 400 degrees for about 20 minutes. That's the last thing I put in. When I'm testing recipes, this is usually just about the time that my assistant Barbara shows up. It's lunchtime. I think this is going to be really good. Starting with really good tuna. This is Spanish tuna. It's packed in olive oil, but it's big pieces, and it's absolutely delicious. It's moist. The flavor is fantastic. I really look for some kind of imported tuna in a glass jar. With all respect to American tuna, this is particularly good. Okay, the tuna's broken up. Not too much, but just enough. And now we're going to add lots of good things. Some diced celery. I always use the hearts of celery. I just think it's tenderer than the outside. The outside can sometimes be a little stringy. Lots of scallions. Give it lots of onion flavor, mix it all in. And dill. I know it doesn't normally go with a tuna fish sandwich, but it makes such a difference. About 3 tablespoons of fresh dill. Think of dill with seafood, but you don't normally put it in tuna salad. And I thought, let me try it. It was really good. It's got that kind of anisey flavor. Okay, fresh lemon juice kind of brightens everything. Salt and pepper. Give it a little heat. It's amazing how salt and pepper makes everything taste better. Okay, next is the mayonnaise. And what I'm going to do is flavor the mayonnaise. About 3/4 of a cup of good grocery store mayonnaise. Next is anchovy paste, just 1 teaspoon. I know, there are a lot of people that don't like anchovy paste, but it just gives a little extra depth of flavor and you don't know it's anchovies. Okay, this is going to go right into the tuna. I mean, so far, almost everything has been in your vegetable bin or your pantry. I'm going to mix this in. This is just comfort food, weeknight dinner, perfect thing to make. My mother always used to make us tuna fish sandwiches when we were kids. Trust me, it didn't taste anything like this. These are so much better. Okay, tuna salad's done. I'm just going to pile it on 4 pieces of toasted white bread. So that's the tuna, next is the cheese. So I've grated some Emmenthal, it's Swiss cheese. It's got a really good nutty flavor. I love it, and it's gonna be really good on this. I grated it so it melts a little better. I like the way it looks, I like the way it melts, I like the way it tastes. It's all good. I don't wanna see any orange slices on this. You want all the ingredients to have as much flavor as possible. Each thing has to earn its place in the recipe. Okay, into the oven under the broiler, just for 1 or 2 minutes, just until the cheese melts. I want the tuna still to be cool. Watch it really carefully. Okay, I think they're ready. Oh, this looks so good. Okay, tell me these aren't the best looking tuna sandwiches you've ever seen. I love these. And I'm not even a tuna melt aficionado, but these are really good. They look kind of gooey and cheesy and tuna fish. This is perfect retro food for a weeknight dinner. The ultimate comfort food. And because I can't ever leave well enough alone, I'm just gonna put a little microgreen on top. It's like a little peppery salad. It just kind of freshens the whole thing. I think you can find them in any grocery store now. It's like having a salad with your tuna melt. I don't think there's a restaurant in America that doesn't have a chicken Caesar salad on the menu. I'd like to take something really traditional and do it with a twist. And I thought, wouldn't it be fun to take the croutons and put it on the outside? So I'm gonna make a chicken Caesar salad sandwich. So I'm gonna start with ciabatta. And I'm going to put it on a sheet tray and bake it at 350 for about 5 to 7 minutes until it's just a little toasted. Next thing is the pancetta. So I'm going to take 8 slices of pancetta and just put them out in a single layer on a sheet tray. And I'm going to bake it along with the ciabatta until it's nice and crisp like bacon. Okay, last 2 pieces. Into the oven, 350 degrees. This one for 5 to 7 minutes, this one for 15. I cooked some chicken for the sandwich. Actually, I find this is such a great way to do it. It's on the bone with the skin on, olive oil, salt and pepper, 350 degrees, 35 minutes. It's really moist. Perfect. So the best part of this sandwich is the garlicky Caesar dressing that I'm going to make for it. First, I'm going to start with garlic. Right into the food processor. Okay, next, 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Okay, that's about 2 tablespoons. Right in the food processor. Next thing is anchovy paste, critical for Caesar dressing. 1½ teaspoons. Anchovy paste gives this really great flavor. 1 teaspoon of Dijon mustard. Just process that until the garlic and the parsley are minced. Okay, now some lemon juice. About 1.5 tablespoons. Okay. Half a cup of mayonnaise. Okay, just make a nice smooth sauce. And that's Caesar dressing. So first, I'm gonna slather this sandwich. And the toasted bread really is gonna absorb all this great sauce. Okay, time to layer the sandwich. First, I'm gonna start with a layer of baby arugula, if you can find it. It's nice and peppery, it's great with this. Okay, the next thing is sun-dried tomatoes. This is gonna make about 5 or 6 sandwiches. The next thing is Parmesan cheese. I think it's so much nicer if you have like a whole slice of it. Right on top. Next is the cooked pancetta, right down the middle. So the next thing is the chicken. So I'm just gonna take the skin off. And then I'm just gonna slice it and put it right on the sandwich. Okay, right onto the sandwich. Just right down the middle. Okay, a little salt and pepper. Right on top of the chicken. Pepper. The last thing is some arugula right on top. Put the top on and just slice it in sandwiches. Oof, this is gonna be really good. I don't know if we'll get any work done, but it'll be delicious. We're all gonna need a nap instead of getting any work done. We can get this one on. Whew. So the first thing I'm gonna make for my lunch today, besides getting a facial, is a crunchy noodle salad with lots of Asian spices. So I'm gonna start with thin pasta. I actually like thin spaghetti for it. It seems to absorb the flavor the best. Put that in the bowl. Okay, the next thing is sugar snap peas, about 1 pound. I'm gonna salt the water and then blanch them for about 3 to 5 minutes, just until they're crisp tender. Okay, first scallions go into the salad, then the red peppers. And the next thing is the sugar snap peas. But I'm gonna shock them first, which means taking them out of the boiling water, putting them in ice water to stop the cooking. Really sets the color and it stops them from getting overcooked. Just takes a second. Perfect. Just make sure they're really cold. And they are. Right into the salad. It's really cold. Okay, now the sauce. It's got great flavor. Okay, the first thing is a cup of vegetable oil. I don't use olive oil here because I want the other Asian flavors to come out. So I wanted a clear oil with no flavor. Right into the bowl. 1/4 cup of rice wine vinegar. You can find this in the Asian section in your grocery store. 1/3 cup of soy sauce. 3 tablespoons of toasted sesame oil. This isn't the clear one. This is the one that's the dark one and it's got lots of flavor. 1 tablespoon of honey, give it a little sweetness. And 2 cloves of chopped garlic. So 1 teaspoon of grated ginger. And if you want it hotter, you can always put more in. Okay, and this is the good stuff, 1/2 cup of peanut butter. That's really what gives it sort of an Indonesian flavor. And you want to use smooth peanut butter. And then just whisk it all together. And you can make this sauce way in advance. And you can make the salad in advance, but not too far because actually the soy sauce will break down the noodles. I think the last thing I'm going to put in the sauce is some toasted sesame seeds. I toasted them in a dry pan. Just put about 2 tablespoons in. I'm going to save the rest to decorate the salad. Okay, right on the salad. So this is the warm noodles. I use spaghetti, thin spaghetti. And the scallions, sugar snap peas, red peppers. Toss it all together. I like lots of sauce on it. Need some chopped parsley, just a rough chop. And then some more sesame seeds, so it looks like sesame. I decided I'm gonna make Robin John one of my all-time favorite soups, lentil vegetable soup. It's a really rich, hearty soup with lots of chunky vegetables. First thing you need is 4 cups of chopped onions. That's about 3 large onions. Okay, next thing is leeks. So onions and leeks are milder than onions. About 4 cups of leeks, right into the pot. Next thing is garlic. 3 cloves of garlic, just roughly chopped. Okay, that's about 1 tablespoon of garlic, right into the pot. Now lots of seasonings. 1 tablespoon of salt. I use kosher salt. Half a tablespoon, which is 1½ teaspoons of pepper. And lots of flavor with fresh thyme, about a tablespoon. Just run your finger down the stem, then the leaves come off. They're tiny, so there's really no need to chop them. Love the smell of fresh thyme, but it's strong. Just about a tablespoon. Then add a teaspoon of cumin. Cumin's used in a lot of ethnic cooking, Middle Eastern, Indian. It's not something I use often, but in the lentil soup, it really sort of brings out that earthy flavor of the lentils, which is great. Give it a big stir, and just cook that over medium heat for about 20 minutes until the leeks and the onions are just beautiful and tender and not browned. It's gonna make one big pot of soup. Next is lentils. Can't make lentil soup without lentils. I like to use the French green lentils. You can find them in specialty food stores. I just think they have better texture. So I need 2 cups of lentils. Just cover them with boiling water and let them soak for about 15 minutes, and then they'll cook faster in the soup. Okay, everything into the pot. 3 cups of carrots. 3 cups of celery. This is one big chunky pot of soup. I'm just going to cook that at medium heat for about 10 minutes until the vegetables start to become tender. 3 quarts of chicken stock. This makes a lot of soup. If you want to make this vegetarian, you can always use vegetable stock, but I really like the depth of flavor that comes from chicken stock. 1/4 cup of tomato paste. I actually love these tubes. It's a great way to store it in the fridge, what's left over. Just squeeze it in, give it a big stir, and next the lentils. Just gonna drain the lentils. They're softened now from being in the boiling water. And they're gonna go right in. French lentils are really firmer than regular lentils, just have a much better flavor and better texture. This is really the most flavorful lentil soup. The guys are gonna love it. Bring it to a boil and then lower the heat and simmer it for about an hour, uncovered, so it gets really thick and absolutely delicious. This is actually quite a lunch. A hearty, delicious lentil vegetable soup. Chicken salad Veronique. It's like chicken salad, but elevated to party food. I thought Michael and Jim would really like it. So the first thing I did was I roasted chicken breasts, olive oil, salt and pepper for 35 minutes at 350 degrees, and it really makes the chicken so much moister than poaching it. Let it cool a little bit, take the skin off. So I'm just gonna cube this. I don't want it too small, but I want sort of bite-sized pieces are perfect. I'm going just right into the bowl. Chicken's still a little warm, which is a great way to make the salad, and then it really absorbs the flavor. Once it's cold, it's firmer and it doesn't absorb the flavor so much. So chicken salad Veronique, I think, comes from probably Sol Veronique, which is classically made with grapes. Chicken has so much more flavor when it's roasted than it does when it's poached. There's something about the water that just takes all the flavor out of it, and there's something about the olive oil, salt, and pepper that gives it flavor. So I think for tonight I'm going to do 4 chicken breasts. Okay, now for the sauce. So first, half a cup of mayonnaise. I'm just going to put it right into the bowl and toss it all together. Okay, now some green things. So fresh tarragon, which is a really sort of delicate herb. 1.5 tablespoons of fresh tarragon leaves. This really is the place for fresh herbs. I'm just gonna chop it up. It smells wonderful. I think it's a really underused herb, tarragon. Okay, the next thing is celery, in the category of lots of green things. I'm gonna run my knife right down the middle. Leave it attached on the top. And just chop it up. Okay, right in. I think I'll do 2 stalks of celery. It's about 1 cup of celery. But the good news is you can do as much as you like. Okay, that should be just about 1 cup. And now comes the very neat part, green grapes. So I need about 1 cup of green grapes cut in half. I want to make sure you use seedless grapes. Nobody wants to be crunching their chicken salad. This salad will sit very well too because all the flavors, the tarragon will really get into the chicken and the sweetness of the grapes. Okay, that's it for the grapes. A little salt and pepper, 1.5 teaspoons of salt. I know it sounds odd to have salt and grapes together, but really brings out the flavor of them. 1 teaspoon of pepper. Toss it all together. And that's chicken salad Veronique. I've got just a very simple Pullman loaf, good bakery loaf, not like the stuff from the grocery store. So I'm gonna need 1 cup of mayonnaise, 1/4 cup of mustard. I use good Dijon mustard. And this is the unusual ingredient, Parmesan cheese. 1/4 cup of Parmesan cheese. I think that works best. And just whisk it all together. And I'm gonna spread this on the bread before I even put the cheese in. I mean, how bad could that be? Okay, that's done. But first, I'm gonna spread some butter on the bread. And that's gonna make sure it's gonna be nice and brown and crisp when it goes into the grill pan or the press. Okay, so that's the butter. Now I'm just gonna flip them all over. You want the butter on the outside of the sandwich. And then I'm gonna spread the inside with the mustard and mayonnaise mixture. I find a spoon for this, an easier way to spread it on. So inside of this, I'm gonna put really good cheese, some crumbled bacon, and put it in a panini press. If you don't have a panini press, you can always do it in a saute pan, just like classic grilled cheese sandwich. Okay, now for the bacon. I think the easiest way to cook bacon is in the oven. On a rack, 400 degrees, 20 to 30 minutes. It comes out perfectly every time. Okay, I'm just gonna put it on the board and just dice it up. Every sandwich gets just a little bit. And just give this a big dice. Just big pieces like that. It's easier to distribute on the sandwiches. Okay, that's the bacon. I'm just gonna put a few pieces on each sandwich. It's a cheese sandwich, not a bacon sandwich. Just adds a little extra flavor. Now we need cheese. I need 6 ounces of cheddar. That should be about 6 ounces right here. And I need 6 ounces of Gruyere. I love Gruyere for this because it's got this really nutty flavor. So the fastest way I know to grate cheese in the food processor. Watch this, it's so fast, I love it. Just put it right in the feed tube. Oh, I can't get it all in. Yeah, I can. And that's the cheese. So I'm just gonna put lots of cheese on each one. Just pile it up. Remember, it's all gonna melt together. And only on half the bread slices. Then I'm just gonna take the tops and put them on the bottoms. These are major grilled cheese sandwiches. So I'm gonna do 2 sandwiches at a time. Takes about 3 to 5 minutes. It'll be nice and browned on both sides. Love the sizzle. And when I'm done with this, I'm gonna take them all outside. I'm gonna photograph them in the garden.
Just grab that one branch and pull it across that way a little bit. There you go, that way, that's it, that's good.
So the first thing I need for the puree is 2 cups of basil leaves. What I'm gonna do is blanch them in hot water, and what that does is really set the green color, so it's fresh green basil in the potato basil puree. So I need a big pot of boiling salted water. What I'm gonna do is use the same water for the basil as I am for the potatoes. So 2 cups of fresh basil leaves, right into the water. And it's gonna sit there for about 15 seconds, just until it's blanched. And then into ice water, which is called shocking, and it really sets the green color. Okay, right into the ice water, which is why you wanna have the ice water ready before you start. Okay, next, the potatoes. So I've got 2 pounds of Yukon Gold potatoes. They're peeled in maybe about 1.5-inch dice. And those are gonna cook for about 20 to 25 minutes. And while they cook, little home movies. I'm gonna show you where I got the inspiration for these potatoes. It's the Bistro de Paris. It's near the Seine, and it's the real thing. Old school Parisian bistro with incredible charm. If you order veal chops in a place like this, you are definitely having potato puree alongside. So, drain potatoes, put the lid on. So the next thing I'm gonna do is heat up some half and half. I've got 1 cup, just to a simmer. I'm gonna add 3/4 of a cup of Parmesan cheese. It's really important not to let the cream boil though, because Parmesan will end up a mess. Okay, next I'm gonna puree the basil in the food processor. Just strain it really well. Ooh, that's cold. So I'm just gonna put this in, and then I'm gonna put the cream in and puree them together. It's hot but not boiling. So this is the mixture that's gonna go into the potatoes. So just give it a whir. So now I'm gonna show you how I make mashed potatoes, actually in the pot. And I'm just gonna break them up a little bit and then turn it on. And it makes the most fabulous mashed potatoes. Light and fluffy. Okay, so these are perfectly broken up. So just very slowly add enough basil cream so the mashed potatoes are the right texture. I always save a little bit for later, just in case they get too thick. Okay, 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper. Just mix that all in. Oh, does this smell good? It's a tough job I have. Oh, it's smooth and creamy. The basil is, it's just delicious. You can really taste the Parmesan. This potato basil puree smells so amazing. I'm just gonna give it a whisk. It's just the right texture. You can really smell the Parmesan and all the basil. Wow. A little sprinkling of Parmesan on top. Could it look any better? I'm gonna start with 2 pounds of Yukon Gold potatoes. And I cut them in big chunks, 1-inch chunks. I love that I don't peel them because I hate peeling potatoes. So, potatoes go in the sheet pan. This recipe is inspired by River Cafe in London, which is renowned for its Italian food. So the next thing's garlic. I need 8 cloves of garlic. This is what I do. I take off the stem end, and instead of peeling it, what I do is I just tap it lightly, and you'll see the peel just comes right off. And I'm gonna put the whole garlic right on the pan, just like that. Next is 2 branches of rosemary. I just put the whole thing on. Don't even have to take the leaves off. Next, I'm gonna do a half a lemon. I'll show you how I prep it. Cut the ends off. Slice it like that. And then just slice it really thinly. And this is gonna roast right on the pan with the potatoes. All the sugars in it caramelize, and they mix with the potato. Okay, these are classic Tuscan flavors. Lots of olive oil. Just enough so that it's gonna roast perfectly. Lots of salt and pepper. Pepper. Okay, clean hands, cook's best tool. Just toss them all together and spread them out in one layer. Okay, into the oven, 375 degrees for 55 minutes until they're nice and browned and crisp. Tuscan roasted potatoes should be done. I smell all that lemon, it's just fantastic. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do is take out the rosemary stems. But how amazing is that? All the leaves come off. Okay, one more ingredient, this is one of my really important good ingredients, is fleur de sel. I'll tell you more about it later. Just a sprinkling, and that's Tuscan roasted potatoes with lemon, and the lemon makes all the difference in the world. So I boiled 2 pounds of potatoes. I like to mix the white and the red potatoes. And what I'm gonna do is just slice these really thickly. These are almost done. And then what I'm gonna do while it's still warm, this gives it so much flavor, is about 2 tablespoons, but a nice splash of white wine. You can use leftover wine from dinner last night. And a splash of chicken stock. And while the potatoes are still warm, it really gets into the potatoes. Big spoon, just toss it all together. Some salt and pepper. You want the potatoes just to have as much flavor as possible before you start. So that's the potatoes, and the next thing I'm gonna make is the vinaigrette. So the key ingredients for a good vinaigrette are good vinegar and good olive oil. I'm gonna do, this is champagne vinegar, but if you have good cider vinegar or white wine vinegar, it's great. I just wouldn't use red wine vinegar for this. And then I'm gonna add about a half a teaspoon of Dijon mustard. And salt and pepper. For some reason, I think Americans are really sort of daunted by vinaigrette. It's the easiest thing in the world and so much better than that bottled stuff you get. And then slowly pour good olive oil into this. And you make an emulsion. The mustard seems to emulsify the vinaigrette so it stays together. Kind of like making a mayonnaise. Just do the olive oil slowly. Great. So this is just gonna go on the potatoes, just to flavor them, and that's all gonna soak into those warm potatoes, and the rest I'm gonna save for later. And now the last thing is lots of fresh herbs, and that's what gives the potatoes such a fresh flavor. So we have chopped scallions, chop them already, but give them another rough cut. I really like when they're roughly cut. I don't like them to be so precision-like that you don't actually see what it is. It just gives you a sense that there are scallions in it. Look how gorgeous this looks. And fresh basil, just take the leaves off. And you can either do this with a rough chop or you can do it julienne, but I think I'm just gonna do it roughly chopped. Okay, lots of fresh basil. And then fresh dill. It's a great way to take leaves off the dill, is just run your knife along the, and it takes all those leaves off without pulling them off one by one. And then the longer this soaks in the fridge and the longer it sits, the better it tastes, so. Potatoes are really tender, but they're still firm enough so they have flavor. You could use a little more salt. That's my motto, it always needs more salt. A little more pepper, bring out the flavors, and it's going to be just delicious. In my experience, if you don't make mashed potatoes for Thanksgiving, somebody's going to complain. So I'm going to show you my classic mashed potatoes and 3 variations just to turn up the volume. So the potatoes are cooked. Test them with a knife, make sure they're perfectly cooked. And they are. So I'm just going to drain them. Ooh, nice steam bath. Okay, at this point, basically most people would use a potato masher or a food mill, but I'm gonna do them in an electric mixer, and they come out really creamy and chunky at the same time. So good. I'll put them in the bowl of an electric mixer, turn it on low speed for a few seconds just to break them up. Then slowly add a hot mixture of 1 cup of whole milk and 6 tablespoons of melted butter. This makes the potatoes really creamy. Then I'll add a half a cup of sour cream, 2 teaspoons of kosher salt, 1 teaspoon of black pepper, Give it a final mix, and the potatoes are done. So once you've nailed the classic recipe for mashed potatoes, you can use it for all kinds of incredible variations. Let me tell you about some of mine. Idea 1. Add 3 ounces of room temperature white truffle butter to the mashed potatoes. Mix it in, and classic mashed potatoes become truffle mashed potatoes. It's so luxurious. Idea 2. Add half a cup of freshly grated Parmesan cheese, and you have Parmesan mashed potatoes, spicy and delicious. Idea 3. Into a pan, just add half a cup of garlic cloves to half a cup of olive oil. Bring it to a boil. Lower the heat and simmer it for 20 minutes until the garlic is soft and just lightly browned. Then turn off the heat and let it cool. After 20 minutes, add the tender garlic cloves to the mashed potatoes, along with 3 tablespoons of the garlic oil. Mix them in, and wow, really garlicky mashed potatoes. That's 3 variations that everyone will love. But don't forget the classic. It's really good, too. I just can't help myself. I have to try it. It is. It's creamy and chunky. You can really taste a little sour cream. So good.
So in the pan here, I've cooked about 2 cups of boiling potatoes. They're the firm, round ones rather than the baking potatoes. And I peeled them and just cooked them in a little butter for about 10 or 15 minutes until they're really just tender and browned. And they should be perfect right now. Now I'm going to make the basis of it, which is this gorgeous omelet all mixed together. I'm going to start with, just like an omelet, 8 eggs. And I actually find that you can use whatever's left over from dinner. If you have chicken and broccoli the night before, it makes a delicious frittata. Counting. 1 more. I'm going to just scramble them a little bit. And then we're going to add lots of great flavorings. About 15 ounces of ricotta, which is 1 whole small container. And then 3/4 pound of Gruyere cheese. Gruyère's it's wonderful, like Swiss cheese. I know, it's eggs, cheese, and butter. It's delicious. How bad can that be? And then a little bit of butter. The last major food group. I'm not suggesting you eat this every day, but once in a while for a treat, it's wonderful. And then basil. I think basil is just such a great flavoring. So I'll just take the leaves off the stems and chop them very roughly. I love the smell of fresh basil. And then the last 2 ingredients are 1/3 cup of flour to give it a little substance, and 3/4 teaspoon of baking powder to make it rise. So I'm going to stir this all together. Make sure it's nicely blended. Cheeses and the basil and eggs. And that's it. I'm just going to pour this right over the potato. And then this whole thing goes in the oven. So instead of making individual omelets for everybody, I have 1 big omelet and we're all going to share it. So it goes in the oven at 350 degrees for about 50 minutes to an hour, and it's going to be puffed and golden and delicious. Oh, how gorgeous is that? Whew. And just in case you're all still hungry, I have a potato basil frittata.
What's in this, Ina?
It's potatoes and basil and Gruyere and ricotta, and it's beautiful. Devin, ricotta. There are a lot of voices coming from over here. It's hot, hot, hot.
Oh, fantastic. Are there leeks in it?
Thank you. I think that one's.
So first I'm just going to test them and make sure they're really done. And I just use a cake tester, a skewer. Okay, no resistance, exactly right. I'm going to drain them. I'll show you what I do. I have a little secret about this. So this is 2 pounds of Yukon Gold potatoes. I boil these for about 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the size of the potatoes. And what I'm going to do is I drain them and then take a nice clean kitchen towel, got to be clean, and put it right over the top and just let them steam for about 10 minutes. And the steam gets in the potatoes and they end up perfectly cooked. So in the meantime, I'm going to make the dressing. Most potato salads are so boring. They're like potatoes and mayonnaise with maybe a little salt if you're lucky. I just think they can be really flavorful. I add lots of fresh herbs like tarragon and dill. I start with 1 cup of mayonnaise. You don't have to make your own. 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. I like a little bit of acid in things like this. It just gives it an edge that really gives it lots of flavor. This is a small lemon, so it should be perfect. 2 tablespoons of tarragon vinegar. If you don't have tarragon vinegar, any good white wine vinegar is fine. Don't go out and buy a whole bottle of tarragon vinegar for 2 tablespoons. 2 teaspoons of salt. Remember, this is the dressing, and potatoes are fairly bland, so you want them to have lots of flavor. 1 teaspoon of pepper, and just give it a whisk together. And then I'm gonna add tarragon, fresh dill, red onion, scallions. It's gonna have really good flavor. So these potatoes are just cool enough to handle. I actually love to put the dressing on a potato salad while the potatoes are still warm because it really absorbs better. 2 pounds of potatoes. All done. Okay, into a bowl. And remember, you want to do this while they're still a little bit warm. This isn't the time to go answer the phone. Okay, enough dressing just to moisten it. Give it a big stir. And see, when you toss it, it breaks up a little bit. So you don't want to make them too small to start with. Okay, next, 3 tablespoons of chopped scallions, just right into the salad. 3 tablespoons of minced onions. And then some fresh herbs to give it a really fresh flavor. So I'm going to use dill and tarragon, 2 tablespoons of each one. Just give the dill a nice rough chop. I love the smell of it. Okay, 2 tablespoons of fresh tarragon. And then I'm going to put the rest of the dressing in. I think it really needs it. It's kind of my habit to put half the dressing in and then half later when I'm done. You just never know how much it's going to absorb, and I hate when it's just soggy. So give it a nice stir. The nice thing about this potato salad is it has to sit for about 30 minutes. All the flavors meld together. They get into the potatoes. I make a special breakfast for Jeffrey. It's potato latkes with applesauce. Something from my childhood. My mother used to make them when I was little. Basically 2 baking potatoes that I've peeled. And I'm just grating them in a box grater. You can actually do it in a food processor on the grating disc, but for 2 potatoes, it's not worth making a mess. You don't want to do this too long in advance because the potatoes will turn brown. Not pretty. The big thing here is keep your fingers out of the grater. Okay, so that's 2 potatoes. So I take a clean kitchen towel and just put the potatoes right inside and just roll the kitchen towel around it and then just squeeze it right over the sink so you get as much liquid out of it as you can possibly get. This is actually why baking potatoes are good for this. Any other potato has much more moisture in it. Baking potatoes tend to be a little dry. Okay, fantastic. Right into the bowl. Okay, next I need 1 egg. Just beat it for a second. Right into the potatoes. 3 tablespoons of flour. So it's really like making pancakes, but it has potato in it. Okay, 1 1/4 teaspoons of salt, and 1/4 teaspoon of pepper, and just give it a big stir. Okay, ready to fry the pancakes. It's like time to make the donuts. So I'm just gonna heat up a big pan. You don't wanna crowd them because you want them to really fry nicely. And I've made some clarified butter, which is really helpful. It doesn't burn at a high temperature. 3 tablespoons of clarified butter. Clarified butter is really important because the milk solids in butter are gonna burn, and you don't want this to. So to make clarified butter, what you do is heat butter and just let it settle. The milk solids will come out to the bottom, and then you pour off the clear golden liquid, and that's clarified butter. Okay, clarified butter is nice and hot. It's got a tablespoon of pancake mix right in. For hors d'oeuvres, I do little potato pancakes, but for this, I think I'm gonna do a heaping tablespoon for each one, just for Jeffrey and me. Ooh, is he gonna be happy? So I think I'll get probably 6 out of this, which is perfect. 3 for him, 3 for me. So I'm just gonna let them brown on one side for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna flip them over. Do these smell good? There's something wonderful about those crisp potato pancakes and that sort of creamy applesauce. Such a great combination. I think they smell like they're just about ready to, ooh, wait till you see this. Perfect. Absolutely perfect potato pancakes. Just check each one before you turn it over. Make sure it's just perfectly golden brown on the underside. Hi, babe.
Hey, what you got?
I'm making breakfast for us.
You're making breakfast for me?
Yeah.
What do you
I know, it really
What are
happens.
you making?
How about potato pancakes and applesauce?
What a great combination.
A very old-fashioned Eastern European Jewish.
I'll tell you what.
And you and I.
And that's us.
Old-fashioned Eastern European Jews.
Ooh, that looks really,
And I think breakfast is served.
really good. Wow.
Well, I hope you like them. Skillet roasted chicken and potatoes is the perfect comforting weeknight dinner. So what I did was I marinated chicken thighs in buttermilk, and what that does is really tenderize it for like 8 to 12 hours. Not more than that, otherwise it gets too tender. I'm just gonna take these chicken thighs and put it in a skillet, a little oil in the bottom, and just let the marinade drain off. These are bone-in, skin-on chicken thighs. Okay, this is the last one, right in there. You want space between them so they roast really evenly. So I'm gonna start with 2 tablespoons of mustard and just a splash of white wine. I'm using Chablis, but whatever you have in the fridge. Just mix them together. This really has great layers of flavor because I'm the mustard and wine, and then I'm gonna add thyme. And you can just see it when it all bakes together. It's just fabulous. So this dish has chicken and potatoes together. I'm gonna cook the chicken first and then put the potatoes in. So you have a whole dinner. And this is just one skillet, no side dishes. When I started trying to make things in one dish instead of having lots of dishes as usual, I thought this was just fantastic because it might have taken a few minutes to make dinner, but cleanup was like such an easy thing to do. Okay. And then I'm going to sprinkle it with fresh thyme leaves. Next is a little sprinkle of paprika. Just gives a little smoky flavor to it. And then salt and pepper. Pepper. Nice thing about this dish is everybody loves it. Chicken and potatoes, what's not to like? Okay, into the oven, 350 degrees for 30 minutes. So the first part of the chicken is done. Oh, this looks delicious, just as it is, but I'm gonna make it even better. It smells fabulous. See how the chicken and the paprika and the thyme all make it have so much flavor. So I'm just gonna take the chicken out. I'll show you what I'm doing. This is the key to one-pot cooking. It has several stages. So I've got 2 large Yukon Gold potatoes, and they're actually unpeeled, which is even better. I'm just gonna put them right into the chicken juices and the flavors, the mustard and wine, everything that's in the bottom of this pan. Just slice them about a half-inch thick. And then I'm gonna flavor them. Can't have potatoes without garlic, so I've got a tablespoon of garlic, just goes on top of that. Salt and pepper. This is just a great weeknight meal. It's so easy to do. You do the first stage, have yourself a glass of wine, do the second stage, and dinner's ready. I'm just gonna toss the potatoes in the juices so they really get into the flavor of the potatoes. All those chicken juices and mustard and wine. Sounds good, doesn't it? Okay, now I'm just gonna put the chicken right back on. And then it goes back in the oven and finishes cooking. So you've got everything together in one dish. You don't even need a side dish. Just want to get all the juices. Okay, I'm gonna get this back into the oven. I'm gonna tell you what happens next. I'll put the skillet into a 350-degree oven for 30 minutes. When the time's up, I'll take it out, raise the oven temperature to 425, transfer the chicken to a plate, and cover it loosely with foil. While it rests, I'll put the potatoes back into the oven for 15 minutes to get them brown and crispy. Then it's back to the oven to remove the potatoes. Yum. And I'll put the chicken back on top of the potatoes, ready for serving. So the next high-low dish I'm making is I'm going to take a simple baked potato and I'm going to do a crust with herbs and lemon zest. And then I'm going to fill it with whipped feta. Okay. I'm going to take these 4 huge potatoes, put them on the sheet pan. Okay. Then the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pierce them with a fork, because otherwise you'll have potatoes exploding all over your oven, which isn't pretty. Not to mention you wouldn't have dinner. Okay. Now I'm going to make an herb and lemon rub that I'm going to put on the potatoes, and it makes them taste so good. So first I need rosemary. I'm going to just chop it first. I need about a tablespoon. Just put it right in the food processor. And now 2 teaspoons of thyme leaves, the zest of 1 lemon, and lots of salt. I'm using a tablespoon of fleur de sel or sea salt, which has got kind of a briny flavor rather than being too sharp and salty. And just give that a pulse so it gets really finely chopped. Okay. Does this smell good? The thing I'm going to do is rub all the potatoes in olive oil and then roll them around in this mixture so it adheres to the outside of it, and then bake them. And that really gets the flavor into it. So, a little olive oil. You don't have to measure it. Just kind of rub it on. Make sure each potato is covered. Olive oil actually does 3 things. Keeps the skin tender, which is good when you're eating it. It flavors the potato, but it also allows the lemon and all the herbs to adhere to it. Lots of flavor. Okay, so I'm gonna take each one and just roll it around in the herbs and the salt and rosemary. And how good does that look? That look great. Just enough on each one to give it lots of flavor. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for 60 minutes, and they're gonna be really tender, and I'm gonna make a great feta filling for them. So the potatoes are almost done. I'm gonna make some whipped feta. I'm gonna slit the potatoes and pile it inside. So first I need 6 ounces of Greek feta. I'm gonna crumble it up. You can use French feta, which is a little milder, but I kind of like the tanginess of Greek feta. I've got 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice, 1/3 cup of olive oil, 2 ounces of cream cheese. It has to be room temperature, otherwise it won't whip well. Salt and pepper. Very simple potato, but it really takes it to another level. And just give it a blitz in the food processor. I want it nice and creamy. How good an idea was this? Okay, I think the potatoes are done. They smell so great. Lemon and herbs and salt. Who wouldn't like that? Okay, I'm just gonna slit them open. Oh, these are really hot. Open it a little bit. Put some of the whipped feta inside. Just pile it up. This is not a boring potato. Maybe some fresh chives. Okay, I'm gonna finish this one. I'm gonna do the rest, and I'm gonna put them on a plate. These are gonna be really good. These are the easiest potatoes in the world. I think I've made more garlic roasted potatoes than every other vegetable combined. I start with red potatoes, but you can really use any kind of thin-skinned potato. Maybe about 2 pounds. If they're big potatoes, I'll cut them in quarters. If they're small potatoes, I'll cut them in half. Okay, a little olive oil. Just drizzle it on. Coarse salt. I use kosher salt, but you can use sea salt or any kind of salt you have around. Lots of fresh pepper. Give it a little spice. Now the secret to my potatoes. Really good garlic. I was trying to find garlic that's very firm like this. It
doesn't have a big sprout on it. You don't want to plant in your potatoes. You want a really good garlic. Peel 6 cloves of garlic. There's a lot of garlic in this meal, but when you cook garlic for a long time, it becomes really sweet. So it's not going to be too garlicky a meal. Now, the easiest way I find to chop garlic is just to leave the tip of the blade on the board and run the knife back and forth and really let the blade do the work. Okay. Go. Lots of garlic. Oh, it smells so good. I'm going to use my hands to mix up the olive oil, salt I've already put on it, the pepper. Okay, into the oven. 400 degrees, for about 30 minutes. Oh, these are the garlic roasted potatoes, and they are seriously garlic. They're all crisp on the outside. I need 16 eggs. It's a lot of eggs, but it's a lot of people. 3 or 4 per person. So I'm going to scramble the eggs. I'm going to make the mixture here, and then take it outside and cook it on the grill. And then after they're cooked, I'm just going to put some goat cheese in it. It's a great combination. One of the things I learned about scrambled eggs that was really interesting is I used to put a lot of liquid in because I thought that made it light and fluffy. But in fact, it's just the opposite. If you put too much liquid into scrambled eggs, what happens is the liquid sort of oozes out. Have you ever seen that when you make scrambled eggs? So in fact, you use less liquid and they're lighter and fluffier. Who knew? So instead of adding a lot of liquid, I'm just going to add half a cup of half and half. 1.5 teaspoons of salt. 3/4 teaspoon of pepper, and just give it a whisk. Okay, that's the scrambled egg mixture. And later, when they're on the grill, when they're just barely cooked, I'm gonna melt some gorgeous goat cheese into it. So I've got a pan with a little bit of butter in it. I'm just gonna put it right in. So this is scrambled eggs, a little bit of cream, half and half actually, salt and pepper. That's simple. And after they're cooked, I'm gonna add goat cheese and chives. It's gonna be really good. Okay, can you stir the scrambled eggs?
Absolutely.
You're the scrambled eggs expert.
This is my specialty.
It is. I'm gonna get the goat cheese ready. So once those are done, I'm just gonna add goat cheese and chopped chives.
And it has to be really slow.
Really slow, really creamy. So I've got 6 ounces of goat cheese, and when the scrambled eggs are just about done, I'm gonna add them in, and some chopped chives. Love fresh chives.
It will be perfect.
It's a great combination, isn't it? I love something fresh in scrambled eggs,
I
like
do
chives
too.
or scallions or parsley or some kind of fresh herb is always great. Perfect. Ready for cheese?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna crumble it right in.
Thanks.
Nothing like doing this in the wind.
Oh, this is gonna be so good on
It's so good because it's just, and pull it off the heat a little bit so it
You're
just
right.
melts in.
You're right.
Just messy but good.
Oh. They are going to love this.
I love the tomatoes and the sausages and okay. And how about some chives?
Right
You
on
ready
top.
for that? Okay.
Yep.
Fresh chives. How good does that
How
look?
beautiful is that?
We're good cooks.
Absolutely.
Little self-congratulations, always good. And you're not going to believe this. Just a little pat of butter at the end makes
Oh,
it
how
even better.
Wonderful.
It just melts right into it. I like the idea of a breakfast party. And those are done.
Oh.
Perfect. Okay, everybody, bon appetit. How are the eggs?
They're so
Eggs are
good.
great.
They're just delicious.
First, I need 12 tablespoons of unsalted butter. That's 1.5 sticks. 1/3 cup of brown sugar. I use light brown sugar. It's really important that the butter be room temperature so you can mix it. Just mix those together. Okay, that's that. These are all made in muffin pans. So I'm just gonna put like a tablespoon in the bottom of each cup. These are actually done upside down. So I'm putting the brown sugar and pecans and butter in the bottom, and then the pastry in the top. And then when they're done, I'm gonna dump them out and they'll be right side up. So that's the butter and sugar. And now I'm gonna put some pecans on the top of each one. Okay, that's the topping. Now for the puff pastry. When I thought of making this with puff pastry, I was hoping it was gonna be as good as the original. And what I found out is it's even better. You buy frozen puff pastry in the grocery store, or especially a food store. What I do is I defrost it overnight in the refrigerator.
You want to keep it really cold because it's important that the butter stay really cold in the sheets of puff pastry. So put this on a board, a little bit of flour so it doesn't stick. No point in making it if it sticks to the board or the counter. So I'm just going to unfold this. Perfect. A little bit of melted butter, brush on the pastry. The key to this is really keeping it very cold, because when the heat of the oven hits the butter and the pastry, it causes steam to rise, and that's actually what makes it light and flaky. Okay. Need 1/3 cup of brown sugar. Sort of pack it lightly. And I'm going to leave a little border, like 1.5 inches around the outside, and then just distribute the brown sugar around so it's even. Okay, so that's the brown sugar. And 1.5 teaspoons of cinnamon. So just distribute it evenly. Again, leaving it 1.5 inch border. And then next part is raisins, 1/2 cup of raisins. That should be about 1/2 cup. Now, what I'm gonna do is roll it up. You wanna roll it up pretty tightly, but not press on it. You wanna just roll it up snugly. And that's why the flour is important, because you just don't want it sticking to the board. And this is the reason you leave the edge. So the butter will make the puff pastry stick at the edge. I'm gonna cut off the ends, just so that you don't have a ragged edge. I'm gonna cut it in half, and then cut each half in thirds. Okay, and then these are just gonna go right into these pans with the brown sugar and butter and pecans. Just press them lightly. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for about 30 minutes until the pastry is firm to the touch and the butter and brown sugar and pecans are caramelized. I'm starting with 4 cups of flour, and I'm gonna make chocolate pecan scones. Nothing boring about that. 1 more, 4 cups. So just scoop it and level it off. Okay, a little bit of sugar, 2 tablespoons. Not too sweet, just a little. 2 tablespoons of baking powder, which is why they're so light and flaky. 4 teaspoons of salt. Okay, so I'm just gonna mix this together. And now I've got really cold butter. It's 3 sticks of butter, it's 3/4 pound. I'm gonna put it in and just let the mixer do its thing until the butter is about the size of peas. So next I need 4 eggs and a cup of heavy cream. I didn't say they were low calorie, I just said they were delicious. And I'm just gonna whisk the eggs and the cream together. So as soon as the flour is just the right consistency, where you can see the butter is just in little bits, then I'm gonna add the wet ingredients. Just put them in slowly. It's gonna be really wet, but that's what makes really good scones. Okay, next are the chocolate and pecans. So I've got 1.5 cups of medium diced bittersweet chocolate and 1 cup of chopped pecans. I'm just gonna toss them together. And to make sure they get well distributed, I'm gonna put in 3 tablespoons of flour, just to coat them a little bit. And make sure they get distributed in the dough. Okay, here goes. So I'm gonna turn this on low and then just slowly add it in. Okay, now comes the fun part. I'll dump out the dough onto a very well-floured board and knead it a few times to be sure the chocolate and pecans are well distributed, adding a little flour so the dough doesn't stick to the board. Then I'll roll out the dough 1 inch thick with a floured rolling pin. Dip a 3-inch cutter in flour, cut out the scones, and place them on 2 parchment-lined sheet pans. Okay, I'm just gonna egg wash the scones now. So I've mixed 1 egg with 2 tablespoons of water. So that's the egg wash. And then just a little bit of sugar on the top. Just give it a little sweet crunch, as though they're not sweet enough. I'll bake the scones at 400 degrees for 10 minutes. Then switch the pans around so they cook evenly and bake them for another 10 minutes. When the tops are lightly browned and the insides are fully baked, I'll take them out and put them on a platter. Ta-da! Gorgeous scones. These look amazing. So I'm starting with 1 cup of ricotta, whole milk ricotta. Next is a cup of buttermilk. You always want to be sure to shake the buttermilk because it settles, but it's got a richness about it that's different from regular milk and a tangy flavor. So far it sounds pretty good, right? Not like ordinary pancakes. Okay, 3 extra large eggs. I'm just gonna whisk these together. Okay, next, 1/4 cup of sugar. I want them to be a little sweet. 1½ tablespoons of grated lemon zest. These are really lemony pancakes. 1/2, that's perfect. And 1/4 cup of freshly squeezed lemon juice. And 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla, pure vanilla extract, as opposed to the imitation stuff. Just whisk this together. Okay, that's the wet ingredients. Next, the dry. So I need 1¼ cups of all-purpose flour, 1/4 cup of cornstarch, which is going to make them really tender, a tablespoon of baking powder, make them light, 1½ teaspoons of salt, just makes them taste good. So that's the dry ingredients. Just mix this in. You don't want to over-mix it because you'll end up with tough pancakes. We want really tender pancakes. Fold it in just enough so the flour's just mixed in. I'm just going to let it sit for 5 minutes, and that allows the gluten in the flour to relax. Makes a really tender pancake. Okay, that's the batter. I'm going to let it sit, and I'm going to prep the figs. So this is what I have. I have fresh figs. They're so delicious. I'm going to cut this in 1/2-inch dice. Try and get ripe figs if you can, but if they're a little underripe, don't worry, because when you cook them, they kind of sweeten and caramelize. Okay, that's 8 figs, 1/2-inch diced. Let's make some pancakes. So I'm starting with clarified butter, and this is what it is. I took some butter, I put it in a pitcher, I put it in the microwave for 30 seconds to melt it. And the milk solids go to the bottom, and that's what burns. The clear liquid on top has a higher burning temperature, and since I don't want burnt pancakes, I'm just gonna use the clear liquid. 2 tablespoons of clarified butter for each batch. And here's my pro tip. I use an ice cream scoop. That way all the pancakes are exactly the same size. I'm only making 3 pancakes, but this batter will make 14. Just place a couple of figs on each pancake. Just make sure every bite has fig in it. So it's about 3 minutes on one side. You're just waiting for bubbles to appear on the top. And this is great when you flip it over. The other side cooks, but the figs really cook too. Okay, big plate. Let's see how these guys are doing. The other side cooks pretty quickly. So you want to press them, and when it springs back, kind of like a cake, they're done. So these guys are done. Butter. This is totally decadent. A little maple syrup, because I love maple syrup. Right there. A little dusting of fresh lemon zest on the top, because that's the first thing you'll taste. Hot pancakes, my favorite. And you can really see the figs inside. Look how fabulous. Don't mind if I do. The figs are so flavorful. And the ricotta and the buttermilk and the lemon. Those are definitely my favorite pancakes. Wow, look how fabulous. Not bad. The main centerpiece of the meal is a potato basil frittata. So in the pan here, I've cooked about 2 cups of boiling potatoes. They're the firm, round ones rather than the baking potatoes. And I peeled them and just cooked them in a little butter for about 10 or 15 minutes until they're really just tender and browned. And they should be perfect right now. Now I'm going to make the basis of it, which is this gorgeous omelet all mixed together. I'm going to start with, just like an omelet, 8 eggs. And I actually find that you can use whatever's left over from dinner. If you have chicken and broccoli the night before, it makes a delicious frittata. Counting. One more. I'm going to just scramble them a little bit. And then we're going to add lots of great flavorings. About 15 ounces of ricotta, which is 1 whole small container. And then 3/4 pound of Gruyere cheese. Gruyère's it's wonderful, like Swiss cheese. I know, it's eggs, cheese, and butter. It's delicious. How bad can that be? And then a little bit of butter, the last major food group. I'm not suggesting you eat this every day, but once in a while for a treat, it's wonderful.
And then basil. I think basil is just such a great flavoring. So I'm just take the leaves off the stems and chop them very roughly. I love the smell of fresh basil. And then the last two ingredients are 1/3 of a cup of flour to give it a little substance, and 3/4 of a teaspoon of baking powder to make it rise. So just stir this all together. Make sure it's nicely blended. Cheeses and the basil and eggs. And that's it. I'm just going to pour this right over the potato. And then this whole thing goes in the oven. So instead of making individual omelets for everybody, I have one big omelet and we're all going to share it. So it goes in the oven at 350 degrees for about 50 minutes to an hour, and it's going to be puffed and golden and delicious. Oh, how gorgeous is that? Whew. And just in case you're all still hungry, I have a potato basil frittata.
What's in this, Ina?
It's potatoes and basil and Gruyere and ricotta, and it's beautiful. Devin, ricotta. There are a lot of voices coming from over here. It's hot, hot, hot.
Oh, fantastic. Are there leeks in it?
Thank you. I think that one's. This is my idea of a great way to start the day. So I'm going to make herb baked eggs for Jeffrey and me. Watch how easy this is. It's great. So I'm going to mix together 1/4 teaspoon of fresh thyme right in this bowl. 1/4 teaspoon of fresh rosemary. There's all kinds of French herbs. You want to use it judiciously because it's such a strong herb. And be sure that you chop it really well. Into the bowl. 1/4 teaspoon of fresh garlic. This has all kinds of Provençal flavors in it. One tablespoon of chopped parsley. You can either use flat leaf or curly parsley. I kind of like a rough chop. It doesn't have to be too finely chopped. One tablespoon of parsley and 1 tablespoon of Parmesan cheese. Just be sure to use good fresh Parmesan cheese. Okay, so these are the gratin dishes that the eggs are going to go into. And I'm going to crack 3 eggs into each bowl. You want to do it really carefully so you don't break the yolks. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of butter, put it in the gratin dish, a little bit of cream, just drop, oops. I'm going to put these on a tray, and I made some little pieces of toast I'm going to serve with the eggs. I'm going to put these in the broiler for about 3 minutes till the dish gets really hot and the butter is nice and bubbly. And then when the eggs hit, they'll start to cook immediately. So the creamy butter for the eggs, probably done. Perfect. It's nice and hot and bubbly. I'm going to carefully slide the eggs into each one so I don't break the yolks. They'll just start to cook immediately. So the dish is really hot. And then I'm going to put on my mixture of thyme, garlic, rosemary, parsley, and Parmesan. It's all very Provençal. Salt and pepper. Into the broiler for about 5 minutes until it's hot and bubbly and delicious. Eggs are perfect. The whites are firm and the yolks are still soft. Salads, very French. Hope Jeffrey likes it.
Hello. You look very comfortable sitting there.
Oh, that looks
Like
great.
my French-inspired flowers.
What do you got there?
I have baked eggs with Provençal
Isn't
herb.
that lovely?
And then later, the way the French have a salad after the meal, I have an endive salad with blue cheese and pears.
Oh. That is just delicious.
This is a challah. It's an egg bread that's been braided. It's sort of a traditional Jewish bread, but you can use any kind of egg bread or brioche bread that comes in a loaf. I'm just going to leave this to dry out a little bit, so when I mix it with a custard, it'll just absorb all that flavor. So the custard, 6 eggs, and I always try and crack the eggs on the board rather than on the side of the dish, so you don't get shells in them. I like to use extra large eggs, but you can really use large eggs, anything that you have around. Extra large eggs, I find, are better value. There's more egg per dollar. How's that for an esoteric fact? Okay. And the next thing is milk, or half and half if you really want to be over the top. It's 1.5 cups of whole milk, or half and half. I want to keep my husband around for a long time, so I'll use milk. I'm just going to whisk it in. When I was thinking about this recipe, I wanted to make traditional French toast, but I really wanted to pump up the flavor. So challah does that, which is great, but also I wanted the custard to have more flavor. So what I'm going to do is, I'll show you, I'm going to add orange, which is a really traditional breakfast kind of thing, my handy-dandy microplane, which I love. So I'm going to add a little bit of orange, maybe about a teaspoon. But really make this to your own taste. If you like more orange or less orange, play with it until you get it exactly right. And the next thing's vanilla. So about 1/2 teaspoon of vanilla and honey. Honey will sweeten it, but I think it sweetens it with more flavor than sugar. This white sugar really doesn't do anything for me. And doesn't that look good? And the last thing is a pinch of salt. It's amazing how much salt makes a difference in a recipe like this. So now the custard has lots of flavor. When I'm going to soak the bread, it'll just absorb all that good flavor. I'm going to soak the challah in the custard just a couple of minutes on both sides. Just sort of hold it down so it gets nicely soaked. If you can soak it for 5 minutes, it's great. If you don't have the time and you're too hungry, it's okay. But the longer you soak it, and actually the drier the bread is, the better. I actually saw one recipe where you had to let it sit for half an hour. Now, just imagine that everybody's sitting waiting for breakfast, and you have to stand there for half an hour and let it soak. Forget it. So while that's soaking, I'm going to get the butter. So I'm going to have about a tablespoon of butter. When I'm sautéing things, I want to mix butter and oil because I'll get the flavor of the butter with the high burning temperature of the oil. So about a tablespoon of oil should do it. That's perfect. Get it nice and hot. Sizzly. So it's good and hot, but not burning. All right, in they go. I'm going to cook these for about 3 minutes on each side until they're nice and browned. And while that's happening, I'm going to soak the next slices of bread, which is about the same amount of time, 3 minutes. It works out perfectly. Just like that. This is going to be so good with hash browns, turkey sausage, and then a treat for dessert. I think my husband's going to be thrilled. So I'm going to serve the French toast with a drizzle of really good maple syrup, and maybe a dusting of confectioner sugar would be good. So these look like they're perfectly done. I'm going to put them on a sheet pan, put them in the oven. It's a really moist sour cream cake with a streusel in the middle. I'm going to start with 1.5 sticks of butter, 1.5 cups of sugar, and I'm going to cream that together until it's light and fluffy. And then I'm going to start on the dry ingredients. Okay, so the first ingredient is cake flour. Cake flour I found is a little lighter and fluffier, so that's what I use.
2½ cups of cake flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, makes it nice and fluffy, ½ teaspoon of baking soda, ½ teaspoon of salt. Sift that together. I'm going to add 3 eggs, some good vanilla, really important in this. 1½ teaspoons. And 1¼ cups of sour cream. This is what makes it really moist. 1 and got it all over the mixer too. Okay, now I'm going to turn it on low, lowest speed, and just slowly add all the dry ingredients, just with your hand. And beat it just until they're really mixed. Now for the streusel, the good part. So I'm going to just combine it in a bowl, 1/4 cup of light brown sugar, ½ cup of flour. This is the crumbly part of the, and the flavorful part. 1½ teaspoons of ground cinnamon, 1/4 teaspoon of salt, and 3 tablespoons of butter, which I'm going to just crumble into the streusel. Clean hands, best tools. Sour cream. I don't know how traditional walnuts are for a streusel cake, but I'm going to add some because I think it turns up the flavor. So about 3/4 cup of chopped walnuts. You can just buy them already chopped. But if you don't like walnuts, just leave them out. It's still delicious. And just crumble all of that together. Okay, now I'm going to put the cake together. But I've buttered and floured this. What I'm going to do is put half the batter in the bottom. I'm going to take 3/4 of the streusel and just spread it evenly on the top of the batter. So there's going to be streusel in the middle of this cake as well as on the top. I'm going to take the rest of the batter, put it on top. Just sort of place it on top, and then I'll smooth it out later. And then more streusel on top. And it's amazing how much this gets really moist and light. So into the oven, 350 degrees for 50 to 60 minutes, and we're going to have a really good cake. So my philosophy is too much is never enough. So I'm going to add a maple drizzle to this to make it even better, and it's really easy. ½ cup of confectioner's sugar. And 2 tablespoons of maple syrup. I really like good maple syrup. Not the stuff that says syrup-like or syrup-flavored, or it's really maple syrup. Okay, that's perfect. Even better. Just want it to drizzle down the side a little bit. This is actually not about being perfect. It's about being a little messy. So that's 3 cups of flour. I need 2 cups of sugar. Okay, 2 teaspoons of baking powder. 1 teaspoon of baking soda. Most muffin batters pretty much start the same way. It's what you put in them that makes the difference. ½ teaspoon of salt. Okay, those are the dry ingredients. Just sift them together. And this is why you sift things together, so you can make sure it's all smooth. Okay, dry ingredients into the mixer. Okay, now the wet ingredients. 2 eggs. 3/4 cup of milk. Two teaspoons of vanilla. Love vanilla.
half a pound of melted butter, cooled. If that butter were hot, we'd have scrambled eggs instead of muffins. Okay, into the dry ingredients, and we've got muffin batter. Don't overmix it, otherwise you have really tough muffins. Just one mix with a spatula. And then tomorrow, just before they go in the oven, I'm going to add coconut, chopped bananas, granola, all kinds of delicious things. Just make sure it's really well mixed. So the next thing I want to do is finish my banana crunch muffins. This is the batter I made last night, but I'm going to add the bananas today because I don't want it to turn brown. Okay, so that's 2 bananas mashed. It's about a cup of bananas. Right into the batter. This is a great way to use bananas that are just about to go bad. And then for texture, I'm going to add 1 banana chopped. So when you bite into it, you get a little banana. So just slice it in half and slice it lengthwise. And just chop it. Okay, right into the batter. Okay, now, 1 cup of granola. Use any kind of granola, but use a good one. One cup of diced walnuts. 1 cup of coconut. It's got great texture in the muffins. Right in. Okay, mix it all together. Sort of fold it into the batter. These are great breakfast flavors: banana, granola. Take a little bit of oil, like a vegetable oil, anything you have around, and brush the tops of the muffin pans. When they bake and they puff up, it'll be really easy to get them out of the pan. And then I always use these cups because it also helps take them out. There's just no point in making muffins if you can't get them out of the pan. Okay, that's 12. That's to start. And this is the other trick, is an ice cream scoop. Just a regular ice cream scoop. You can buy it at the hardware store. Just a rounded scoop like that, right into the cup. You have professional muffins every time because they'll all be exactly the same size. This is going to make about 18 muffins. I have dried banana chips. I'm just going to crunch up a little bit on the top. But you can use coconut or the granola, whatever you have left over. 1 pan done. I'm going to bake them at 350 degrees for 25 to 30 minutes. So I'm going to make cheddar buttermilk biscuits. The key to making good biscuits is really cold ingredients: butter, eggs, milk. So I need 1½ sticks of butter. It's incredibly important to have really cold ingredients when you're making biscuits, because when the heat of the oven hits the biscuits, it hits the butter, and the steam causes them to puff up, so they're really light and flaky. Some people actually even also freeze the flour, but I think that's a little extreme. Okay, dry ingredients. 2 cups of flour. Just want to lighten the flour with your cup. It's really not necessary to sift it. All-purpose flour. That's 1, 2. And because I want really light and flaky biscuits, tablespoon of baking powder. Seems like a lot, but it's really worth it. 1½ teaspoons of salt, so they have lots of flavor. Okay, next for the butter. It's unsalted butter. Put it in with the flour and just mix it until it's about the size of peas. Okay, now buttermilk and egg. Buttermilk's actually great. It keeps baking really moist, and it's low fat too. It's pretty hard to argue when you just put 12 tablespoons of butter in something, but what the heck. So I need a half a cup of buttermilk, 1 egg, and both of these are really cold, so it'll keep the butter cold. I'm just going to whisk them together. Okay, can't make cheddar buttermilk biscuits without good cheddar. I actually love like Vermont cheddar or English cheddar, something really sharp, which you really know it's cheddar. So I need about a cup. I'm just going to grate it on a big box grater. You can do this in a food processor, but you might get the food processor all dirty. I know Stephen loves cheddar biscuits, so I think it'll be perfect for him. So the goal is really light, flaky biscuits with lots of flavor. And the buttermilk is going to give it a little bit of a tangy flavor, and the cheddar is going to just give it so much flavor. Okay, that should be just about a cup of good cheddar. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix it with a little flour so it doesn't clump in the biscuits. Just a tablespoon or so. And then 1 cup of grated cheddar. And just mix it all together. Okay, so now I'm ready to put it all into the mixture. So you want the butter the size of peas in the flour, and it's perfect right now. So I'm just going to put it in the wet ingredients. So cold buttermilk and cold egg. Just pour it in pretty quickly. And the cheddar mixed with a little bit of flour. Okay, that's it. It's really fast. I'm going to clear the decks, roll it out. So, a little flour for the deck, make sure they don't stick. And the dough, just dump it right out. I'm just going to give it a quick knead, not so much that you melt the butter in the dough. Use lots of flour so that they don't stick to the deck. No point in making biscuits if you can't get them off the countertop. Okay, just keep flouring it, making sure it moves around on the deck. So I'm going to do a rectangle, maybe about 10 inches by 5 inches, and I'll get 8 buttermilk biscuits out of it. So about 3/4 of an inch thick, somewhere between a half and 3/4 of an inch thick. Do it in a nice rectangle like that. Okay, big knife. And sometimes you even flour the knife to make sure they don't stick. Cut it right down the middle. This is the part where I couldn't find the cutter, and I thought, well, I'm just going to cut them up. And they came out really rough and very homemade looking. I love them, just like that. Okay. Onto a sheet pan. My friend Steven's really busy, and he loves to entertain. And tomorrow I'm going to show him how easy it is to give a breakfast party. So these are going to go into the refrigerator. And then tomorrow, I'm going to brush them with egg wash and sprinkle them with cheddar, and they're going to be so good when they come out of the oven. I'm going to show Stephen that even somebody as busy as he is can make a breakfast party. Are you busy making cheddar cheese?
I am so busy.
I made your favorite buttermilk cheddar biscuits. You're gonna really like them. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna glaze them, put a little egg wash on.
Okay.
How's that?
Tell me about an egg wash.
Egg wash is just an egg and a little bit of water or milk. Just whip it up. And what it does is it gives a nice brown glaze to the biscuits. You know, like your mother used to make? Did your mother used to make biscuits?
My mother did not make biscuits.
So I'm just gonna brush these with the egg wash. And you're gonna put cheddar cheese on the
You ready
top.
for a little sprinkling?
Go for it.
Okay. Can there be too
This
much here?
looks- Never too much cheddar. Can I help you?
Yeah.
Okay, right on top. Perfect. Oh, that might be too much cheddar. And how about a sprinkling of salt? Just gives a really nice flavor to it and looks great when it's baked. Okay, into the oven, 425 degrees for 25 to 30 minutes until they're puffed and browned and just delicious. And then we're gonna make a breakfast cocktail.
A breakfast buzz. I love it.
Okay, this needs to be shaken for like 30 seconds.
I think
You're
I
on
can
while I
handle
get the
that.
biscuits out of the oven.
Okay. I've always wanted to do the bartender thing. Those are looking good.
Aren't they great?
Starting with a big roasting chicken, first thing I want to do is salt and pepper the inside of the cavity. Lots of salt inside to give it lots of flavor. And lots of pepper. Then I'm going to take a whole head of garlic. I'm not even going to peel it. Just cut it right in half. And all that garlic flavor just gets right into the chicken. It's going to be delicious. And the next thing I'm going to do is lemons, because I love the way lemon tastes in chicken. So I'm just going to quarter this and put that right into the chicken just that way. Big sprig of fresh thyme right in the middle. All this is really just to give the chicken more flavor as it roasts. Just tie these guys together. This is really about making sure that the chicken cooks evenly. If the legs are flapping around in the pan, they're going to cook faster than the rest of the chicken. And the wings are the same thing. You don't want them flapping around in the pan. So what you want to do is just turn them backwards and tuck them right underneath the body of the chicken. And it keeps them close. Just like that. I'm just going to brush the whole top with butter, just to make sure that it has lots of flavor and that it browns really nicely in the pan. Then I'm going to sprinkle it with lots of salt and pepper. And now comes the surprising part. I'm going to put strips of bacon over the top, which is going to actually give it lots of flavor. And then later, I'm going to crumble the crisp bacon into the salad. So it's going to be a combination of dishes. I'm going to add more flavor to the sauce too by putting in garlic in the pan. Another whole head of garlic, just cut right in half. I'm going to roast it in the pan. And then the juices from the chicken are going to make a sauce with the garlic. And I think I'll put in 2 lemons. So these are the flavors in the chicken, but it's also going to add to the sauce. Cut off the ends, and then just cut it in half and do big wedges. And you'll see the lemon is going to brown, and it's going to have great flavor right in the sauce. Just right in the pan, sort of instead of vegetables. Okay, so I think it's all ready. 425 degrees for about an hour and 15 minutes. Boy, does that look good. Wow. So I'm going to take the bacon off, put it aside, and let it get nice and crisp. And then I'm going to crumble it on the salad later. Wonderful. Okay, I'm just going to baste it a little bit so it browns nicely in the lemons. Ah. Now, does that look like a chicken? That looks great. Just put this on a platter. Get all the lemon. And now the bacon that was cooking on top of the chicken. Just gonna cut it up right into the salad. It's great to have something crispy in it. Great. So what I've got is I've got 3 boneless chicken breasts. But first, to tenderize them and also to make them even, I'm going to pound them until they get about 1/2 inch thick. Okay, so that's the chicken, and next the marinade. I need 2 cups of buttermilk. Actually, the acidity in the buttermilk tenderizes the chicken. Okay, that's 2 cups of buttermilk, and I've got a sliced shallot, 2 large cloves of garlic, which I'm going to smash, which is going to really bring out the oils and the flavor. That's 1. 2 cloves of garlic, and then 1 jalapeno, seeds and all, the whole thing. Just put it right into the marinade. Salt and pepper, 2 teaspoons of salt, and 1 teaspoon of pepper. And just give that a big stir, just to get the flavors all mixed in. So that's the marinade. Now the chicken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut these in half. They're huge. I'm just going to put them in the marinade. The thing about the marinade is you want to be sure that you marinate it for long enough so the flavor gets into the chicken. So that's about 8 hours, but not too long. I think more than 24 hours, it tends to break down a little bit. So I've already got chicken that's been marinated. So the next thing I want to do is make the coating, and that's the really crisp part. So I've got 3½ cups of flour. So it's 4 teaspoons of baking powder, which is basically 1 tablespoon plus a teaspoon. And what that's going to do is make it really light and crisp. Next is smoked paprika. That's going to season it a lot. 2½ teaspoons. 1 teaspoon of cayenne pepper. That's going to make it really hot. And 1 teaspoon of celery salt. 1 tablespoon of salt, kosher salt.
and 1.5 teaspoons of pepper. I'm just going to stir those together, and it's going to make a really kind of light, spicy, crispy coating. Okay, ready to dip the chicken. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take each piece of chicken out of the marinade, let it drip a little bit, put it in the flour, and this is the trick. Put it back in the marinade, and then back in the flour. This is what's going to make the coating so crispy. So now I need a big pot of canola oil, about 2 inches deep, and I need it 350 degrees, which is exactly what it is right now. So I'm going to put 3 pieces in. You don't want to crowd them, and do it carefully because it's very hot oil. Cook them for 2.5 minutes. Turn them. Let them sizzle away for another 2.5 minutes. Anybody feel like fried chicken? And I would say that is all-American fried chicken. I need 2 teaspoons of fresh thyme leaves, 1 teaspoon of whole fennel seeds, a tablespoon of salt. Seems like a lot, but it's a whole chicken. A teaspoon of pepper. I'm just going to grind it all up together. This is a mini food processor. It's really useful. Comes in all different sizes. Okay, that's perfect. So I'm just going to take 1/3 cup of olive oil, and I'm going to mix the herbs right into it. I'm just going to put all the spices right in. And salt and pepper, all the flavors. Just whisk it right in. Okay, that's the herbed oil. Next, I need a lemon. Just do thick slices. So the first thing I'm going to do is put the lemon in, just kind of in one layer, the whole lemon. And next, I have 1 yellow onion. I'm just going to put it right on top. And then I have 2 cloves of garlic that I thinly sliced. Just put them right on top. Next, the chicken. So what I have is a butterfly whole chicken. I asked the butcher to take the back out, and what he did was flatten it like this. So I'm going to start with the skin side down, and I've got my herb and oil mixture. I'm just going to brush half of the herb and oil mixture on the bottom of the chicken, on the underside of it. Just brush it right on. It's really easy. It's got so much flavor in the fennel and thyme, salt and pepper. It all gets into the chicken. And then I'm going to turn it over, grab it by its little legs, turn it over like that. And then what I do is I take a paper towel and dry the top because I want the skin to brown, and that'll help it brown. And the oil and the herbs will do the same thing. So I'm just going to pour the rest of this on top, brush it, make sure it's completely covered. How good does this look already? I mean, it's such a good chicken because it cooks really high temperature, it's really fast, and then the lemon and the onions and the garlic and the juices from the chicken make the most delicious sauce. So good together. Like a meal all in one. Okay, into the oven, 450 degrees for 30 minutes. Ooh, that's a really hot oven. Then I'm gonna put a little wine in, cook it for another 15 minutes, and it's gonna be perfect. Okay, I think the chicken's cooked for half an hour. And now I just need to put some wine in, about 1/2 cup. And make sure I put it around the chicken, not over it, because I really want the skin to brown and it'll stop it from browning. Perfect. Okay, back into the oven for 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna squeeze a lemon on it, give it lots of flavor, and then let the whole thing rest for 15 minutes. It's gonna be fantastic. Wow, so good. Okay, the last thing I wanna do is put some lemon on it. When the chicken's hot, it just really absorbs the lemon flavor. And then I'm just gonna let it rest for about 15 minutes. I'm just gonna cover it with aluminum foil loosely, just keep it warm. Very hot, be careful. Okay, right back in the sauce, and then I actually serve it right in the pan. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make the crust for the chicken. I'm gonna do a cup of flour, teaspoon of pepper, and a teaspoon of salt. Just gonna mix that all together. I need 2 eggs, about a tablespoon of water. I need a cup of breadcrumbs. I'm just gonna use actually ground Parmesan, and for this it has to be very finely ground. Put it in the food processor, and then just grind it up. I just need a 1/2 cup right into the breadcrumbs. So I'm just gonna mix that together. Now for the chicken. And you pound it so it's tenderized and it's actually very even. So this is time for rolling pin. So just gonna pound it really thin. Okay, that's done. Time to cook the chicken. Tablespoon of butter, tablespoon of olive oil. And I'm gonna take each chicken breast. First dip it in the flour. Make sure it's completely coated. Shake it off. Dip it in the egg and water. And then dip it in the breadcrumbs and Parmesan cheese. Okay, right into the pan. I'm gonna cook it for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side. Okay, this is nice and brown on this side. I'm just gonna turn it over. Oh, does that look good? Okay, perfect. Browned on that side. And you can tell if the chicken bounces back, it's perfectly done. Onto the sheet pan. Okay, into the oven, very low oven, 200 degrees, and they'll just stay warm until we're ready for dinner. So the hot chicken and the cold salad, it's just a great combination. I'm gonna start with the chicken, about 4 to 5 pounds, a whole chicken. And the first thing I'm gonna do is pat it dry, and that helps it brown when it's in the oven. And then salt it inside and out. Lots of salt. You want it to have fantastic flavor. And pepper. I want lots of flavor in it, so I'm going to take lemon. I'm going to cut it in big quarters. Just like that. I'm going to put half a lemon inside the chicken. And then when it roasts, all the lemon juices and the chicken, and then I'm gonna put garlic in too. That's gonna roast in. Don't have to peel the garlic. You don't have to do anything. Just cut it right in half, and all that fabulous garlic's gonna be in the chicken. Right inside. Okay, into a roasting pan. And then we're gonna cook it with lots of wonderful flavors, onions, more lemon. First I'm gonna tie this little guy together. All you have to do is tie the legs together. Just take the wings, just tuck them under. A little olive oil so it browns beautifully. Just drizzle it on. Clean hands are the best tools. And salt and pepper on top. I want this to be the best chicken ever. Okay, that's the chicken. Next I'm gonna do lemons and onions. And I'm gonna mix them together and roast them with the chicken. And not only will I serve them with the chicken, but it's gonna become the sauce too. It's gonna be fab. So I've got the half a lemon that I've left over. I'm gonna do another lemon. And of course the juice makes the sauce, which is fabulous. So I'm gonna cut up big thick slices of 2 Spanish onions. I actually like Spanish onions. They're a little sweeter than regular onions. There's lots of vegetables. It makes lots of sauce and vegetables to serve along with it. It's big rough slices. 2 tablespoons of good olive oil. Just drizzle it on top. About a teaspoon of salt. This is why I like to do it in a bowl so you get it really well mixed. Half a teaspoon of pepper. Clean hands again. Okay, and then we take all of this and just put it right around the chicken. And it's all gonna roast together. All the chicken juices and the lemon juices and the onions, they're all gonna cook together. It's gonna be so delicious. This is my version of the Glamour Magazine Girls Engagement Chicken. Okay, into the oven, 425 degrees, and depending on how big the chicken is, it'll be about 1 hour and 15, 1 hour and 30 minutes, and this is gonna be the most delicious engagement chicken.
pasta, pesto, and peas. The first trick is frozen peas, because I think they're actually delicious. I'm gonna pour them into a colander. Just run them under hot water. And just let them sit in the sink for a minute. So I cooked the pasta already. I actually made two different kinds, bow ties, little bow ties, and fusilli, these, but you can use any kind of dried pasta. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make pesto, which is wonderful. It's this basil and garlic, really old-fashioned Italian thing. So I need a little bit of walnuts in the food processor, about 1/4 cup. Tablespoon of pinoles, which are pine nuts. Pesto is usually made with one or the other, but I like the flavor when you make it with both. The next ingredient is garlic, like 3 big pieces of garlic, and salt and pepper. Salt. And lots of pepper. I like it really spicy. Lots of pepper. And then 1½ cups of basil. Just dump it right in. And I'm going to puree this. And then while that's going, I'm going to pour in about 1/3 cup of olive oil. Right through the feed tube. So that's basic pesto, and then I'm going to add a few more ingredients to make a sauce. For some Parmesan cheese. I actually add spinach. It's frozen chopped spinach that's been defrosted, about 1/2 package. And about 3/4 cup of mayonnaise. And just a squeeze of fresh lemon. There we go. Nice lemon. The lemon and the spinach are going to keep the pesto from turning brown. So just stir it up. Just taste it to make sure it's perfect. Remember, the sauce has to be really flavorful because the pasta doesn't have much flavor. I'm going to toss this together. So you can really smell the garlic, and you see the spinach has kept the pesto really green. So now we have pasta pesto, we need peas. So I have the frozen peas that I've defrosted. I'm just going to add some, maybe 1/2 package. And for lots of flavor, I'm going to add more Parmesan cheese. It's a little more salt and pepper. And the last ingredient is pinole nuts. I think these really add just a great flavor to the salad. And they look great, so it's green and white. So let's make sure this tastes right. Oh, it's got so much flavor. Parmesan and basil and garlic. In the 80s, we made so much curry chicken salad, I just couldn't look at it anymore. But I thought, I'm going to revisit a classic, and it turns out there was a reason why we liked it. It's delicious. I'm going to make the sauce first. So I need 1½ cups of mayonnaise. I always say good mayonnaise. You just want the best mayonnaise you can buy. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the most expensive. Just one that tastes great. And I always add something that has a little bit of a bite to it. Vinegar, white wine. I'm going to add 1/3 cup of white wine. You want to add white wine that you like, something you would drink. Next, I'm going to add chutney, because all curry has chutney in it. About 1/4 cup, and I use mango chutney. It's usually called Major Grey chutney. Next is curry powder. Can't make curry chicken without curry powder. Curry powder is actually a mix of spices. It's not just one thing. I'm going to add 3 tablespoons, which is a lot. Next, 1½ teaspoons of salt. Make sure it has great flavor. And then just puree the whole thing. Now that's an easy sauce. Okay, next the chicken. I've got 3 whole chicken breasts. Actually, there are 6 pieces. Because remember, a whole chicken breast is 2 pieces. And I've roasted it 350 degrees for just about 35 to 40 minutes, just until it's done. And these have cooled already. And I just find this is the most delicious way to make chicken for chicken salad.
I'm just gonna give it a big rough dice, sort of big bite-sized pieces. Well, the piece is big enough so you can see them in the salad. I don't like things minced up like baby food. Okay, that's the chicken. Next, the vegetables. So I need about a cup of chopped celery, about a quarter of a cup of chopped scallions. Scallions give that nice bite without being too oniony. And the next is a quarter of a cup of raisins. Now, the legendary restaurant critic from the New York Times, Mimi Sheraton, used to say that the correct proportion of raisins to curry chicken salad is 0. I disagree with her. I like that sweetness in it. Okay, next for the sauce. So I'm just going to pour enough in so it's moistened. I always hold a little sauce back because after it sits, sometimes it needs a little extra sauce. Just toss it all together. Oh, the smell's just delicious. It's going to look good, too. I have one more thing to add. Salted roasted cashews. And actually what I did was I heated them up a little bit. So sometimes cashews can get a little mealy if they sit for a long time. And I love when they're really crisp. And I can chop them up or just put them in whole. That's 1 cup of cashews. This is great. It's very chunky. Well, this was good in the 80s, but I think it's even better now because I added lots more spice, more mango chutney, more crunch. There's only one way to know for sure. So delicious. It's very moist. It's really crunchy. It's salty. It's sweet. It's spicy. The thing about pasta salad I've learned over the years is most of them are so boring. They don't really have any flavor. One of the key things about making pasta salad is that the pasta should still be warm and then it absorbs all the flavors. So I've got half a pound of pasta already cooked. Then I'm going to put in the sun-dried tomatoes. They're really intense tomato flavor. Fresh tomatoes. It's a pound chopped. And olives. All of these are sort of salty, sweet. Lots of flavor. And I think I'm going to wait with the feta. First, I'm going to make a really robust dressing. It's got so much flavor that gets absorbed in the pasta. And then later I'll put the feta in so it doesn't get all crumbly. So for more sun-dried tomato flavor, I'm going to put 5 sun-dried tomatoes into the dressing. Then 2 tablespoons of red wine vinegar. Give it a little bite. And 6 tablespoons of really good olive oil. And 1 clove of garlic. A teaspoon of drained capers. 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. And 3/4 of a teaspoon of black pepper. Then just switch the processor on, and you've got a really flavorful dressing. Time to assemble the salad. So I've got the pasta, all the tomatoes, olives, and this fabulous dressing. 1 cup of grated Parmesan. Actually, I grind it, which gives it a little texture, which I like. A cup of chopped parsley. And mix that whole thing together. This is starting to look pretty good. Okay, last thing is the feta. Just add it to the salad and just fold it in. I think Jeffrey's gonna like this, but I've yet to make something he didn't like. This actually looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's got lots of texture, lots of flavor. I like that when it's really interesting. An incredibly easy pasta salad filled with chunky feta, tomatoes, and Greek olives. In the summer, when the fields here are filled with gorgeous corn, I love to make fresh corn salad, and you're not going to believe how easy this is. So I've boiled corn for about 3 minutes until it's just not starchy. And the way you can tell is just to take a little kernel off and taste it. So you still have the fresh corn flavor. And it's perfect. They're crisp, but they're cooked all the way through. And I'm going to put them in ice water. It's called shocking them. This is going to be so good with my all-American grill of hamburgers. And instead of hot dogs, I'm going to do turkey sausages and homemade coleslaw and a surprise for dessert. Okay, so that's nice and cold. You know, putting it in ice water actually stops the cooking, but what else it does is it keeps the bright yellow color, and we want it to look gorgeous. Take the little end off right there and just stand it up in its rear end. And then run your knife all the way down the cob, and the kernels just come off beautifully like that. When the corn's fresh in East Hampton, I feel like I want to eat it every day. It's actually surprising how much corn you get from the kernels, isn't it? Okay, 5 corn. right into the bowl. And then I'm just going to add a few ingredients that will really give it all of its fresh corn flavor. So the first thing I'm going to add is a little red onion. One of the tricks for cutting an onion is to leave one end on, and then it keeps the whole thing together when you're cutting it. So I'll show you how this works. So slice it this way. Keep your fingers out of the way. And this way, the whole thing stays together when you're dicing it. So I need about half a cup of red onion, which is one small red onion. Okay, that's done. All right, a little bit of cider vinegar and olive oil. I think the cider vinegar is really wonderful. It's sort of sweet, and it enhances the fresh corn flavor. 3 tablespoons of each. Olive oil, good olive oil. Salt and pepper, always good salt and pepper. And then the last ingredient is fresh basil. I just think corn and basil go really well together, so I put them together. So this is a really great little trick, how to julienne basil leaves, is you just stack them up one on top of the other, and then roll them up like a tight cigar. And then take a knife and just do really thin slices. And you end up with really gorgeous julienne, or sometimes called chiffonade. Okay, just like that. Toss it up. It's so fresh tasting. Perfect. At Barefoot Contessa, we used to make hundreds of pounds of shrimp salad, and we used to do it in big pots of boiling water. I never really thought it added any flavor to the shrimp. And then one day we started making chicken salad by roasting the chicken first instead of poaching it. And it was so delicious. And I thought, why not do that with the shrimp? You're not going to believe how easy it is. Okay, start by peeling and deveining the shrimp. Just run your knife down the back of the shrimp and use a small paring knife to remove the shell and the tail. You want to make sure that you get the vein out. That's that dark little line down the back of the shrimp. Then put the shrimp on a sheet pan. For this salad, you need 2.5 pounds of 16 to 20 count shrimp. Drizzle them with olive oil. Sprinkle them with salt and pepper. And mix it all together. Then spread them out in a single layer so they cook evenly. And roast them in a 400-degree oven for 6 to 8 minutes until they're pink, firm, and just barely cooked through. Now, see what I mean about simple? That's simple. Okay, so the shrimp are going to go into a big bowl. Oh, these smell so good. I want the shrimp so that they're warm, not really hot, and not cold. They absorb the sauce best that way. Good news about this shrimp salad is you can make a lot of it at one time. Put on as much sauce as you like. Probably most of this sauce. I never put the shrimp into the sauce. I put the sauce into the shrimp, just so you can moderate how much sauce you have. Give that a good toss. Fantastic. And then the last thing I always add is the vegetables and the herbs, so you get just the right proportion. So this is dill, red onion, and capers. This is going to be fantastic. I always hold just a little bit back to decorate the top. Mix that together. Oh, I love the smell of this. Shrimp and red onion and dill and the roasted shrimp. It makes such a difference, you won't believe it. A little salt and pepper. Just to finish it. It's always sort of that salt and pepper at the end that you taste. First hits your tongue. Just have to make sure it's okay. You never know. That's the best shrimp salad I ever had. Really tasty orange. I'm just gonna let these sit for about 20 minutes and let the flavors absorb. When the shrimp are just slightly warm, they absorb the sauce best. And then I'm gonna put it in the fridge. So my assistant barber's son, Jason, is getting married, and she's giving the rehearsal dinner. Well, she was having a complete meltdown. So I said, okay, deep breath. We're gonna do this together. You're gonna go out and buy some really wonderful things in town that you can serve as a buffet, and you and I are gonna make some delicious things to go with it. So first, I'm making tarragon potato salad, and she's out shopping. So first I'm just gonna test them, make sure they're really done. And I just use a cake tester, a skewer. Okay, no resistance, exactly right. I'm gonna drain them. I'll show you what I do. I have a little secret about this. So this is 2 pounds of Yukon Gold potatoes. I boil these for about 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the size of the potatoes. And what I'm gonna do is I drain them and then take a nice clean kitchen towel, gotta be clean, and put it right over the top and just let them steam for about 10 minutes, and the steam gets in the potatoes and they end up perfectly cooked. So in the meantime, I'm gonna make the dressing. Most potato salads are so boring. They're like potatoes and mayonnaise with maybe a little salt if you're lucky. I just think they can be really flavorful. I add lots of fresh herbs like tarragon and dill. I start with 1 cup of mayonnaise. You don't have to make your own. 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. I like a little bit of acid in things like this. It just gives it an edge that really gives it lots of flavor. This is a small lemon, so it should be perfect. 2 tablespoons of tarragon vinegar. If you don't have tarragon vinegar, any good white wine vinegar is fine. Don't go out and buy a whole bottle of tarragon vinegar for 2 tablespoons. 2 teaspoons of salt. Remember, this is the dressing, and potatoes are fairly bland, so you want them to have lots of flavor. 1 teaspoon of pepper, and just give it a whisk together. And then I'm gonna add tarragon, fresh dill, red onion, scallions. It's gonna have really good flavor. So these potatoes are just cool enough to handle. I actually love to put the dressing on a potato salad while the potatoes are still warm because it really absorbs better. 2 pounds of potatoes. All done. Okay, into a bowl. And remember, you want to do this while they're still a little bit warm. This isn't the time to go answer the phone. Okay, enough dressing just to moisten it. Give it a big stir. And see, when you toss it, it breaks up a little bit. So you don't want to make them too small to start with. Okay, next, 3 tablespoons of chopped scallions, just right into the salad. 3 tablespoons of minced onions. And then some fresh herbs to give it a really fresh flavor. So I'm going to use dill and tarragon, 2 tablespoons of each one. Just give the dill a nice rough chop. I love the smell of it. Okay, 2 tablespoons of fresh tarragon. And then I'm going to put the rest of the dressing in. I think it really needs it. It's kind of my habit to put half the dressing in and then half later when I'm done. You just never know how much it's going to absorb, and I hate when it's just soggy. So give it a nice stir. The nice thing about this potato salad is it has to sit for about 30 minutes. All the flavors meld together. They get into the potatoes. So I'm just going to let this sit here, and then Barbara and I are going to have a tasting. I love Belgium. I love their style. It's a combination of both elegant and earthy. In fact, it's what inspired the barn. And when I go there, I love a restaurant called Pain Quotidien, and they had the most incredible sandwich when I went, and it was tuna salad with hummus. And I thought, that's the bizarrest combination I ever heard. But when I ate it, I thought, it's absolutely delicious. So that's what I'm making today. I'm starting with good tuna, and it's Italian tuna packed in olive oil. I just find it has really good flavor. I need 14 ounces. One of the nice things about the sandwich is everything tastes better if you make it a little ahead of time. I've already made the hummus, and now I'm making the tuna salad. I'm just going to drain the tuna. I want a little bit of the oil, but not all of it. Okay, into a big bowl to mix it all together. I'm just going to flake it a little bit. Now I'm just going to add some really good ingredients. They're sort of classic tuna ingredients, but with the volume turned up. So the first thing is 1/4 cup of chopped celery. Then I'm going to add 2 tablespoons of chopped onion. This is just a yellow onion. 2 tablespoons of chopped cornichon. It's got that sort of nice vinegary thing going. Instead of pickles, I think cornichon are really nice. So just big rough chop. This is not like a fancy French dish that needs a perfect chop. And now, because I also like the sour part of it, a little bit of lemon. 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. I'm gonna do it through the strainer so we don't get seeds in it. There's something about fish and lemon that goes together. Why not in tuna salad? Okay, now I need a few things to make it moist. So I'm gonna use 2 tablespoons of the oil that the tuna came in, because that's got great flavor, but I don't want all of it. 2 tablespoons of mayonnaise. just enough to bind it. One teaspoon of mustard. I use Dijon mustard. Half a teaspoon of salt. Make sure it has great flavor. Quarter of a teaspoon of pepper. Just gonna mix that all together. Now the secret to really good tuna is the flavors really develop if you let them sit for a little while in the fridge. They sort of blend together. Okay, into the fridge. Like tuna, the hummus actually is much better when it sits in the fridge for a while. Flavors really develop. You can buy hummus, but it's so much better when you make it yourself. Drain 2 cups of canned chickpeas and reserve the liquid. Then put the chickpeas into the bowl of a food processor fitted with a steel blade and add 2 tablespoons of the reserved liquid. Add 1/3 cup of tahini, which is a paste made from ground sesame seeds. It's delicious and nutty. Add 4 cloves of minced garlic and 6 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice. That's going to be about 3 lemons. Now for a real kick, 8 dashes of Tabasco sauce, or as much as you can stand, and 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. Process the hummus until it's moist and thick and coarsely pureed. And that's it. Okay, a couple of hours in the fridge, and I'm ready to make sandwiches. Chicken salad Veronique. It's like chicken salad, but elevated to party food. I thought Michael and Jim would really like it. So the first thing I did was I roasted chicken breasts, olive oil, salt and pepper for 35 minutes at 350 degrees, and it really makes the chicken so much moister than poaching it. Let it cool a little bit, take the skin off. So I'm just gonna cube this. I don't want it too small, but I want sort of bite-sized pieces are perfect. I'm going just right into the bowl. Chicken's still a little warm, which is a great way to make the salad, and then it really absorbs the flavor. Once it's cold, it's firmer and it doesn't absorb the flavor so much. So chicken salad Veronique, I think, comes from probably Sole Veronique, which is classically made with grapes. Chicken has so much more flavor when it's roasted than it does when it's poached. There's something about the water that just takes all the flavor out of it, and there's something about the olive oil, salt, and pepper that gives it flavor. So I think for tonight I'm going to do 4 chicken breasts. Okay, now for the sauce. So first, half a cup of mayonnaise. We're just going to put it right into the bowl and toss it all together. Okay, now some green things. So fresh tarragon, which is a really sort of delicate herb. 1.5 tablespoons of fresh tarragon leaves. This really is the place for fresh herbs. I'm just gonna chop it up. It smells wonderful. I think it's a really underused herb, tarragon. Okay, the next thing is celery, in the category of lots of green things. I'm gonna run my knife right down the middle. Leave it attached on the top. And just chop it up. Okay, right in. I think I'll do 2 stalks of celery. It's about 1 cup of celery. But the good news is you can do as much as you like. Okay, that should be just about 1 cup. And now comes the Veronique part, green grapes. So I need about 1 cup of green grapes cut in half. I want to make sure you use seedless grapes. Nobody wants to be crunching their chicken salad. This salad will sit very well too, because all the flavors, the tarragon will really get into the chicken and the sweetness of the grapes. Okay, that's it for the grapes. A little salt and pepper, 1.5 teaspoons of salt. I know it sounds odd to have salt and grapes together, but really brings out the flavor of them. 1 teaspoon of pepper. Toss it all together. So the first thing I do for the kitchen clam bake is heat up some olive oil, add onions and leeks. It's just 3 cups of chopped onions and 2 cups of chopped leeks, and just saute them for about 15 minutes, just until they're really caramelized. I've made this clam bake so many times, and all I remember is the times I screwed it up. Once I remember I made it for Patricia Wells, my friend who writes cookbooks in Paris, and I completely forgot to put the wine in, and it was like, why isn't it steaming? And I used to do it with lobsters, and once I took the lobsters out while I was serving the clam bake just to keep them warm in the oven. And then the next day, Jeffrey said to me, that was delicious, but I don't remember having a lobster. And I was like, oh my God, the lobsters are still in the oven. That was the next morning. But you know what? There was so much going on in the clam bake. It was so much fun to eat that I actually didn't make it with lobsters again. Okay, now I'm gonna layer all kinds of good things. Yukon Gold potatoes, right in the bottom. I wanna make sure they're all spread out in one layer so they cook evenly. I've got 1.5 pounds in here. And then kielbasa. I just love the kielbasa. I love the spices in the kielbasa and the flavor of it. It really seasons the broth, and it's so good to eat with the clams. And the amount on the kielbasa is 1.5 pounds. A tablespoon of salt. It's a big pot. Half a tablespoon of pepper. So this is gonna make cooked seafood, but it's also gonna make the most delicious broth. And I serve both of them. So that's the base. The potatoes and the kielbasa are gonna cook together. And then I'm layering on top 2 different kinds of clams. These are little neck clams, 2 dozen of them. I mean, this is about as easy as it gets, isn't it? Okay, the next clams are steamers, 1 pound of them. Just make sure they're all really well cleaned. They're scrubbed and have no sand in them. This isn't a clam bake that you want sand in. And next I'm gonna put in mussels that have been debearded and scrubbed. Just layer it on top. I'm adding 2 pounds of them. Next, it's 2 pounds of shrimp. And I do them in the shell. I think they cook really well in the shell, and then everybody can peel their own. Kind of makes it fun. And the last thing is an entire bottle of white wine. And pick something you want to drink with it. So I'm doing a white Chateau Neuf de Pape. It doesn't have to be really expensive. It just has to be pretty good wine. And pour that on top. I mean, how bad can that be? Just going to turn the heat up, put the lid on, and let it cook. I think the clam bake smells ready. You like that I have my own cup for the broth? Okay, let's see how it's doing. This looks amazing. Wow. It's all cooked together. The broth looks amazing. It smells fantastic. So I'm gonna put it all in a big bowl and just let everybody help themselves. Look how fabulous this is. It's got kielbasa and clams and mussels and shrimp. You know, I've made this so many times, and usually I make it for kind of fancy things when people expect it to be really fancy. And I remember one time Jeffrey had investment banker friends coming. I knew they were gonna show up in like jackets and ties for dinner. So I made a big clam bake. Everybody had to take off their jackets, and I gave them all chef's aprons to put on. And they rolled up their sleeves, and they had the most fun. I think that first they were a little horrified that they had to eat with their hands, but then they really got into it, and it was so much fun. So I just put this right in the middle of the, whoa, man overboard. I put this right in the middle of the table. Everybody helps themselves. And then I give everybody a cup of broth. When I was a caterer, I used to do this, but actually on the beach. Trust me, this is easier. This smells so good. I taste all the seafood and the leeks and the kielbasa and the wine. This is really good, and there's no sand anywhere. Cheers. So for 2 of us, I've got 3 pounds of mussels. I'm just gonna fill the bowl with water and then put a little bit of flour in the water. And what this does is it gets the mussels to give up any sand that's in them. So, okay, oh, it smells like the sea. So while these are soaking, I'm gonna make a wine broth with lots of garlic and shallots. Heat up. 2 tablespoons of olive oil. And 2 tablespoons of butter. 1 cup of chopped shallots. Right into the oil and butter. And then I need like 5 or 6 cloves of garlic. Just chop them up. This is a really garlicky dish. It's wonderful. Okay. I'm just going to cook these for a few minutes until the shallots are translucent and the garlic's cooked. In the meantime, I'm going to get some tomatoes ready. I need about 1/2 cup of canned tomatoes. I'm just going to chop them up in the measure. They don't have to be perfect. Just a rough chop. Okay, now I need a little saffron, which I love. It's the stamens of crocuses, which is why it's so expensive. I'm just gonna put about 1/2 teaspoon of saffron in. Can smell the saffron already. Need some fresh parsley. Okay, right in. Some fresh thyme. Not the stems, just the leaves. That's about 1/3 cup of parsley, about 1 tablespoon of thyme. Okay, that should do it. Okay, now I need 1 cup of white wine. I picked a really nice dry white wine, something I drink for dinner. And this is what's gonna steam the mussels. Now I'm gonna see how the mussels are doing. So they've been soaking in the flour, and you can feel a little bit of sand, so it was good that we did it. And just make sure they're all closed really tight. So this one doesn't seem to want to close, so I'm going to discard that. I'm just going to take them out of the water, drain them into the broth. Just toss them with the broth. I'm going to put on the lid, 8 to 10 minutes, and dinner's ready.
So what do you think we should do tomorrow?
You know, I was thinking, let's just really take a little vacation and go to Sag Harbor.
I'll take you for a walk.
On the dock?
Yeah, we'll look at the boats.
Okay. Walk down Main
That's
Street.
delicious. What a wonderful Saturday night dinner.
Let's make fresh crab nachos. So I've already grated some Monterey Jack, which is kind of classic for nachos, but I'm gonna add sharp cheddar, and I just think it adds layers of flavor that are really great. And you'll see how fast it is to grate it like this. A whole lot faster than a box grater, right? Okay, so next, the crab meat mixture. So I'm gonna make a creamy crab meat mixture, and starting with 6 ounces of room temperature cream cheese, and adding about 1/2 cup of mayonnaise, 1/4 cup of sour cream. I'm just gonna mash it together. This is gonna become the crab meat mixture that's gonna go on the chips, along with the cheese. Okay, lots of flavorings. Scallions, green chilies, fresh lime zest. The lime zest just gives it a little edge, which I love. Okay, and then the last thing I'm gonna put in is crab meat, 16 ounces of lump crab meat. Sometimes you get crab meat that's like shredded, and it's, I mean, it's perfectly delicious, but you don't have that kind of bite of crab meat. Okay, lots of salt and pepper. Make sure it has great flavor. And pepper. I have to say, these are my favorite nachos ever. Time to build the nachos. I'm gonna do it in 2 layers. You'll see how I do it. Got chips, and then half the crab meat mixture on top. Okay, lots of cheese, if I can get it off. So remember, this is Monterey Jack and sharp cheddar together. And then pickled jalapenos. Just spread them out so everybody gets some. Okay, another layer of chips. Okay, more crab meat. I have to say, people go crazy when I serve this. It's just so, I don't know, there's something so communal about it, and it's so delicious. Okay, and then more cheese. Everything's better with more cheese, right? Okay, into the oven, 375 degrees for 25 minutes, and in the meantime, I'm gonna make a salsa topping for it. Here goes. First, 5 large plum tomatoes, seeded, cored, and small diced. Then 1 cup of minced yellow onion, 3 tablespoons of minced fresh jalapeno pepper, seeds removed, 2 tablespoons of freshly squeezed lime juice to offset the spice, 1 tablespoon of good olive oil, a large ripe Hass avocado, pitted, peeled, and 1/3 inch diced, 3 tablespoons of minced parsley. If you use cilantro, I don't want to know about it. Then 1 teaspoon of salt. I'll stir it all together, and that's it. Oh, this is one big pan of gorgeousness. Wow. Okay, I'm just gonna put the salsa on top, just sprinkle it over. And I love that hot and cold thing going on at the same time. I mean, just think of all the flavors in this. It's just fabulous. Perfect. And then one more thing, squeeze of fresh lime juice. This is good. How pretty is this? And I would say fresh crab nachos is one of the most comforting appetizers I know. Shrimp bisque, I love it, but every recipe I've seen is really complicated. I decided I'm gonna see if I can make a really simple version that's just delicious. I bought fish stock, and I've added the shrimp shells to it to give it even more flavor. I'm gonna strain the fish stock. I need 3 3/4 cups, so if I have a little less, I'm just gonna add some water. Yeah, just a little water. Okay, so first thing I've done here is sauteed 2 cups of leeks and 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Just make sure the leeks are really, really clean before you cook them. Okay, I'm gonna add some garlic, about a tablespoon of garlic. Just saute it for about a minute. I actually love shrimp bisque. I like that rich shrimp flavor and a little bit of sherry. So the next thing I need is a little bit of cayenne pepper. Just a pinch, not too much. You don't want it to overpower the shrimp. And just cook that together. Okay. And then a pound of shrimp. This is where the shells came from. And just cook the shrimp for about 3 minutes until they're just perfectly pink and just tender. When the shrimp's cooked, I'm gonna add the rest of the ingredients and have a really rich, delicious shrimp bisque. Well, I can't make good shrimp bisque without sherry, but I've actually decided a little cognac would help it too. So I'm going to start with 1/4 cup of cognac. Just going to pour it right into the shrimp and leeks. Let it cook for a minute. That smells good. And 1/4 cup of dry sherry. And all that's just going to really get into the shrimp and flavor the soup. Now that smells like shrimp bisque, shrimp and sherry. So classic. Okay, I'm going to puree this now. I'm going to just put it right into the food processor. And now I'm just going to puree it until it's really chunky. I don't like it when it's too smooth. Okay, that's perfect. So now I'm gonna make a white sauce that's gonna be the base of the soup. This white sauce is really the same kind of white sauce I made for the lasagna. I'm starting with 1/2 stick of butter, then 1/4 cup of flour. I'm gonna cook it over medium-low heat for about a minute, just to cook the flour. Then I'm adding 2 cups of half and half. I'm just going to stir this until the half and half gets hot and it thickens with the flour. So far, it's been pretty easy. Okay, the next thing I'm going to put in is the pureed shrimp and leeks. Really smells good. You can smell the cognac and the sherry. That's going to have so much flavor. The fish stock, 3 3/4 cups. 1/3 of a cup of tomato paste, 2 teaspoons of salt, and 1 teaspoon of pepper. And that's it. Just gonna stir it up and just let this simmer. All the flavors are gonna go together. It's gonna be rich and delicious, I hope. I'm making this incredible seafood stew called topino. First, I need seafood stock to make the base of the stew. So the base starts with fennel and onions. I've got 2 cups of diced fennel, 1½ cups of diced onions. I've just cooked them in a little olive oil just until they're tender, about 10 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna add 3 cloves of garlic, 1 teaspoon of whole fennel seeds. Really gives us an intense fennel flavor, just really good with seafood. 1/2 teaspoon of crushed red pepper flakes, give it a little heat. I'm just gonna cook this for 2 minutes, just until the garlic's really fragrant. I'm gonna add 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes. It's crushed. Next thing I need is 1½ cups of white wine. And you know, I always say, use a white wine you would drink. I'm using Pinot Grigio, but you'll have 1/2 bottle of wine left to drink. Okay, now I need a tablespoon of salt. This is a big pot of seafood stew. 1 teaspoon of pepper. And next is 4 cups of seafood stock. Just pour it right in. It's a really rich stock. And this is gonna cook for 30 minutes. And while that happens, I'm gonna tell you how I made this gorgeous homemade seafood stock. Makes all the difference in the world. I put 2 tablespoons of olive oil in a pan and added shrimp shells from 1 pound of large shrimp, along with 2 cups of chopped yellow onions, 2 chopped carrots, 3 stalks of chopped celery, and mixed everything together and cooked them for 15 minutes. Then I added 2 cloves of minced garlic, gave it a stir, and I poured in 1½ quarts of water, added 1/2 cup of dry white wine, like Pinot Grigio, then added 1/3 cup of tomato paste, 10 sprigs of fresh thyme, including the stems, 1 tablespoon of salt, and 1½ teaspoons of black pepper. Then I brought it all to a boil, lowered the heat, and simmered it for an hour. When the time was up, I strained the stock through a sieve, pressing the solids. Poured it into a quart container. Done. So I have 1½ pounds of cod. I might serve it with a salad to start, and then the seafood stew. Okay, so that goes in right into the stew. And at this point, you don't want to stir it too much because you don't want to break up the fish. Next is 1 pound of shrimp. I actually buy it peeled and deveined. It's 16 to 20 count, which means there's 16 to 20 shrimp in a pound. They're pretty good size. Okay, next is 1 pound of scallops. I've got sea scallops, and what I did was I cut them in half crosswise, so they're not too big. You can use bay scallops, but don't cut them. They're really small. What I've done with the mussels is I've got about 24 mussels, and I soak them in water with a little bit of flour in it, and that gets any sand out of the mussels. And rinse them. I don't want any flour in the stew. Just check to make sure the mussels are closed. It says they're alive. And now I'm just gonna put it right on the top. Sort of sprinkle it over the top of the cioppino. Don't stir it at this point. You don't want to break everything up. Put the lid on and cook it for 10 minutes. That's gonna be delicious. How gorgeous. I wish you could smell it. It's amazing. And all the mussels are open, so we're good to go. I'm gonna turn off the heat and add one more thing, a tablespoon of Pernod, which is like anise-flavored liqueur. I'm gonna put the lid back on and let it sit for like 2 minutes, just so it really permeates all the seafood. Okay, I've got one more thing. I'm gonna serve it with garlic toast, and I've got them in the oven. So I've baked slices of baguette, olive oil, salt, and pepper, 400 degrees for 15 minutes. And now, in order to make them garlic toast, I'm gonna cut a piece of garlic in half and just rub the cut half right on the toast. And that way you don't have like a bite of garlic, you just have the flavor of it. And with the seafood, it's gonna be fantastic. Time to serve up the stew. How good does that look? Wow. A little bit of parsley on the top of each one, a couple of toasts, and I would say that's a seafood stew. I'm making ultimate tuna melts, which is basically a tuna sandwich, but with the volume turned way up. This is very retro food. And I'm starting with tuna, but not ordinary tuna. I'm starting with really good tuna. This is Spanish tuna. It's packed in olive oil, but it's big pieces, and it's absolutely delicious. It's moist. The flavor is fantastic. I really look for some kind of imported tuna in a glass jar. With all respect to American tuna, this is particularly good. Okay, the tuna's broken up. Not too much, but just enough. And now we're gonna add lots of good things. Some diced celery. I always use the hearts of celery. I just think it's tenderer than the outside. The outside can sometimes be a little stringy. Lots of scallions. Give it lots of onion flavor. Mix it all in. And dill. I know it doesn't normally go with a tuna fish sandwich, but it makes such a difference. About 3 tablespoons of fresh dill. Think of dill with seafood, but you don't normally put it in tuna salad. And I thought, let me try it. It was really good. It's got that kind of anisey flavor. Okay, fresh lemon juice. Kind of brightens everything. Salt and pepper. Give it a little heat. It's amazing how salt and pepper makes everything taste better. Okay, next is the mayonnaise. And what I'm gonna do is flavor the mayonnaise. About 3/4 cup of good grocery store mayonnaise. Next is anchovy paste, just 1 teaspoon. I know, there are a lot of people that don't like anchovy paste, but it just gives a little extra depth of flavor and you don't know it's anchovies. Okay, this is gonna go right into the tuna. I mean, so far, almost everything has been in your vegetable bin or your pantry. I'm gonna mix this in. This is just comfort food, weeknight dinner, perfect thing to make. My mother always used to make us tuna fish sandwiches when we were kids. Trust me, it didn't taste anything like this. These are so much better. Okay, tuna salad's done. I'm just gonna pile it on 4 pieces of toasted white bread. So that's the tuna, next is the cheese. So I've grated some Emmentaler, it's Swiss cheese. It's got a really good nutty flavor. I love it, and it's gonna be really good on this. I grated it so it melts a little better. I like the way it looks. I like the way it melts. I like the way it tastes. It's all good. I don't want to see any orange slices on this. You want all the ingredients to have as much flavor as possible. Each thing has to earn its place in the recipe. Okay, into the oven under the broiler, just for 1 or 2 minutes, just until the cheese melts. I want the tuna still to be cool. Watch it really carefully. Okay, I think they're ready. Oh, this looks so good. Okay, tell me these aren't the best looking tuna sandwiches you've ever seen. I love these. And I'm not even a tuna melt aficionado, but these are really good. They look kind of gooey and cheesy and tuna fish. This is perfect retro food for a weeknight dinner. The ultimate comfort food. And because I can't ever leave well enough alone, I'm just gonna put a little microgreen on top. It's like a little peppery salad. It just kind of freshens the whole thing. I think you can find them in any grocery store now. It's like having a salad with your tuna melt. Scallops Provençal. I love making these. I know they're really fresh. Jeffrey and I just got them. It's about 1 pound of scallops. And the first thing I'm gonna do is just salt and pepper them. Sometimes people salt and pepper the flour, but I think it never really gets into the scallops, so I'm gonna salt and pepper them first and then flour them. So, 3/4 teaspoon of salt. Lots of pepper. A little flour. And what the flour is gonna do is gonna sear the scallops really nicely, but it's also gonna get into the sauce, so it's gonna thicken the butter and lemon sauce. Okay. 2 tablespoons of butter. Just gonna put the scallops in 1 layer. I'm going to cook them on medium heat for about 2 minutes, and then I'll turn them and add lots of flavor. In the meantime, I'm going to chop up some shallots. So 2 big shallots. Sometimes when I'm making this for a dinner party, I get all the ingredients all prepped in advance, and the whole thing just takes 5 minutes in the pan. I'm just going to turn the scallops. Perfect, they're nice and brown. And see, the browning sort of sears them, gives them lots of flavor. Okay, that's going to cook for another 2 minutes, and I'm just going to chop up some garlic. So I'm going to chop up these ingredients and then just add them to the pan and make a sauce with butter and white wine. It's going to be just delicious. And in order for it to be really Provençal, parsley. So I need about 1/4 cup of chopped parsley. How bad can that be? Okay, just a rough chop. Okay, now for the sauce. I've got all my ingredients ready. So I'm just going to put 2 tablespoons of butter in. I'm going to put in the shallots, the garlic, and parsley, 1/4 cup of parsley. And just saute this all together so you can smell the garlic and the shallots and parsley together. Just about 2 minutes on the saute pan. And then 1/3 cup of white wine, and that's going to get all the brown bits in the bottom of the pan into the sauce. Just choose a nice dry white wine, something you'd want to drink with a meal, and then serve it with a dinner. Okay, that's really it. It's just perfect. Okay, I'm just going to leave that for a minute while I get some herbs with the rice. And dinner's ready. Time to serve everything up. Who doesn't love fish and chips? I do. Not the soggy kind you find in most restaurants, but really delicious, crisp on the outside, tender on the inside. Since my friend TR has a new shack, it's a fishing shack, I thought it'd be very appropriate to make fish and chips for him. So I'm just gonna make the batter and then I'm gonna cook the fish there. So the first thing I need is 1/2 cup of flour plus 1 tablespoon. 1/2 tablespoon of baking powder. 1/2 teaspoon of lemon zest, grated. A little pinch of cayenne to give it some heat. A teaspoon of salt. 1/2 teaspoon of pepper. I'm gonna whisk in 1/2 cup of water. Some might think batter sounds like it's really complicated, but it's not. It's just like making pancakes on Sunday morning. You can make it ahead and just let it sit in the fridge. I'm gonna add 1 egg, just whisk it in. And that's it. And then at TR's house, I'm gonna dip the fish in it and fry it up. And I'm gonna make it with baked chips, which are delicious. TR's doing a fabulous job cutting the fish into 1.5 by 3 inch chunks. And I'm gonna make the chips, which instead of being fried chips, are baked chips. So I've marinated them in oil with rosemary and garlic. I'm just gonna put them on the sheet pan and then roast them at 400 degrees for 30 to 35 minutes until they're nice and brown on one side. Then I'm gonna turn them over and brown them on the other. And they're gonna be really crisp on the outside, as though I'd fried them. Okay, I'll do the salt, you do the pepper.
Okay.
How's that?
Perfect.
So this is only gonna take about 5 minutes to cook, and the potatoes are gonna take about 35 minutes. So you wanna show me the dock?
Of course.
Okay, so I've got 1/2 inch of oil in the pan to fry the fish, and it needs to get up to 360 degrees. And that way the fish will be really crisp on the outside and tender inside. I'm gonna check it with a candy thermometer. So let's see if the oil is 360 degrees. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm gonna take the fish fillets, put them in the batter. Remember, this is like the pancake batter. And then the fish goes right in. I'm just gonna put enough in so it doesn't get crowded. They cook pretty quickly, about 5 minutes total. So when it's brown on one side, just give it a nice turn. These look great. Look how nice and brown that is. That's fabulous. And those chips smell like they're just about done. These look great. The baked chips with rosemary and garlic and the fish. And I'm gonna wrap it up in 2 cones of newspaper, a little parchment or wax paper in the cone, and then I'm ready to fill it with fish and chips. This looks so great. And I'm off to TR with fish and chips, tartar sauce, and dill pickles. So I've got 4 center cut cod fillets. I like cod because it's kind of a meaty fish, but they're center cut because if you choose the end, it's going to be thin and they won't cook evenly. So 4 center cut cod fillets. I brush the bottom with olive oil, put the cod on top. I'm going to brush the top with olive oil, and that way they're just going to brown really nicely. You don't want something that's going to flake too much because it just doesn't have the same kind of substance to it. So olive oil, lots of salt and pepper. You want it to be really well seasoned, and some pepper. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for just 10 minutes. Okay, now for the topping. So I'm starting with Ritz crackers. Bet you didn't think I'd be cooking with those, but they're really buttery and they have lots of flavor. So I'm taking about 15 Ritz crackers, crumbling them up. I need cracker crumbs. Just break them up into the food processor. This is retro food, but made more modern. I really like the salty kind of buttery thing going with the fish. Okay, that's about a 1/2 cup of Ritz cracker crumbs. If I can get it off. Right into a bowl. And to that, I'm going to add 1/2 cup of panko crumbs and make it really crunchy. 2 tablespoons of minced parsley. 2 teaspoons of minced garlic. Give it lots of flavor. And some melted butter. Just pour it over. And this is going to make it brown and delicious because butter makes everything better, right? You always want some kind of oil or butter on the panko. Panko is actually Japanese bread flakes, and it's really popular now, and you can find it in any grocery store. I don't know what we did without it 10 years ago. Okay, I'm going to add some lemon zest to give it kind of a nice edge. About a teaspoon. Let's see. I always do it right over the thing that I'm zesting it into because it really catches the oils. Much more flavor. More flavor in the zest than in the juice, but we'll use the juice later. Okay, that should be about a teaspoon. Some salt. Give it a stir. As I said, baked fish can be kind of boring. It's this crumb topping that really gives it so much flavor. Actually, not only is it crumb topping, but it becomes part of the sauce. Okay, the first stage of the fish should be done in the oven. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to add about 1/4 cup of dry white wine, and I'm going to pour it actually directly on the fillets so the flavor really gets into the fillets. Just like that. A couple of tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice right on the fillets. Try and catch the seeds in your hand. And then I'm going to put the crumbs directly onto the fillets. Just pile them on. If some of them fall into the dish, it's not a problem because they'll really get incorporated in the sauce and flavor the sauce as well. It's a lot of crumbs, but it really gives the whole thing a lot of flavor. I think fish can be kind of scary to cook because you always think you're going to overcook it. But if you have fillets that are all the same thickness and they cook evenly, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, back into the oven, 400 degrees for exactly 12 minutes. It's going to be so good. So the fish should be ready. This looks great. See how it makes crispy topping and also really nice sauce? I love the way it looks. I love the way it tastes. And you can see that the sauce is kind of thickened by the panko and the Ritz crackers. Yum. So we'll just do a little lemon in the dish. One of the great things about this dish is the dish goes right to the table. Don't need to put it on a platter or anything. I just like to serve it with extra lemon though. Just put it right in the dish. People can help themselves. I just need a little taste because it looks so good. Think anybody missed this little corner? Crispy crumbs, garlic and herbs, white wine and lemon sauce. This looks so good. The garlic and the herbs and the lemon and wine. Nothing boring about this fish dish. Everybody's gonna love it. Salmon with lentils. It's a great party dish because you can make it in huge quantities. But for two, it's also perfect. So I'm gonna make it for Michael and me. So first I'm gonna make the lentils. I'm gonna pour boiling water over the top and just let them soak for about 10 minutes so they soften. So I'm gonna put the lentils aside. I'm gonna saute all kinds of vegetables, cook the lentils with it, and then saute the salmon separately and put it together. A little bit of olive oil. I have 2 cups of onions. I'm just gonna saute them together. And 2 cups of leeks. They're both pretty much in the same family, but the leeks are a little more delicate than the onions. They're great together. And some fresh thyme, about a teaspoon. None of this has to be exact. So, you just saute this for about 10 minutes until the onion's translucent. A little bit of salt, some pepper. And while that's cooking, I'm going to cut up some carrot and celery. I'm going to put in about a tablespoon of chopped garlic. Cook that for a minute. And then 1½ cups of chopped celery. 1½ cups of chopped carrots. So it's really chunky. It's got lots of flavor, and the lentils are just part of it. Just going to saute that for a second. 1½ cups of chicken stock. Two tablespoons of tomato paste. Just stir it in. I'm going to add the lentils. I'm going to cook these together for about 20 minutes, the lentils and the vegetables. Then I'm going to sear the salmon, and then I'm off to Michael's. The key to the salmon is to just sear the outside, so you make a really crisp crust, and then it seals in all the flavor. Drizzle this with a little bit of oil. Okay. Lots of salt and pepper. This is really the only seasoning, so you want to make sure you season it really well. Okay, really hot pan. Just make sure you can really feel it. And then take the salmon and put it in seasoning side down. And just leave it. I know it's really tempting to move it around, but you want to really create a really great crust. So I'm just going to cook it on this side for about 2 minutes and then flip it over and roast it in the oven, and it'll be perfect. It's sort of crusty on the outside and tender inside. Okay, 2 minutes. Let's turn it over. Okay, into the oven for about 5 to 7 minutes at 450 degrees. This is how they cook it in restaurants, and it comes out perfectly. I'm just going to finish the lentils, and then I'm off to Michael's. Oh, the salmon's perfectly cooked. This is going to be wonderful. So I have a little bit left to do on the lentils. So I'm going to add about 2 tablespoons of red wine vinegar. It just really sort of perks up the flavor a lot. Let's see how this is. I can smell it. I love when it hits the heat. It's delicious. A little more salt. Always needs a little more. The sweetness of the red wine vinegar and the carrots and lentils, it's going to be great with the salmon. So I'm just going to take a platter and just fill it up. The good news is it's good hot, but it's also good room temperature. Salmon on top. And then the leftovers, I'm gonna put in the refrigerator. Love leftovers, don't have to cook tomorrow night. So I'm gonna pack all this up, pack up the pecan bars and the shrimp with Thousand Island dip, and I'm off to Michael's. Hi, Michael. Hi, sweetie.
Good to see you.
Mwah. So I brought lunch for us.
All
How's
this
that?
food? Fabulous. How did you make the shrimp?
Well, I actually roasted them. It's
Yeah.
amazing. Big sheet pan, salt and pepper, olive oil in the oven. It's really fast. And I just think it has so much more flavor. Yeah. Didn't grill them. I'm glad you like them. Ready for salmon?
Yes.
Salmon and lentils.
One of my favorite combinations.
Oh, it is? Really? Oh, I'm
is.
so glad.
I love lentils.
How did I know
love
that?
Salmon. Grilled, roasted. The
It's
salmon?
roasted.
It is.
Yeah, it's roasted.
This couldn't have been better.
Well, there's more.
More? Fabulous.
I think you're gonna like what's more. Pecan bars dipped in chocolate. Help yourself. Oh. We're gonna need a nap after lunch. It's really unfair.
I'm so glad you brought lots.
Oh, good. Well, customers will be very happy.
I have a little something as a thank you.
You don't have to do that, but I love surprises.
Oh, great.
Oh, Michael, are those for me?
Aren't they beautiful?
Thank you. Peonies, they really are my favorite.
Mine too.
They're fabulous. They're so beautiful. Thank you. I can bring you lunch anytime.
That's a deal. Thanks so much.
So I'm going to make lobster mac and cheese, and it starts with a sauce. The French call it a roux, which sounds really fancy. It's not. Start with butter, 6 tablespoons of butter, and I'm just going to melt that. And then later I'm going to add some flour for thickener. Okay, the next thing is heating up a quart of milk. And what this does is thicken the sauce. When I add the cheese and the pasta, it gives a nice thick mac and cheese, classic mac and cheese. And then I'm going to mix into the butter half a cup of flour. And the thing about making a roux, or white sauce, is you want the flour to cook for a minute or two so it doesn't have that sort of raw flour taste. Okay, milk looks like it's hot, just under simmering. Just going to pour it in. And now I'm going to stir it until it gets nice and thick. So this is white sauce. That's it. It's just thickened milk, and it's going to make fantastic mac and cheese. Okay, I'm going to turn the heat off next to the cheese. That's the good part. So that's about 2 cups of grated cheddar, and I'm going to do 4 cups of grated Gruyere. Just cut it so it fits in the feed tube, just like that. Okay, into the pan with lots of flavorings. I just think it's going to go so well with lobster. That's a lot of cheese. It makes 8 servings. 1 tablespoon of salt. I use kosher salt. 1 teaspoon of pepper. Give it a little heat. And half a teaspoon of nutmeg. Sort of a classic French Garten seasoning. Just think brings out the nuttiness of the cheeses. Stir that together. This is going to be really good mac and cheese. Okay, next I need some pasta. Once it's drained, it goes right back into the sauce and cheese. Yeah, okay. This is delicious. All the pasta and the cheese, and wait till I put lobster in. It's going to get even better. Okay, I'm going to cut up 1.5 pounds of lobster. So I'm going to leave some of the big pieces whole, and then the really big ones I'm going to chop up. Okay, all this is just going to go right into the pot. This may be one of my favorite dishes of all time. So good. Big stir. Okay, now I'm going to get the topping ready. First, I need some melted butter. 2 tablespoons of melted butter. And 1.5 cups of breadcrumbs. So these are breadcrumbs. It's really fresh bread that I just ground up in the food processor. And what this is going to do is when it's in the oven, it's going to get brown and crusty. So I'm just going to sprinkle this right on top. Into the oven, 375 degrees for 30 minutes, and they're going to be bubbly and crusty on the top. It's going to be so good. Lobster mac and cheese. Now, I don't know anybody that wouldn't want that for dinner.
Okay, that's 3 tablespoons of olive oil and about 3 tablespoons of butter. I do the olive oil because it has a high burning temperature and the butter because it has lots of flavor. I know this looks like a lot, but it's the sauce for the entire dish. And about 1.5 tablespoons of garlic. With garlic, you really don't want to cook it too long, so just about a minute. There's nothing worse than the flavor of burnt garlic. So 1 minute while I get everything else ready. So the first thing is shrimp. And what I buy is peeled and deveined shrimp from the fish store. If you can't buy it, you can always peel and devein it yourself. I'm going to add a pound of shrimp and just cook it for a very short time, like 3 to 5 minutes. And all that flavor of the garlic is going to get into the shrimp. So first thing I'm going to do is salt and pepper the shrimp. I want it to have lots of flavor because when you add the pasta, the sauce has to flavor the pasta also. So it's going to be really strongly flavored. Just turn the shrimp so they cook evenly on both sides. It smells so good, all that garlic and butter and oil. How bad can that be? Michael's so great with flowers. I can't wait to see what he's doing at the table.
That looks good. I hope Anna likes it.
So, just drain the water from it, and then it's going to go right into that pan with the shrimp and the garlic and butter and oil. It's going to absorb all that great flavor. Okay, just like that. 2 spoons. Just toss it all together. This is actually a great way to make any pasta. Italians do it. Even when you're making pasta with tomato sauce, is you cook the pasta and the sauce together for the last few minutes, and it really absorbs the flavor. Okay, and then the last ingredients are lemon zest, lemon juice, I like a little bit of heat, so just a sprinkling of red pepper flakes. Okay, just toss that together, and then I have 2 more things to put in. Parsley. Okay, right on top. And then because I want you to know, you can't really see the lemon, but I want you to know it's lemon, what I do is a few thin slices of lemon. People aren't going to eat them, but they'll see that it's lemon. So I'm going to add a few slices of lemon to the whole thing before I finish its tossing.
Lamb stew with spring vegetables. So let me tell you where I'm up to. I cooked 1/4 pound of bacon in this big pot, just until it was crisp, and then I put it aside. And now what I'm doing is I'm browning 3 pounds of lamb shoulder, and I'm browning it in 2 batches, just so it gets a nice sear and ends up steaming instead of searing. So this is what you want it to look like, nice and brown. It's not cooked through, just nice and brown. So the second batch is done. I'm gonna add lots of garlic, 2 tablespoons of minced garlic. I want this to have lots of flavor. Next, I need 2 cups of beef stock. You can use canned beef stock. Lots of liquid. You want the lamb to cook in liquid. 1 cup of good red wine. I'm using a Cote de Rhone. Okay. Cup of diced tomatoes. They're canned tomatoes with the juices. Just give it a big stir. And then lots of herbs. I've got minced thyme, fresh thyme, minced rosemary. That's gonna have a lot of flavor. Okay, then I'm gonna put the rest of the lamb and the bacon back in. And all the juices that collect. Okay, lots of salt and pepper. You want it to have a great flavor. Okay, give it all a big stir. Turn up the heat, bring it to a simmer. Okay, so I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna put in. First, I'm gonna put in potatoes. The next thing I put in is turnips, which have that kind of radishy flavor. And the next thing is carrots. You can either scrub them or peel them. I like to cut them in big chunks on a diagonal. And the last thing is pearl onions. Actually, these are fresh onions that I blanched in water just to take the peels off, but I mean, you could really use frozen onions. I love the sauce and the vegetables and the lamb It's really as much about the vegetables as it is about the lamb. And the wine, okay, back into the oven for 1 hour, and this is gonna be so good. I love recipes where the oven does all the work. Ta-da! Oh, look how good that looks. Okay, just a few more things to do. First is I'm gonna make a beurre meunier. So it's 2 tablespoons of butter, room temperature, 2 tablespoons of flour mixed together. I'm gonna use it to thicken the sauce and just cook it a little bit on the cooktop. It just thickens the sauce and makes it really kind of rich and delicious. Okay, 2 more things. So I've got peas, and instead of shelling peas, I'm using frozen peas. So just give this a big stir. I'm gonna just add some fresh parsley. Just stir it in. Perfect. Now all I need is a big bowl so I can taste it. Make sure it's really good. First, I need seafood stock to make the base of the stew. So the base starts with fennel and onions. I've got 2 cups of diced fennel, 1.5 cups of diced onions. I've just cooked them in a little olive oil just until they're tender, about 10 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna add 3 cloves of garlic, 1 teaspoon of whole fennel seeds. Really gives us an intense fennel flavor, just really good with seafood. 1/2 teaspoon of crushed red pepper flakes, give it a little heat. I'm just gonna cook this for 2 minutes, just until the garlic's really fragrant. I'm gonna add 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes. It's crushed. Next thing I need is 1.5 cups of white wine. And you know I always say, use a white wine you would drink. I'm using Pinot Grigio, but you'll have 1/2 bottle of wine left to drink. Okay, now I need a tablespoon of salt. This is a big pot of seafood stew. 1 teaspoon of pepper. And next is 4 cups of seafood stock. Just pour it right in. It's a really rich stock. And this is gonna cook for 30 minutes. And while that happens, I'm gonna tell you how I made this gorgeous homemade seafood stock. Makes all the difference in the world. I put 2 tablespoons of olive oil in a pan and added shrimp shells from 1 pound of large shrimp, along with 2 cups of chopped yellow onions, 2 chopped carrots, 3 stalks of chopped celery, and mixed everything together and cooked them for 15 minutes. Then I added 2 cloves of minced garlic, gave it a stir, and I poured in 1.5 quarts of water, added 1/2 cup of dry white wine, like Pinot Grigio, then added 1/3 cup of tomato paste, 10 sprigs of fresh thyme, including the stems, 1 tablespoon of salt, and 1.5 teaspoons of black pepper. Then I brought it all to a boil, lowered the heat, and simmered it for an hour. When the time was up, I strained the stock through a sieve, pressing the solids. Poured it into a quart container. Done. So I have 1.5 pounds of cod. I might serve it with a salad to start, and then the seafood stew. Okay, so that goes in right into the stew. And at this point, you don't want to stir it too much because you don't want to break up the fish. Next is 1 pound of shrimp. I actually buy it peeled and deveined. It's 16 to 20 count, which means there's 16 to 20 shrimp in a pound. They're pretty good size. Okay, next is 1 pound of scallops. I've got sea scallops, and what I did was I cut them in half crosswise, so they're not too big. You can use bay scallops, but don't cut them. They're really small. What I've done with the mussels is I've got about 24 mussels, and I soak them in water with a little bit of flour in it, and that gets any sand out of the mussels. And rinse them. I don't want any flour in the stew. Just check to make sure the mussels are closed. It says they're alive. And now I'm just gonna put it right on the top. So sprinkle it over the top of the cioppino. Don't stir it at this point. You don't want to break everything up. Put the lid on and cook it for 10 minutes. That's gonna be delicious. How gorgeous. I wish you could smell it. It's amazing. And all the mussels are open, so we're good to go. I'm gonna turn off the heat and add one more thing, a tablespoon of Pernod, which is like anise-flavored liqueur. I'm gonna put the lid back on and let it sit for like 2 minutes, just so it really permeates all the seafood. Okay, I've got one more thing. I'm gonna serve it with garlic toast, and I've got them in the oven. So I've baked slices of baguette olive oil, salt, and pepper, 400 degrees for 15 minutes. And now, in order to make them garlic toast, I'm going to cut a piece of garlic in half and just rub the cut half right on the toast. And that way, you don't have like a bite of garlic, you just have the flavor of it. And with the seafood, it's going to be fantastic. Time to serve up the stew. How good does that look? Wow. A little bit of parsley on the top of each one, a couple of toasts, and I would say that's a seafood stew. Can't make good chicken noodle soup without good homemade chicken stock. Fortunately, I had 2 quarts in the freezer, so I'm going to heat that up. I'm going to put in 1 cup of chopped carrots right into the chicken stock, 1 cup of chopped celery, and 2 cups of noodles. I just use regular egg noodles. You can probably use any kind of pasta, but this chicken noodle soup has to be egg noodles. 2 cups, right in. Give it a big stir. This is going to cook for about 10 minutes. And actually, it's nice because the starch in the noodles is going to get into the soup. It gives it a little body, which is great. And then I need to add chicken. And I just cook the chicken exactly the way I usually do. I take 2 chicken breasts, bone in, skin on, put them on a sheet pan, rub them with olive oil, sprinkle with lots of salt and pepper, and roast them at 350 degrees for 35 to 40 minutes. I mean, that's it. So I'm just going to take the skin off, and then with a knife, just cut around the bone. So all I really want is the meat. You can really just peel it off with your hands if you want to. And because you're going to dice it or shred it, it doesn't really matter what it looks like. You just need large pieces of chicken. It's amazing how the olive oil and the skin and the seasoning really gets into the chicken, and it keeps it absolutely delicious. So much more flavorful than boiling it, which I think takes all the flavor out of the chicken. And you can either shred it like this or you can dice it, but this time I feel like dicing it. So just nice big bite-sized pieces. This looks so wonderful. It's so moist this way. And that's what I want from Miguel's chicken noodle soup. You can use dark meat for this, but it's sort of more traditional to use white meat. Big dice. Perfect. Okay, let's see how the soup is doing. It's just 10 minutes. It smells fantastic. Oh, how good does that look? Wow. Okay, chicken in, a little parsley, and it's almost done. So if you've got chicken stock in the refrigerator or the freezer, this is really fast to do. 1/4 cup of parsley. It's always good to have a fresh herb in there. Just really brings out the flavor. Makes the whole thing taste really fresh. You can do dill if you like dill, whatever you have around. Nothing too strong though, not rosemary. Into the pot. This is a really good chicken noodle soup. So depending on how salty or peppery the stock is, I'm going to add some more seasoning, but first I have to taste it. This is a tough job. Oh, it's so good. It's got so much chicken flavor. It needs a little more salt. The strange thing about chicken soup is it can taste like dirty dishwater, or it can taste like really delicious chicken soup, and salt is the only ingredient that's different. Shrimp bisque. I love it, but every recipe I've seen is really complicated. I decided I'm going to see if I can make a really simple version that's just delicious. I bought fish stock, and I've added the shrimp shells to it to give it even more flavor. I'm going to strain the fish stock. I need 3 3/4 cups. So if I have a little less, I'm just going to add some water. Yep, just a little water. Okay, so first thing I've done here is sauteed 2 cups of leeks and 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Just make sure the leeks are really, really clean before you cook them. Okay, I'm going to add some garlic, about a tablespoon of garlic. Just saute it for about a minute. I actually love shrimp bisque. I like that rich shrimp flavor and a little bit of sherry. So the next thing I need is a little bit of cayenne pepper. Just a pinch, not too much. You don't want it to overpower the shrimp. And just cook that together. Okay. And then a pound of shrimp. This is where the shells came from. And just cook the shrimp for about 3 minutes until they're just perfectly pink and just tender. When the shrimp's cooked, I'm going to add the rest of the ingredients and have a really rich, delicious shrimp bisque. Well, I can't make good shrimp bisque without sherry, but I've actually decided a little cognac would help it too. So I'm going to start with a 1/4 cup of cognac. Just going to pour it right into the shrimp and leeks. Let it cook for a minute. That smells good. And a 1/4 cup of dry sherry. And all that's just going to really get into the shrimp and flavor the soup. Now that smells like shrimp bisque. Shrimp and sherry. So classic. Okay, I'm going to puree this now. I'm going to just put it right into the food processor. And now I'm just going to puree it until it's really chunky. I don't like it when it's too smooth. Okay, that's perfect. So now I'm going to make a white sauce that's going to be the base of the soup. This white sauce is really the same kind of white sauce I made for the lasagna. I'm starting with 1/2 stick of butter, then a 1/4 cup of flour. I'm going to cook it over medium-low heat for about a minute, just to cook the flour. Then I'm adding 2 cups of 1/2 and 1/2. I'm just going to stir this until the 1/2 and 1/2 gets hot and it thickens with the flour. So far, it's been pretty easy. Okay, the next thing I'm going to put in is the pureed shrimp and leeks. Really smells good. You can smell the cognac and the sherry. That's going to have so much flavor. The fish stock, 3 3/4 cups. 1/3 cup of tomato paste. 2 teaspoons of salt. And 1 teaspoon of pepper. And that's it. Just going to stir it up and just let this simmer. All the flavors are going to go together. It's going to be rich and delicious, I hope. I'm starting with 5 ounces of each of 3 mushrooms, portobello, cremini, and shiitake. If you can't find all 3, just pick one. Okay, nice clean mushrooms. So the next step is to separate the mushroom stems from the caps. That one's just caps. Take off the stems. I love the nutty, sort of meaty flavor of the wild mushrooms. I'm going to chop the stems, just a rough chop because it's all going to get cooked together. And then for more flavor, I'm going to chop a carrot. Any kind of vegetables you have that will flavor the stock, it's a great way to use them up. Okay, so now I'm going to heat the pan. A tablespoon of olive oil, a tablespoon of butter. In go the onions, carrots, and the mushroom stems. These are just going to cook for about 10 to 15 minutes until they get really nicely caramelized. And okay, big sprig of thyme right in. Just going to let that cook. I'm going to get the rest of the soup ready. So the first thing I'm going to use is a leek. I know you've seen it at the grocery store, but people don't use it so much here. So you need some butter and oil again, just so that you get the best flavor of the butter and the best burning temperatures of the oil. Leeks go into the pan, and those are going to saute for about 15 to 20 minutes until they have great flavor. In the meantime, I'm going to pour some water into the stock. I need 6 cups of water. So it's just going to simmer away for about 30 minutes until it gets a really rich mushroom stock. And then later I'm going to add it to the soup. Okay, so the next thing I want to do for the soup is cut up the mushroom caps, like 1/4 half-inch slices. Okay, that's it for the mushrooms. I'm just going to go into the pan with the leeks and the butter. Just give them a stir. And those are going to cook for about 10 minutes until all the moisture from the mushrooms gets out into the soup. Okay, now I'm going to strain the stock. I want to get every last bit. Okay, so the next thing is I'm going to add a little flour to these mushrooms. It's amazing how much they've cooked down. So I need a 1/4 cup of flour. What this is going to do is thicken the soup. Just add it right to the mushrooms. Cook it for a minute. Perfect. Now I need a cup of dry white wine, whatever you have in the refrigerator. Oh, that smells great. Okay, some fresh thyme leaves, about a teaspoon. Give it a stir. And now I'm going to add the stock. Look how gorgeous that is, just from the stems. Okay, last ingredients. So 1 cup of cream. And then a cup of half and half. And half a cup of fresh parsley. Give it a stir. So I'm going to chill this, and then I'm going to heat it up just before dinner.
This is fantastic.
Thank you.
Actually, this is the best soup I've ever had. It is delicious.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with onions. Got a little bit of butter. So it's 8 tablespoons of butter. I think the base of any good soup is onions, just sautéed really slowly so that they get really caramelized and have lots of flavor. Okay, into the pot, that's about 2 cups of onions. And these are going to saute for about 10 minutes. And in the meantime, I'm going to get to work on the celery, carrots, and potatoes, all medium diced. Perfectly cooked onions, nice and translucent. Okay, I'm going to put the rest of the vegetables in. I have 2 cups of medium diced celery, 2 cups of medium diced carrots, and 4 cups of potatoes. I'm just going to stir them around. I'm going to saute them for about 10 minutes so they start to cook. It smells great. Okay, now some fresh thyme. About 1½ teaspoons of fresh thyme. You can use dried herbs, but fresh herbs are so much better. And if you have any left over, you can just strip them off the stems and just freeze them and use them another time. Okay. 1 teaspoon of salt. Half a teaspoon of pepper. It's really important to season things as you go along. Just stir it up. I'm going to let this cook for about 10 minutes until the vegetables start to get tender. Just can't make clam chowder without clams and fresh clam juice. Well, you could probably use bottled clam juice, but it just won't be the same. I'm going to use a quart of fresh clam juice. Just pour it right into the vegetables. Just going to bring that to a boil. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is make a roux, which is a little thickener. So it's 8 tablespoons of butter. Just going to let that melt. Half a cup of flour. And what it's going to do is enrich and thicken the soup. Okay, the butter's melted. Just dump the flour in all at once, and then just whisk it. I'm going to cook it for just about 2 or 3 minutes. Soup is actually great to make for parties because you always make it in advance, and the clam chowder actually tastes better after a day or 2. Okay. I'm just going to take about a cup of the hot soup and just put it right into the roux. And then put it all back into the soup. And that just makes sure you don't get any lumps, ever. And then just stir it, and it'll thicken the soup right away. This looks great. Okay, it's time for the clams. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to removing the sort of black part of the clam, so I get the good meaty part into the soup. The rest is a little chewier. It's not so flavorful. This is about 1½ pounds of clams. Probably serves about 6 to 8 people. I add the clams at the end because you don't want them to get tough. You don't want them to overcook at all.
Okay, now into the pot of clam chowder, and I'm just gonna cook them for about 2 minutes, just enough to heat them up. Just gonna stir them in. Messy job. So I need about 2 cups of milk. Oh, this looks great. Seriously delicious East Hampton clam chowder. Let me just check for seasoning, always a good idea. That's perfect. You can really taste the fresh clams. Makes a difference. Okay, 2 tablespoons of olive oil and a cup of onions, about 1 yellow onion. I always put the onions in first because they don't burn as easily as the garlic. Just mince the garlic finely. You know, there's no real secret to mincing. The only thing you want to do is hold the tip down with 1 finger and then move the handle up and down. Otherwise the knife jumps all over the board and it's hard to control. Okay, garlic's ready. Okay, now some flavors. Definitely need salt and pepper. 1½ teaspoons of salt. I use kosher salt. 1 teaspoon of pepper. And ½ teaspoon of dried oregano. Oh, can't get that. And just stir that around. Let that cook with the onions. Wonder how TR is getting along with his assignment. Sounds like a secret mission. I think the onions and garlic are done. Hope TR likes this soup. It's nice to have something that's actually delicious and good for you. I'm going to add 2 cups of carrots, chopped. I like big chunks. You want this to be really good, hearty, chunky soup. Okay. And a cup of diced potatoes. Nice thing about the potatoes is you don't have to peel them. You don't have to bother. Peel tastes just fine. It's going to cook for a long time. And who wants to peel anything that small anyway? Okay, right into the pot. 8 cups of good chicken stock. This is homemade. If you can make it homemade, it's really worth it. But if not, you can find a good chicken stock in the grocery store. Okay. And now we're going to put in split peas. So, I'm going to use about 1 pound of split peas, which is about 2 cups of split peas total. But I'm going to only put in about 1½ cups to start with, so it makes a really thick soup. And then I put the rest in right about halfway through the cooking, so you get really chunky, just the bite of split peas also. So I'm just going to let this simmer for about 40 minutes. This is going to be a really nice soup to come home to. So split pea soup is half done, looking pretty good. So at this point, halfway through the cooking, I'm going to add another ½ cup of split peas. And what that does is, then the split peas that are already in there get really soft and make the soup really rich and thick. And then these split peas will cook a little less, so they'll have a little bit of bite to them, which is really good. I like both textures. Continue to let this soup simmer and just cook it for another 40 minutes. Well, raw oysters are perfectly great. I actually prefer them a little grilled with some lemon dill butter. I'm gonna get the grill set up. So I've got hot coals in the charcoal chimney. So I'm gonna dump them out. Okay, 1 layer of coals. Just gonna spread them out a little bit. I don't want to incinerate these, I want to just slightly grill them. Okay, grate goes on. Next I need aluminum foil. So this is my trick. What you want to do is keep the oysters upright so all the oyster liquor and the butter stay in the shell. And I found if I put sprinkled foil right on the grill, I can just set the oysters in the foil and it all stays in the shell. So while I put the oysters on the grill, I'll show you how I prepared them. I put 1/4 pound of room temperature butter in the bowl of an electric mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, along with a teaspoon of minced garlic, a teaspoon of minced fresh dill, ½ teaspoon of lemon zest, a tablespoon of freshly squeezed lemon juice, 3/4 teaspoon of kosher salt, 1/4 teaspoon of pepper, and just mixed everything together.
Then I used 2 small spoons to put about a teaspoon of herb butter on each oyster. I had bought them shucked on the half shell. Okay, last 2 on. I made these once for Jeffrey and went crazy. So I'm gonna put the lid on, make sure the vents are open, and grill them for exactly 3 minutes. Okay, time's up, and they smell amazing. You can tell they're done when the butter's just sizzling and they just start to cook. Oh, this is gonna be so good. Just gonna put them on a platter. The butter's melted and the oysters just ever so slightly cooked. I'm using Blue Point oysters from Long Island. They're really nice and plump, but pick any oysters you really like. Make sure they're really meaty. You know what I always say, cook oysters and a man shows up. And a little fleur de sel at the end, just to bring out the flavors. Uh-oh, trouble just arrived.
What's here?
So I made grilled oysters with lemon dill butter. You don't want any, do you?
No, I'll just take the whole plate. Well, that looks good.
He's a very good audience. So you just pick one up like that.
Okay.
And use your fork. They're hot, very hot, and just eat it.
Oh, that's
It's
delicious.
really good, isn't it? Good? And then you can just sort of, so good.
Unbelievable.
The dirty little secret about my foolproof ribs is they're actually cooked in the oven until they're falling off the bone and absolutely delicious. And then at the last minute, I throw them on the grill and they get that really charred flavor. They're so good and they're so easy to do. So for the barbecue sauce, I'm starting with 1 onion that I've sauteed in vegetable oil. I'm gonna put in 1 tablespoon of chopped garlic. Just cook it for a minute because you don't want to overcook the garlic. 1 cup of tomato paste. It's got a lot of ingredients, but frankly, a lot of them you probably already have in your pantry. 1 cup of cider vinegar, a little acidity in this. 1 cup of honey. It actually adds a little sweetness, and then it'll caramelize on the grill. 1 cup of Dijon mustard. It's a lot, I know. 1 cup of hoisin sauce. That's the start of the Asian ingredients. 1/2 cup of Worcestershire sauce. 1/2 cup of soy sauce. You still with me? 2 tablespoons of chili powder. That's 1 and 2. 1 tablespoon of ground cumin. Just gives great flavor, really depth of flavor. And a little bit of heat, 1½ teaspoons of crushed red pepper flakes. I want it to be a little hot, right? I'm just gonna bring that to a boil, mix everything together, and let it simmer for 30 minutes. All those flavors are just gonna deepen and get absolutely delicious. They're gonna be so good with the ribs. The barbecue sauce is ready. Time to make the ribs. I use St. Louis ribs, and I find them perfect. They have a lot of meat on the bone, and they're not too big to handle. Okay, so that's 2 teaspoons of salt and 1 teaspoon of pepper. I just season the meat side, not the bone side. And now I'm just gonna slather it with barbecue sauce. So big ladle. I always use aluminum foil underneath it so it's easy cleanup, because these are good and messy. So now I'm gonna cover them loosely with foil, 350 degrees for 1 hour and 45 minutes until the meat is falling off the bone. Whoa, don't those look fantastic? So at this point, I put on a little more barbecue sauce because I think it really needs it. And this is gonna really caramelize on the grill, get that nice barbecue flavor. Okay, and the rest of it, I'm gonna pour into a dish and take outside for dipping once they're all done. Okay, I've got the ribs, I've got the sauce. See you at the grill. I'm just gonna brush it with oil just to make sure the ribs don't stick. Just extra precaution. Whoa, that's a little more exciting than I thought. Okay, let's grill these ribs. I'll place them on the grill, ribs side down. Put the lid on with the vents open and grill them for 5 minutes. Then take the lid off, turn the ribs meat side down, put the lid back on, and cook them for another 5 minutes. Oh wow, look how delicious and perfectly browned these are. So I'll put them on a board, cover them tightly with aluminum foil, and let them rest for 10 minutes. These look fantastic. I only wish you could smell them. This looks so good. They're meaty, they're flavorful, they're tender. You know what? Once I stopped incinerating ribs on the grill and started roasting them first and then barbecuing them, there's no going back. There's a point in every summer where I just can't look at one more barbecue chicken. And I thought, I'm gonna test a recipe for flattened chicken, maybe like a Tuscan chicken with lemon and garlic. So I'm gonna take a whole chicken, and in order to flatten it, I'm just gonna take the backbone out. Of course, you can have the butcher do this, but it's really quite simple. Just take your knife and run it right along one side of the backbone, and then right along the other side of the backbone. Just take it right out. So I've got a flat chicken that's going to grill evenly. Need lots of salt, give it lots of flavor. Both sides. To really bring out the chickenness in it. Okay. So I'm just going to put this in a pan that's big enough to hold it. That's perfect. Now we need some rosemary for the marinade. At the end of the day, chicken's pretty bland, so I want to infuse it with as much flavor as I can. So for the Tuscan lemon chicken, I'm going to start with lots of fresh rosemary, about a tablespoon. And a tablespoon of chopped garlic. Always good on chicken. I need 2 teaspoons of lemon zest. So 2 teaspoons, I need maybe 1.5 lemons. Okay, that's about 2 teaspoons. So right into the marinade. And then freshly squeezed lemon juice. What I'm basically making is a lemon vinaigrette with lots of fresh herbs. Just gonna squeeze. I need about 1/3 of a cup, which is a little more than 1 lemon, maybe 1.5. Lots of pepper. 1/3 of a cup of olive oil. Stir it all together. And just pour it right over the chicken. This is why you want a dish that's just the size of the chicken, because you want it to really soak in the marinade. Yeah, okay, that's part 1, marinating. Part 2, the grill. And this chicken on the grill is gonna be fantastic. First thing I need to do is brush the grill. Really hot coals, but just 1 layer. I don't want it too hot, otherwise the chicken's gonna burn. So the key to cooking something like this is to make sure it's all about the same thickness, right on the grill. And at this point, most Tuscan chickens have like bricks wrapped in foil, all kinds of complicated things on top. But I just take the dish that it was marinated in, put it right on top, and that makes sure that it's really even. When the chicken goes on, don't pour the marinade over, otherwise you'll find your chicken engulfed in flames. Oh, the oil will start to burn. Not pretty. So I'm just gonna cook it for about 12 to 15 minutes on each side. I actually think this might work out okay. So there are 2 ways to tell whether it's done. One is the meat thermometer, and one is just to cut between the thigh and the breast and see if the juices run clear. But 150 degrees, perfect. I'm just gonna take it off, put it on the board, cover it with aluminum foil, and let it rest, and it'll continue cooking a little bit. And the last little surprise of this recipe is grilled lemon. I'm just gonna put the lemon on the grill, and it gives a real smoky flavor to the lemon. It's fantastic, better than a sauce. Okay, just gonna cut this in quarters, squeeze it with lemon juice, and have Tuscan grilled lemon chicken. Next is Asian grilled salmon. I can't tell you how many times I've made this, and I guarantee you it's really easy. But it's also elegant. So I'm gonna start with a nice piece of salmon, this beautiful center cut salmon. The idea of this recipe is I'm gonna make a marinade, pour half of it over the salmon, and then after the salmon's grilled, pour the other half over, so it becomes both a marinade and a sauce.
and it keeps it really moist and flavorful. So I'm going to cut 5 or 6 slices. Just make sure you get all the way through the skin. I'm going to take these slices and just put them in a dish, and I'm going to marinate them in. This is about 3 pounds of salmon. You want to figure about 1/2 pound per person. Okay. Now I'm going to make the marinade. So I have 1/2 teaspoon of fresh chopped garlic in the bowl. Gives it a nice bite. I need 2 tablespoons of good Dijon mustard. That's about 2 tablespoons. 3 tablespoons of good soy sauce. This is the Asian part of the Asian marinated salmon. And 6 tablespoons of good olive oil. I like California olive oil. I think it's got a good flavor, but it's not too strong for the sauce. I'm just going to whisk this together. This sauce is particularly great because the mustard emulsifies it. So we're just going to pour 1/2 on, spread it out. Okay. Great. Asian grilled salmon is just done. Perfect. So you can either take the skin off or not, but I think it's just fine with the skin on. Really up to you. Okay. I'm going to turn it over on this plate. Ooh, that looks good. I'm turning it over particularly. Looks nice that way, but I want the sauce to get into the meat of the salmon. This is a hot and messy job. I think 4 pieces will be perfect for 3 of us. Whoa. I'm just going to put the sauce on next. Okay, I'm just going to put the rest of the sauce on. Keeps the fish really moist and flavorful. Don't use the marinade from the raw fish. So my bridge friends are coming over for a game of bridge, and I thought, you know, instead of the usual snacks, I'm gonna make something special. So I've got a grill going, I've got hot coals, cool cocktail, and I'm gonna make sliders, which are baby burgers. So it's 2 pounds of ground beef. I use really premium beef. I like grass-fed beef. 3 tablespoons of olive oil. That keeps it nice and moist. This is really easy to make. And some good spicy mustard, Dijon mustard, about a tablespoon. Tablespoon of garlic. I'm going to chop it really fine. So that's 3 cloves of garlic. So sliders are great. They're small hamburgers. Okay, 1 tablespoon of garlic, finely minced, right into the mixture. Some fresh thyme, about a teaspoon of fresh thyme leaves. Just peel them right off the stems. Okay, teaspoon of fresh thyme, 2 teaspoons of salt, teaspoon of pepper. Give it a big stir with a fork. Fork's really important. You don't want to compact the meat, you want to keep it really nice and light. There are 2 big mistakes of hamburgers. One is compacting it when you're actually forming the burger, and the second one is pressing it when it's on the grill. Gets rid of all the nice juices into the grill. You want to keep these moist and light and delicious. Okay, time to make the burgers. So this mixture is going to make, I would normally make 6 burgers, but I'm going to make 12 sliders. And so they're approximately 2 inches wide by 1 inch thick, and they're going to go in little brioche rolls. Perfect. I got these fabulous little brioche rolls. My friend Eli makes them. I'm just going to grill them for just a couple of seconds until they're toasted. I think I'll just do the bottom. I'm going to do them with arugula and grated Gruyere and sliced tomato. I think that'd be perfect for the bridge party. Okay, let's see how. This isn't going to take very long, I don't think. Look at that. Perfect. Excellent. I have sliced tomatoes. Those wonderful vine-ripened tomatoes in red and yellow and orange. Oh, they smell so good.
the brioche buns.
About 4 to 5 minutes on each side. And these are gonna be the juiciest, most delicious sliders anybody ever had. Hamburgers are perfectly cooked. Fabulous.
Shells with broccoli rabe and pancetta is one of those pasta dishes with big flavor. And the first one is the broccoli rabe. What I did was I chopped it up in big pieces and blanched it for 2 minutes. You don't want to overcook it, otherwise it's going to get too soggy and it turns brown. This is a really classic Italian vegetable. And strangely, isn't even related to broccoli. But it's got great flavor, a little more bitter. And here's the trick in this dish. I'm going to save the water, and I'm going to cook the pasta in exactly the same water. So I've got 1 pound of large shells. I'm just going to pour them in. Boiling salted water. And cook those according to the directions on the package, probably around 8 to 10 minutes. Turn up the heat. Make sure they're boiling. Just give it a stir. I'm using shells for this dish because I love that the pancetta and the broccoli rabe get caught in that little opening in the shells. It's a great pasta for this. Okay, so while the pasta cooks, I'm going to cook the pancetta. And the key to this is I don't actually ask the butcher to slice it because they always slice it too thin. And I want a 1/4 inch dice, which means it has to be a 1/4 inch thick. So I just do it myself. So just do a nice dice. I'm going to cook the pancetta in a saute pan. Then when the pasta and the broccoli rabe are all cooked, they're going to all cook together in the saute pan. Pancetta is really Italian bacon, but it's a little smokier. Just think it has more flavor. Just delicious. Okay, I'm going to put this in. So that's a 1/2 pound of pancetta. Just going to cook that until the fat is rendered and starts to brown. It's going to take about 8 minutes to brown. Look how gorgeous this pancetta is. It's perfectly cooked, nice and crispy. Okay, I'm going to add 2 cloves of minced garlic. I'm just going to put it right in with the pancetta, just for a minute, just until you can smell it. You don't want it to burn. And some hot red pepper flakes. Give it a little heat. Remember, I said this isn't boring. Just give that a stir, just until you can smell the garlic. That's when you know it's done. Next is the broccoli rabe. I'm just going to add it into this pan. Add that in. And now the shells should be done. So let me just test one, make sure it's done. Perfect. We want them really al dente. And instead of draining it, I'm going to pick them up with a spider or a strainer, whatever you have, and put them right in here. And you want some of the water to come with it. The starch in the pasta water really helps thicken the sauce. So I'm just going to cook this all together. How pretty is this? And then when I serve it, I'm going to serve it with ricotta in the middle. It makes it creamy and lots of Parmesan cheese. So if it's dry, I'll add a little more pasta water. But you can see there's still a little water in the bottom of the pan, so it's fine. And you know, the pasta is going to absorb that liquid, and it's got all the flavor of the pancetta and the broccoli rabe in it. Okay, a little salt and pepper. A little pepper. Seasoning is so important. You can have the most delicious pasta dish, but if it doesn't have enough seasoning, it's really boring. Makes all the difference in the world. Okay, just until this all kind of melts together, just a minute, and it's all heated through. How gorgeous does this look? Okay, I'm gonna show you how I serve it up. So big bowl. This is one big serving of pasta. It's one thing, and it's got everything you need for dinner in it. Vegetables, pasta, pancetta. And then what I like to do is take like a scoop of ricotta, just fresh ricotta, and just put it right on top. And then as you eat it, you can just blend it all together. Kind of that hot and cold thing, creamy, and you have to have Parmesan cheese, lots of Parmesan, right around. And that is what I would call a weeknight dinner. It's really satisfying, it's really comforting. Bad day at the office, this will solve all your problems. It's so good, it's got so much flavor. So the last herb on my hit parade is, I think, the unsung hero of the herb garden, parsley. I love it. So I'm making pasta with pecorino and pepper and parsley. Say that fast. I'm going to start with 2 tablespoons of chopped parsley. Because parsley's a major ingredient in this recipe, I'm using flat leaf parsley. It really has more flavor, sort of that crisp, bitter flavor that you're looking for. I actually want to see the parsley in the dish, so you don't want it too finely chopped. Okay, now the pasta. So it's 8 ounces of tagliarelli. I figure about 4 ounces per person. It takes just 3 minutes to cook. I need 2 teaspoons of pepper. Actually, I want them really, really coarse. I want sort of fine bits and coarse bits, so you really bite into the peppercorns. And I'm putting it in a mortar and pestle, which allows you to sort of grind them by hand. I know it sounds crazy, but it's really good. So you want sort of big pieces and little pieces all ground up, just like that. Fantastic. Ooh, already smells peppery. Next, 2 cups of tomatoes, cherry tomatoes. I'm using these little grape tomatoes. They're really sweet. Whatever's good in the market. The next major ingredient is pecorino. This has a very sharp, sort of Parmesan-like flavor. I need about a cup total of grated pecorino. Okay, I think the pasta's ready. First thing I'm going to do is take a cup and just take out some of the pasta water so that if the pasta is a little too thick, I can always add that back in. Perfect pasta. Okay, you don't want it completely dry. You want a little moisture in it. Okay, I'm gonna bring it back right on the pot. I'm gonna mix the sauce right in the pot. Okay, now, need 2 tablespoons of cream, 1 tablespoon of butter, just toss it all together. Okay, now all the ingredients go in. 2 cups of tomatoes, makes it a fuller dish rather than just pasta. Then the parsley. How fast is this? And then the pecorino, which has that sort of bite of Parmesan, not nearly as expensive. About a half a cup. 2 teaspoons of pepper crushed. That's going to give it so much flavor. And season it with salt. And it's gotten a little dry, so I'm going to add some of the cooking water to it. Just toss it all together. Okay, that's done. Now I just have to take its beauty shot. Big bowl, lots of pasta. Wow, how beautiful. So, some tomatoes, some parsley. Fantastic. Big sprinkling of pecorino. A little bit of pepper. I think this would look good with a fork in it, like somebody's about to eat it. Take its picture, write everything up. Wow, looks even better in the photograph. Have to make sure it's really good. So my recipe's good and everybody can make good pasta. One of the perks of the job. Oh, it's so good. You can really taste the pecorino and it's spicy with pepper. That's a good dinner. So I'm going to start with a nice piece of salmon. It's beautiful center cut salmon. The idea of this recipe is I'm going to make a marinade, pour half of it over the salmon, and then after the salmon's grilled, pour the other half over. So it becomes both a marinade and a sauce, and it keeps it really moist and flavorful. So I'm going to cut 5 or 6 slices. Just make sure you get all the way through the skin. I'm going to take these slices and just put them in a dish. And I'm going to marinate them in. This is about 3 pounds of salmon. You want to figure about a half a pound per person. Okay. Now I'm going to make the marinade. So I have half a teaspoon of fresh chopped garlic in the bowl. Gives it a nice bite. I need 2 tablespoons of good Dijon mustard. That's about 2 tablespoons. 3 tablespoons of good soy sauce. And
6 tablespoons of good olive oil. I like California olive oil. I think it's got a good flavor, but it's not too strong for the sauce. I'm just going to whisk this together. This sauce is particularly great because the mustard emulsifies it. So we're just going to pour half on, spread it out. Okay, great. Grilled salmon is just done. Perfect. So you can either take the skin off or not, but I think it's just fine with the skin on. Really up to you. Okay. I'm going to turn it over on this plate. Ooh, that looks good. I'm turning it over particularly. It looks nice that way, but I want the sauce to get into the meat of the salmon. This is a hot and messy job. I think 4 pieces will be perfect for 3 of us. Whoa. I'm just gonna put the sauce on next. Okay, I'm just gonna put the rest of the sauce on. Keeps the fish really moist and flavorful. Don't use the marinade from the raw fish. This is very retro food. And I'm starting with tuna, but not ordinary tuna. I'm starting with really good tuna. This is Spanish tuna. It's packed in olive oil, but it's big pieces, and it's absolutely delicious. It's moist. The flavor is fantastic. I really look for some kind of imported tuna in a glass jar. With all respect to American tuna, this is particularly good. Okay, the tuna's broken up. Not too much, but just enough. And now we're gonna add lots of good things. Some diced celery. I always use the hearts of celery. I just think it's tenderer than the outside. The outside can sometimes be a little stringy. Lots of scallions. Give it lots of onion flavor. Mix it all in. And dill. I know it doesn't normally go with a tuna fish sandwich, but it makes such a difference. About 3 tablespoons of fresh dill. Think of dill with seafood, but you don't normally put it in tuna salad. And I thought, let me try it. It was really good. It's got that kind of anisey flavor. Okay, fresh lemon juice. Kind of brightens everything. Salt and pepper. Give it a little heat. It's amazing how salt and pepper makes everything taste better. Okay, next is the mayonnaise. And what I'm gonna do is flavor the mayonnaise. About 3/4 of a cup of good grocery store mayonnaise. Next is anchovy paste, just 1 teaspoon. I know, there are a lot of people that don't like anchovy paste, but it just gives a little extra depth of flavor and you don't know it's anchovies. Okay, this is gonna go right into the tuna. I mean, so far, almost everything has been in your vegetable bin or your pantry. I'm gonna mix this in. This is just comfort food, weeknight dinner, perfect thing to make. My mother always used to make us tuna fish sandwiches when we were kids. Trust me, it didn't taste anything like this. These are so much better. Okay, tuna salad's done. I'm just gonna pile it on 4 pieces of toasted white bread. So that's the tuna, next is the cheese. So I've grated some Emmentaler, it's Swiss cheese. It's got a really good nutty flavor. I love it, and it's gonna be really good on this. I grated it so it melts a little better. I like the way it looks. I like the way it melts. I like the way it tastes. It's all good. I don't wanna see any orange slices on this. You want all the ingredients to have as much flavor as possible. Each thing has to earn its place in the recipe. Okay, into the oven under the broiler, just for 1 or 2 minutes, just until the cheese melts. I want the tuna still to be cool. Watch it really carefully. Okay, I think they're ready. Oh, this looks so good. Okay, tell me these aren't the best looking tuna sandwiches you've ever seen. I love these. And I'm not even a tuna melt aficionado, but these are really good. They look kind of gooey and cheesy and tuna fish. This is perfect retro food for a weeknight dinner. The ultimate comfort food.
And because I can't ever leave well enough alone, I'm just gonna put a little microgreen on top. It's like a little peppery salad. It just kind of freshens the whole thing. I think you can find them in any grocery store now. It's like having a salad with your tuna melt. So I've got 4 center cut cod fillets. I like cod because it's kind of a meaty fish, but they're center cut because if you choose the end, it's gonna be thin and they won't cook evenly. So 4 center cut cod fillets. I brush the bottom with olive oil, put the cod on top. I'm gonna brush the top with olive oil, and that way they're just gonna brown really nicely. You don't want something that's gonna flake too much because it just doesn't have the same kind of substance to it. So olive oil, lots of salt and pepper. You want it to be really well seasoned, and some pepper. Okay, into the oven, 400 degrees for just 10 minutes. Okay, now for the topping. So I'm starting with Ritz crackers. Bet you didn't think I'd be cooking with those, but they're really buttery and they have lots of flavor. So I'm taking about 15 Ritz crackers, crumbling them up. I need cracker crumbs. Just break them up into the food processor. This is retro food, but made more modern. I really like the salty kind of buttery thing going with the fish. Okay, that's about a half a cup of Ritz cracker crumbs. If I can get it off. Right into a bowl. And to that, I'm going to add half a cup of panko crumbs and make it really crunchy. 2 tablespoons of minced parsley. 2 teaspoons of minced garlic. Give it lots of flavor. And some melted butter. Just pour it over. And this is going to make it brown and delicious because butter makes everything better, right? You always want some kind of oil or butter on the panko. Panko is actually Japanese bread flakes, and it's really popular now, and you can find it in any grocery store. I don't know what we did without it 10 years ago. Okay, I'm going to add some lemon zest to give it kind of a nice edge. About a teaspoon. Let's see. I always do it right over the thing that I'm zesting it into because it really catches the oils. Much more flavor. More flavor in the zest than in the juice, but we'll use the juice later. Okay, that should be about a teaspoon. Some salt. Give it a stir. As I said, baked fish can be kind of boring. It's this crumb topping that really gives it so much flavor. Actually, not only is it crumb topping, but it becomes part of the sauce. Okay, the first stage of the fish should be done in the oven. Perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to add about a quarter of a cup of dry white wine, and I'm going to pour it actually directly on the fillets so the flavor really gets into the fillets. Just like that. A couple of tablespoons of freshly squeezed lemon juice right on the fillets. Try and catch the seeds in your hand. And then I'm going to put the crumbs directly onto the fillets. Just pile them on. If some of them fall into the dish, it's not a problem because they'll really get incorporated in the sauce and flavor the sauce as well. It's a lot of crumbs, but it really gives the whole thing a lot of flavor. I think fish can be kind of scary to cook because you always think you're going to overcook it. But if you have fillets that are all the same thickness and they cook evenly, you don't have to worry about it. Okay, back into the oven, 400 degrees for exactly 12 minutes. It's going to be so good. So the fish should be ready. This looks great. See how it makes crispy topping and also really nice sauce? I love the way it looks. I love the way it tastes. And you can see that the sauce is kind of thickened by the panko and the Ritz crackers. Yum. So we'll just do a little lemon in the dish. One of the great things about this dish is the dish goes right to the table. Don't need to put it on a platter or anything. I just like to serve it with extra lemon, though. Just put it right in the dish. People can help themselves. I just need a little taste because it looks so good. Think anybody missed this little corner? Crispy crumbs, garlic and herbs, white wine and lemon sauce. This looks so good. The garlic and the herbs and the lemon and wine. Nothing boring about this fish dish. Everybody's gonna love it. So the first thing I'm gonna make for my lunch today, besides getting a facial, is a crunchy noodle salad with lots of Asian spices. So I'm going to start with thin pasta. I actually like thin spaghetti for it. It seems to absorb the flavor the best. Just put that in the bowl. Okay, the next thing is sugar snap peas, about a pound. I'm going to salt the water and then blanch them for about 3 to 5 minutes, just until they're crisp tender. Okay, first scallions go into the salad, then the red peppers. And the next thing is the sugar snap peas. But I'm going to shock them first, which means taking them out of the boiling water, putting them in ice water to stop the cooking. Really sets the color and it stops them from getting overcooked. Just takes a second. Perfect. Just make sure they're really cold, and they are. Right into the salad. It's really cold. Okay, now the sauce. It's got great flavor. Okay, the first thing is a cup of vegetable oil. I don't use olive oil here because I want the other Asian flavors to come out. So I wanted a clear oil with no flavor. Right into the bowl. 1/4 cup of rice wine vinegar. You can find this in the Asian section in your grocery store. 1/3 cup of soy sauce. 3 tablespoons of toasted sesame oil. This isn't the clear one. This is the one that's the dark one, and it's got lots of flavor. 1 tablespoon of honey, give it a little sweetness. And 2 cloves of chopped garlic. So 1 teaspoon of grated ginger. And if you want it hotter, you can always put more in. Okay, and this is the good stuff, 1/2 cup of peanut butter. That's really what gives it sort of an Indonesian flavor. And you want to use smooth peanut butter. And then just whisk it all together. And you can make this sauce way in advance. And you can make the salad in advance, but not too far, because actually the soy sauce will break down the noodles. I think the last thing I'm going to put in the sauce is some toasted sesame seeds. I toasted them in a dry pan. Just put about 2 tablespoons in. I'm going to save the rest to decorate the salad. Okay, right on the salad. So this is the warm noodles. I use spaghetti, thin spaghetti. And the scallions, sugar snap peas, red peppers. Toss it all together. I like lots of sauce on it. Need some chopped parsley, just a rough chop. And then some more sesame seeds, so it looks like sesame. Pasta bolognese has to be one of the most popular Italian dishes, but sadly, it takes forever to make. Well, I've come up with a really easy version that you can actually make for a weeknight meal. I'll show you how to make it. So first, I've got 2 tablespoons of oil that I've heated in a pan. 1 pound of ground sirloin. I'm just gonna put it right in the pan. Start with 4 cloves of chopped garlic. That's about 4 teaspoons. And then oregano, which is sort of a classic, but I'm adding a lot, a tablespoon. Just like that. I always use dry oregano because I think fresh is too strong, but I grind it between my hands to release the oils. And a little bit of hot pepper. I use about 1/4 teaspoon, but as much as you like. Okay, next is wine. I use a really dry Chianti. And it's gonna bring great flavor to this. And then I'm doing something else at the end with a little bit of wine. Right at the end, I throw a little bit of red wine into the bolognese before I serve it. And there's something about that wine that gives it an incredible flavor. But right now, just 1 cup. Okay, next, tomatoes. Can't have bolognese without tomatoes. I use 1 28-ounce can of crushed tomatoes. And if you can get San Marzano tomatoes, it's a kind of tomato, not a brand. They're really the best Italian tomatoes. And to give it a little more intensity, I'm gonna put in 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. So that's really condensed tomato. Lots of salt and pepper, 1 tablespoon of salt. And then 1½ teaspoons of pepper. And this is gonna cook for about 10 minutes Bring it to a boil, let it simmer away on top of the stove, and let all those flavors cook together. I'm gonna add a few more things to the bolognese sauce. 1/4 teaspoon of nutmeg. It's an unusual spice, but it really goes well with tomatoes. 1/4 cup of fresh chopped basil, right into the pasta. I'm gonna add a little bit of cream, just a 1/4 cup of cream, just to give it a little richness. I never knew anything that cream hurt. And a 1/4 cup of red wine. This is where I add it at the end. And it just gives it a little edge. If you're worried about not cooking off all the alcohol, you certainly don't have to add it. You can really smell all the spices and the wine. This is just gonna simmer away for about 8 to 10 minutes. In the meantime, I'm gonna get the fresh Parmesan ready. You want the pasta to drain, but you don't want it to be really dry. How good is that? I'm gonna pour all the sauce on it. Now tell me that doesn't look good. 1/4 cup of Parmesan cheese on top, or as much as you like. I'm gonna put a little basil on top. I'd love to know what the ingredients are. Well, fresh basil's got a nice sort of like spicy quality to it, so that's gonna be fantastic. Give it a big toss, and this is why the orecchiette is so great, because the sauce just gets caught in all those little shells. I think I need a big bowl. A little more Parmesan cheese. Big spoon. And I'd say, buon appetito. Ooh, this looks good. Weeknight bolognese, that is delicious. So first I have a big pot of water to a rolling boil. I put a lot of salt in it. You want the salt to get into the pasta so it flavors it. Okay, and next, capellini, 1 pound. Capellini is a little thinner than spaghetti and a little thicker than angel hair. And it cooks in like 4 minutes. So you want to put it right into the boiling water. Just swirl it around. And just give it a big stir. And that'll keep it from sticking. Okay, next the sauce. Not gonna believe how easy this is. So it's a 1/2 pound of butter. I know it's a lot of butter, but it's really good. The zest of 2 lemons, and I'm gonna zest it right over the sauce, because then the oils from the lemon zest get into the sauce. So you just want that little bit of bright yellow around the lemon. You don't want the white pith underneath, because that's bitter. This is a great dish. I make this all the time for New Year's Eve, because we love to go out, have drinks, have fun in Paris, take a little tour, and then come back and have dinner at midnight. And I don't want to start making a long, complicated dish. So what I do is I make this, and literally in 5 minutes, dinner's on the table, lemon capellini with a big dollop of caviar on top. That sounds very festive New Year's Eve in Paris, doesn't it? Okay, that's one. And now one more. You know, I've seen so many recipes for lemons where they say, okay, you want a 1/2 cup of lemon juice and then lemon zest. But by the time you've juiced the lemons, you can't zest it. So always zest the lemons first before you juice them. So this is going to be the zest of 2 lemons and then the juice of 2 lemons. This is really one of my favorite dishes of all time. It was in my first book, the Barefoot Contessa cookbook, and I've made it ever since. Okay, that's that. Now I'm going to do the juice of 2 lemons. In fact, I got this recipe on a New Year's Eve. I went to somebody's house and they were making it. I remember after a really long day at the store, I arrived at these people's house for New Year's Eve dinner, and they were cooking, and I kind of joined in just to be social. And the next thing I knew, everybody had left for the living room, and there I was making dinner for everybody. I thought, well, at least I got a great recipe out of it. Freshly squeezed lemon is just the best. Love my little juicer. Okay, this just goes right into the sauce. 2 teaspoons of salt. 1 teaspoon of pepper. And just swirl that around. Make sure it's really nicely mixed. And let's see if the pasta's ready. Got to clear the decks a little bit. Whoa, runaway lemon. So I'm just going to cook this. Normally it cooks for 4 minutes for al dente, but what I'm going to do is cook it for 3 minutes and then cook it in the sauce for another minute. Missy Robbins from Missy, the restaurant, pasta restaurant, taught me this. Perfect. So I'm going to just lift it out, let it drain a little bit, but then take some of the pasta water and put it into the sauce. And the starch in the pasta water thickens the sauce. And then I have lots of pasta water just to add back in if I need to. Missy Robbins is just an incredible restaurateur in Brooklyn. She owns 2 restaurants, Lilia and Missy. They both have unbelievable pasta that she makes. Think this is enough pasta? This is going to be so good. It's basically lemon, butter, and pasta, but the total is so much better than the sum of its parts. And then I'm just going to toss it together. I mean, Missy tosses it in the air, but I'm going to be a little more conservative. I don't think it'll be all over the kitchen and me if I do that. So just toss it all together. Just keep tossing it for about a minute. So all the butter and the lemon and the zest and the salt and pepper get absorbed into the pasta. And then as it sits, it's just going to get a little dry, so I'm going to put a little of the pasta water in. I want to make sure it's really moist. You don't want it dry. Just toss it together. I wish you could smell this. It's just unbelievable. That sort of fresh, citrusy lemon is so good. And butter. I mean, how bad can that be? Okay, I'm going to show you how I plate it. So I've got an Italian plate. I thought that would be pretty. And let me see if I can do it the way Missy does it. She takes a big thing of pasta. Whoa. So what Missy does is twirl it on the plate and your hand, so it ends up being a nice little pile. I don't know, hers looks better, but mine's still good. Oh, runaway lemon, and then I'm gonna do a little lemon zest on the top, just so you know it's lemon. It's that last hit of lemon that you really taste when you taste the pasta. And then everybody knows it's lemon. And I think maybe I'm just gonna do a little wedge of lemon on the plate. How's that? A little salt, a little pepper, and that's lemon capellini. Looks so good, I may have to try it. Why do I think I'm going to be wearing this by the time I'm done trying this? Just to twirl it around. This is not my forte. It's so good. It's really zesty from the lemon zest and juice. It's perfectly seasoned. That's an amazing pasta. It's crazy good. I don't think there's any dish I've made more than Parmesan chicken. So for a mystery guest, I have no idea what they like. I'm gonna try something really safe. Everybody loves this. So the first thing I'm gonna do is make the crust for the chicken. I'm gonna do a cup of flour, teaspoon of pepper, and a teaspoon of salt. Just gonna mix that all together. So it's gonna be flour, egg, and breadcrumbs. I need 2 eggs. About a tablespoon of water. Just gonna beat this together. And then the breadcrumbs. I need a cup of breadcrumbs. I use seasoned breadcrumbs. You don't have to make your own. Make sure they're fresh, though, that they haven't been sitting in the pantry for a long time. And Parmesan cheese, which is why it's Parmesan chicken. So for the Parmesan, I'm just gonna use actually ground Parmesan. And for this, it has to be very finely ground so that it distributes itself really well on the crust. So I'm just gonna chop this up, put it in the food processor, and then just grind it up. How fast is that? I just need a half a cup right into the breadcrumbs. So I'm just gonna mix that together. Now for the chicken. And you pound it So it's tenderized, and it's actually very even. So this is time for rolling pin. So I'm just gonna pat it really thin. Okay, that's done. Time to cook the chicken. Tablespoon of butter, tablespoon of olive oil, and I'm gonna take each chicken breast. First dip it in the flour. Make sure it's completely coated. Shake it off. Dip it in the egg and water. And then dip it in the breadcrumbs and Parmesan cheese. Okay, right into the pan. I'm going to cook it for about 2 to 3 minutes on each side. Okay, this is nice and brown on this side. I'm just going to turn it over. Oh, does that look good? Okay, perfect. Browned on that side. And you can tell if the chicken bounces back, it's perfectly done. Onto the sheet pan. Okay, into the oven, very low oven, 200 degrees, and that'll stay warm until we're ready for dinner. Well, that's a crowd I don't want to leave for too long, so I'm glad I did the Parmesan chicken in advance. So the first thing I'm going to do is make lemon vinaigrette. I need 1/4 cup of fresh lemon juice. That's it. 1/2 cup of olive oil. 1/2 teaspoon of salt, 1/2 teaspoon of pepper, and just whisk it. Nicely washed lettuce. Glad I washed it in advance. Just pour the vinaigrette on. And that's gonna go on the chicken. So the hot chicken and the cold salad, it's just a great combination. All I have to do is plate up the chicken, cold salad on the top, shaving of Parmesan, and I'm back for the fun. First thing I'm gonna make is this mac and cheese, which is traditional mac and cheese with the volume turned up. So to make real mac and cheese, as opposed to the stuff in the box, first thing I wanna do is make a bechamel sauce, which is really a fancy word for white sauce. So I'm gonna heat 1 quart of milk, and then in another pan, I'm gonna melt 6 tablespoons of butter, and add 1/2 cup of flour, and cook them together for about 2 minutes while I'm whisking it. You don't want the butter to burn. This is the kind of sauce you use in a gratin, which sounds fancy in French, but it's perfect for mac and cheese. Okay, now I just want to slowly add the hot milk, and you'll see the whole thing becomes a really nice, thick white sauce. Add it whisking. Actually, I think you can just, whoa, that's hot. How about forget slowly, just dump it all in. Okay, there, that's fast. And now off the heat, just gonna add some flavorings. Tablespoon of salt. It seems like a lot, but remember we're putting a lot of pasta in this. 1/2 teaspoon of pepper, and 1/2 teaspoon of nutmeg, which is sort of a classic gratin seasoning. I thought would be really good with mac and cheese. Just whisk it together. I actually think nutmeg brings out the flavor in the cheese, which brings me to the next thing, cheese. Lots of good cheese. So the first thing I'm gonna do is put in 12 ounces of good Swiss Gruyere. It's a really nutty cheese, and it's just wonderful in mac and cheese. And I'm just gonna take off the rind. And then I'll show you a really fast, I mean, you can do this by hand with a grater if you want to, but if you have a food processor, it's really fast. So you take the grating disc, just like this, and then there's a post that goes on it. That goes in the food processor. And then the top goes on. It's a little bit of a process, but when you see how fast it is, you'll know why. Oh, isn't that amazing? One more piece.
Okay, a little piece left over for the cook. The second cheese I use is cheddar, and I'm going to use 8 ounces of good cheddar. So I'm just going to cut this in half. I love good cheddar. It's just sharp and got lots of flavor. And do the same thing. Last piece. Now that would have taken a lot of time if I'd done it by hand. Lots of cheese. Okay, then I'm going to put the cheese into the sauce. A lot of cheese in this sauce. But that's why it tastes so good. Okay, just stir it in. You don't want the heat on in this process because you want the cheese to melt when it's mixed with the macaroni. You don't want to burn the cheese. Burnt cheese, but. So I'm going to combine this now with macaroni, which I cooked. Actually, I used cavatappi. You can certainly use macaroni, but cavatappi's like that, and I just thought it's a little more special for a party. So, put that in a bowl. Add the sauce. It's about a pound of macaroni or cavatappi. Okay, mix that all together. Boy, this looks like enough for a crowd. In my experience, everybody loves it, so they eat a lot. So I'm going to pour this into a dish, and I'm going to do sliced tomatoes and breadcrumbs on the top. Gives a nice little crunch and delicious flavor with it. So it really is macaroni and cheese, but for a party. Okay, into the dish. Now, how bad could that be? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take probably two tomatoes. I'll see how they take the little cores out. These are good Israeli tomatoes, and they're on the vine. And I cut them with a bread knife. It really helps. When this all bakes together, the tomatoes get baked into the mac and cheese. It's just wonderful. So just right on top, really simple. And one trick is you never want to put tomatoes in the refrigerator. It really destroys the flavor. Perfect. Okay, now breadcrumbs. So maybe about 5 slices of bread. Just cut the crusts off, cut these in pieces, and then put them in the food processor with a steel blade, and just whir it up. Just do it enough so they're little crumbs, but not so it's all stuck together. 2 tablespoons of butter. Yeah, okay, just melt that. Pour in the breadcrumbs. Just mix them together. The butter really helps the breadcrumbs brown. Want a nice brown top. Okay, right on top of the tomatoes and the mac and cheese. I'm going to bake it at 375 for 30 minutes, and it's going to be bubbly and delicious. And next I'm going to make shortcakes. Real old-fashioned food. And I think Greg's going to love it.